Angel's Rebellion, Creatures of the Lands, Book 6, authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lisson, writing as Natalie Erin, narrated by Pete Gold. A letter from the author, written by Megan Linsky, read to you by Pete Gold. Dear reader, if you've gotten this far, you're looking forward to dive right into Angel's Rebellion, the final book in the Creatures of the Land series. Before you begin, I'd like to tell you how this saga came to be. These books are long, complicated, and there's quite a few of them. I figure since we've kept you this long, you're not going to stop just because the author's going off on a tangent. So, hear me out, I've got a story to tell. Keanu's Journey was the first book I ever wrote, but I didn't write it alone. Kristen Lisson was the girl with the locker next to mine in my freshman year of high school, and boy, she couldn't stand me. For some reason, I was determined to make her my best friend no matter what. That special moment came in history class, where we both discovered we liked writing. I told her I had written a short story about 2 wolf pups and a dragon the night before, but had no idea what to do with it. I gave it to her to read, and she wrote a chapter back. From then on, we began passing chapters back and forth, eventually creating a book of our own together. We finished the original draft of our very first novel by the time I was 15. Kristen and I were the closest friends our high school had ever seen. When we got to our senior year, we had a whole series that we'd written together, most of which were finished before we came of age. We'd wrapped up writing Midnight Star before we graduated, and were working on the first chapters of Angel's Rebellion right when we received our diplomas. Unfortunately, the close friendships of teenage girls, especially when they are damaged by outside influences such as mental illness and copious amounts of trauma, are fairly fragile. We had a falling out shortly after leaving school and didn't talk for nearly 2 years. The Creatures of the Land series was put to the wayside, abandoned, and left forgotten. In our college years, we reconciled and planned to submit Keanu's Journey to agents in hope of publication. During that process, I could feel Kristen slipping away. As desperately as I wanted to hold on to her, I knew, despite all my best efforts, I could not cure what ailed her. If love could work miracles, it would have saved her. Otherwise, I would have taken her place. But that is not what fate determined. On June 28, 2013, as a cruel dawn rose over the world, Kristen Lisson died. She was 20 years old when she took her own life. By this point in time, I've composed over 50 novels. Out of everything I've written, the Creatures of the Land series is one of the most important projects I've ever completed. These are the books that turned me into a writer, the first books I ever created. They are the work that determined the woman I became, and the series that gave me one of the greatest friendships I will ever know. Kristen and I once decided that our names would be way too long together on the cover, so I sat down and thought up a pen name. One day, I stumbled upon it, Natalie, for my friend who had died at the age of 13 from cancer, and Erin, for Kristen's friend who went missing as a young child after being diagnosed with schizophrenia. Kristen used to tell me she and Erin would play in her room, pretending to talk to monsters in the closet. For Erin, the monsters were a result of her diagnosis. But Kristen saw them too, due to her grand imagination. It was her creativity that helped her to see through Erin's eyes. Kristen told me she didn't understand why Erin was treated like an outcast just because she saw the world differently. Kristen's ability to be a friend to everyone just as they were, regardless of who or what they were, is one of the things I miss desperately about her. Eventually, as she grew older, Kristen and I saw the monsters together. More than that, we faced them. I held her hand and fought them off for as long as I could. But eventually the monsters took her, and after winning so many battles, I had finally lost the war. Bipolar disorder is not a monster that fights fair. It cripples me to think out of all these girls, Erin, Natalie, Kristen, and myself, I am most likely the only one who is still alive. There are an abundance of characters in the Creature of the Land series, and I adore each and every one of them. We wanted to give our readers the feeling of being surrounded by dozens upon dozens of friends. We wished to reach out to people reading these books who might feel completely alone, because we knew exactly how awful that felt. Kristen and I were the definition of outcasts. But just like Soren and Viviana, we made our own ragtag group of friends and had adventures with them. We did our best to take in everyone, no matter how different they were. I'm sorry to say most of those high school friends are dead now, or are on different paths, but the experiences we had with them is something we both channeled into creatures, and so that connection between all of us lives on, regardless of whether we are together or not. The lands are my Neverland. When I was a depressed teenager, it was the place that I went to when I had nowhere else to go. Whenever I was lost or mad or upset, I could always run there and fly upon a dragon's back or get lost within the wilds of the Varanian forest. It is a fairy tale world that I created with someone I loved, where I control what happens and where I never cry. It is the only place I can go where I can still be with Kristen, though the experiences are never new, they only repeat. One cannot imagine how unbearably lonely it is to publish all these books alone without my co-author. It has been emotionally draining in a way I cannot describe. It is a comfort to read her words over and over again like I'm reading them for the first time, but it also is incredibly agonizing. With each word I remember how we set up the scene, how we wanted the dialogue to go, what we wanted to happen, and every late-night conversation we had about these books and our dreams. Things were even harder during editing. I discovered I had missing chapters from her perspective and had to rewrite some pieces from memory. Worst of all was when an idea of hers didn't fit with the story and I had to take it out completely in order to make the series the best it could be. Writing the final book was one of the most difficult things I've ever done. I will never again have a project that will take such a drastic toll on me. Kristen died before we returned to writing Angel's Rebellion, leaving me with the difficult task of salvaging the first few chapters and writing the remainder of the final book by myself. The expectation, the excitement that she'd be there to write this with me was hard to let go. Remembering that there was no one to give the next chapter to crushed me. Parts we agreed were hers to write were now passed on to me. I did the best I could, but there are some sections that I feel echo with something missing. This book is lacking a Kristen-ness that I cannot recreate, though I desperately tried. Carrying the weight of it all was worse than draining. It was a razor on my soul. The most unbearable part of it all is the realization that this book is the only one of ours she'll never read. I finished Angel's Rebellion novel on May 26, 2016, 5 years to the day I left high school forever. Kristen's last words to me were, "I love you, Chica." At the time, I wasn't brave enough to say those words back. So I'm saying them now. I love you, Chrissy, and I'm so sorry. You deserved so much more. The story so far. In Vixen's Fate, Allie found herself teaming up with Reagan in an unlikely partnership. The girls planned to locate Keanu and to find Reagan's missing father, Adam, who was kidnapped by Winter. The duo ventured throughout the lands and to the kingdom of the elves to find clues. During their arrival in the elven city, Allie met up with her friends, the wolves, Shadowin, Jade, and Kenai. Amongst the elves, Reagan met Luciana, who informed the human girl that her mother, Miriam, was within the lands and in love with a company named Morok. Luciana told Reagan that Morok could be her biological father, which gave an explanation as to why Reagan had the ability to understand animals. King Oliver, who rules over the elves, summoned Allie and her friends during their time in his kingdom. He believed that Allie's true fate was to become the Empress of Nesting's Haven, and pressured her to make an alliance with the elves in order to save the lives of his people. Allie made a vow to Oliver that she would end the Second Despondent, kill Winter, and rise to become the Empress, although her friends warned her this was a promise she could not keep easily. Allie and her companions ventured to the seashore to find a way to cross into Nesting's Haven. During their time there, Kenai discovered that the magical crown in Reagan's possession, as well as the necklaces that were given to Allie and Keanu, were powerful magical objects that could be used to stop Winter. She attempted to tell her friends this information, but died in the process before she could reveal the item's true power. After Kenai's death, Keatana, Kasif, Vixen, Dragonstar, and Snowdrop found Ali and her companions on the beach. They had managed to escape the fire that ravaged the Varanian forest and were on their way to Nesting's Haven. The group decided to split up, leaving the wolves behind in the lands, while Ali, Reagan, the fairies, and their steeds went on across the ocean. They made their way to Southwild, the last free territory in Nesting's Haven not overcome by Winter's rule. In Southwild, Keanu and his friends took sanctuary within Ionia's palace. Keanu and Chameleon were dating, but their relationship was toxic and empty. Keanu used Chameleon as a way to avoid his grief over Ali, who he still believed dead. Chameleon used Keanu for vanity, treating him as her personal pet and doll while abusing her changes, Pumpkin and Martin. Keanu's cousin, Soren, attempted to step in, which resulted in Chameleon using the darkness against him, a forbidden power that nearly cost Soren his life. Chameleon was imprisoned within the palace's dungeons for her actions, and Keanu broke up with her for attacking his cousin. Darren, Soren's former best friend, helped Chameleon break free from the dungeons and escape Southwild. A search was made to find her, but she and Darren had disappeared. Ionan and Sunset were married in a beautiful ceremony in Southwild's gardens, but the wedding was interrupted when Winter's army attacked. The residents of Ionia's palace valiantly fought back, but became overwhelmed. At the same time the army attacked, Ali and her companions arrived in Southwild. Ali helped Keanu and Angel to open the floodgates to Southwild, defeating Winter's army and forcing a retreat. Ali and Keanu were tearfully reunited, and Keanu told Ali that Angel was her long-lost twin sister. Ali agreed that Keanu should be bonded to both her and Angel. After the battle, Keatana and Kyoto came together once again, after being separated for many months. Kia wished to discuss Luciana, the woman that had torn their marriage apart, but she found that Kyoto could not remember Luciana whatsoever. Luciana had the ability to fade from the memories of anyone she desired. She had erased Kyoto's memory of her, though she had forgotten to wipe Keatana's, as she presumed the fairy dead. Kia and Kyoto decided to renew their marriage and stay together. It was only then Kia confessed to Kyoto that she was once again pregnant with his child. Vixen, who had been losing strength since arriving in Southwild, collapsed in one of the courtyards within Ionia's palace. Her 1,000-year reign as Great One came to an end, as she and Dragonstar perished, leaving nothing more than a rosebush behind them. Her daughter, Lyrica, was proclaimed to be her successor. After running away, Chameleon and Darren were abandoned and cold on the streets of Nesting's Haven until they were found by Winter and Nineveh. Winter vowed that he would love Chameleon like a daughter if she joined him, while Nineveh promised to grow Darren's abilities in dark magic. The wayward teens made an alliance with Winter, and Chameleon agreed to offer her twin changers to him in exchange for power of her own. In Midnight Star, the wolves found themselves fighting a battle on all sides. Midnight Star was on a quest to find the Assembly of the Lands, a council who she believed was powerful enough to put an end to the war between the wolfpacks and the unicorns. Along the way, she was harassed by strange visions she did not understand. She found herself connected to the dragon Zaya, with an ability that enabled her to see through his eyes. Midnight Star and her friends were found by a strange changer named Dust, who led them to the assembly. Dust insisted that Midnight Star was the last sky-gazer, a spiritual leader of the lands who had great supernatural power. Midnight Star ran away from her destiny, until her denial proved to be cataclysmal. When the assembly refused to help Midnight Star end the war, she cursed them, and that curse led to the assembly's doom. As Midnight Star fell into madness, Dust confessed that she was once a pawn of the assembly. As a child, Dust was forced to become a sky-gazer, although she managed to break free from the assembly in later years. Dust taught Midnight Star everything she knew, giving the she-wolf the knowledge needed to become what she was born to be. Midnight Star learned that Zaya was her portal, a bonded aid on her quest as a sky-gazer, and that he was born to serve and protect her. Near the Varanian forest, Snapfoot struggled to help the wolf pack survive in the war against the unicorns, which proved deadly for many. He discovered the Ortuzans had built a terrible city, Sanctus Cruor, and had enslaved fairies to create it. To avoid starvation, Snapfoot made a deal with a nearby coven of bloodlusters in an unlikely and dangerous alliance. Midnight Star returned to the pack, alongside Dust. Armed with the abilities of a skygazer, Midnight Star used her magic to bring an end to the war between the unicorns and the wolves. But the Ortuzans were still a threat, and growing more dangerous by the day. Jade and Shadowin were able to infiltrate the city of Sanctus Cruor, but were discovered, and Jade was captured. The wolves, the unicorns, and the bloodlusters came together as one to fight against the Ortuzans, who were led by Aravon and Carmilla. Working for Winter, Aravon and Carmilla had forced the Ortuzans to align in an army under his command by use of the Strength, a power Aravon was born with that enabled him to control the lands and anyone in it. But Midnight Star's powers as a skygazer proved more powerful than Aravon's strength. It led to her defeating both Aravon and Carmilla in battle, sending them to their deaths. As the fairies took over the remains of Sanctus Cruor for themselves, Midnight Star sent Zaya away to give aid to Keanu and the others in the fight against Winter. We found Professor Morok entering Nagli's cave in search of the mysterious crown. Nagli informed Morok she gave the crown away to Kiatana and her friends many years ago, to his distress. Under pressure from Winter, Morok was in search of the crown and the 2 magical necklaces that were bound to it. Winter promised to cure Morok from his magical mania if he delivered these powerful items. Determined to get the crown back, Morok returned to Nesting's Haven with Nagli in tow. Winter is currently stronger than ever, and our heroes must take their last stand in order to defeat him. To bring peace to the realm, an empress must rise. The success or failure of the rebellion will decide the destiny of all. Chapter 1. An Ominous Future. Near the edge of a flooded garden-turned-bloody battlefield, a green-haired fairy and 2 great griffins, one white and one golden, stood upon the walls of a massive fortress. The sunrise illuminated Ionia's palace, but Southwild didn't look any better in the light. If anything, all the sun did was make the water look even redder, displaying the masses of bodies that still needed burying, floating in the dirty water. The white griffin lowered her head gently. "Keanu, let's leave." Her telepathic voice hummed within the minds of both of her companions, soft, reasonable, and kind. "It's miserable out here." The golden griffin clacked her beak. "I'll kill Winter for what he's done to this place. We have to get our hands on him first." The fairy, named Keanu, shifted. He seemed exhausted, his body sagging and worn face sunken. He did not look well. "Ali!" A great black stag came storming out from the trees below, branches tangled in his antlers. He changed mid-stride into a black phoenix, soaring through the air and hovering in front of the golden griffin. "Zona, where have you been?" Ali reached her head out to nuzzle the phoenix, making cooing sounds as she did. Zona went to reply, but a voice from afar said sarcastically, "You 2 couldn't have picked a better time to get together." All heads turned to see a dark-haired teenage boy being supported by his red-haired sister, limping along under the watchful eye of a hooting owl. "Doomed romance seems to be popular these days." The boy gave a snicker, which turned into a wince of pain. "Oh, Soren, they're in love. Don't be such a cynic," Viviana said, forcing a grim smile. Zona landed on the balcony and transformed into a black horse, rushing forward to carry his rider. The owl, Melody, floated downwards to land on Viviana's arm. "As I was saying," Zona said, "Ionan wants us all down in the courtyard. They've finished with the head count." "Already?" Angel asked, and Keanu voiced her question aloud. Zona's head drooped. "There were far more dead than alive. It made the count quicker." The group continued down the stairs, where they were met with a soft sniffling sound. Keanu peered underneath the staircase when they'd reached the bottom and saw his cousin, Lyrica, curled up, beside a small turquoise dragon. Lyrica looked at him with swimming blue eyes. "I still can't believe Mama's gone," she whispered. Keanu opened his arms to the young fairy. "Come here." Lyrica crawled out from under the staircase. Keanu wrapped his cousin in a bony hug, unable to do anything else to comfort her. "You two should go upstairs and play," Soren offered. "You don't need to be down here. This stuff's for grown-ups." "We don't want to play," the dragon, young Mirabelle, protested. "We need to figure out how to make Lyrica the Great One and discover her powers so we can stop Winter." "Soren's right. You two don't need to worry about this," Keanu said. He pried Lyrica off of him and gave her a slight shove toward the stairs. "We can win this war without a Great One, I promise." Lyrica gave him a skeptical look before she scampered upstairs, Mirabelle following. After they left, Vivienne stared at her cousin. "That's a lie, Keanu. You know we can't win without—" "I'm not going to throw Lyrica into a situation she can't handle," Keanu said sharply, whirling around on Vivienne. "She's 11 years old. Ah!" Keanu bent over, grasping his side, and face scrunched in pain. Ali and Angel immediately rushed to his attention, each taking a side. Keanu's knees bent, causing him to crumple downward. Ali was able to catch him at the last second, lifting him up to sit upon Angel's back. "No more walking," Angel hummed. "Not for today." Keanu's surly face stared at her feathers, too defeated to argue with her. "No Great One." Ali let out a sigh, shaking her head. "Featherbiters, now we're in really deep—" "Shit, this dress is ruined!" The group cast their attention to the door, where Reagan was complaining about her outfit. The bottom of the human girl's gown was soaked in water, the precious velvet the elves had given her torn and stained with mud. "Is that all you ever think about, how you look?" Ali asked, her tone biting. "At least someone around here cares about style," the girl muttered, wading over to the group. "This is a war. There's no time for style," Ali argued. "Maybe for you, but I want to look good when they kill me." Reagan glanced at Keanu. "Hey." "Hey," he mumbled back. "Any word about your dad, Adam?" Reagan's face didn't change, but her eyes wavered. "No, I've asked around, but nobody seems to know anything about where Winter took him." "We'll find him, Reagan," Keanu said. "It'll be okay." Reagan didn't reply, only looked away. The group proceeded outside to the courtyard, which was still swamped with filthy water from the flood. Angel maneuvered over the puddles carefully to avoid putting Keanu in contact with them. "Gather around, everyone," an old emerald dragon with a long grey beard called, huddling the masses together as if he was a mother hen looking after her chicks. "That's it. Stick together. Don't panic." "Don't lose them now, Ignis," an old man said, writing names quickly upon a sheet of paper clipped to a board. "Wouldn't dream of it, Amancio. Here, over here," Ignis called. His eyes searched over hundreds of faces, beckoning them to his attention. Another green dragon, a younger one, proceeded to the elder, surveying the crowd as intensely as his father. "I do say the honeymoon is going to have to wait," Ionan said with a bit of displeasure. "Where—" Ionan, you're alive!" Waves of water sloshed everywhere as an orange dragon stampeded through the waste, charging to her mate with an obvious expression of relief. "Yes, I am well, Sunset," Ionan said, opening his wings to her and wrapping her within them. "We are all safe." "It's a miracle all of us made it out alive," a male voice said. From behind Sunset, Kia and Kyoto emerged. They were holding hands. Kia was wearing a tight green dress, one that showed her growing pregnant stomach. "The odds weren't in our favor." Kia placed a hand on her stomach. "I can't wait for her to be here," Kia said, looking at Keanu. "Vixen let me know it was a girl before she left." "A newborn princess," Ignis exclaimed. "A perfect excuse for a baby shower." His subjects didn't say anything, only solemnly stared towards the watery earth. Ignis huffed, letting out 2 small puffs of smoke. "Oh, all right. Maybe next month when everything's been cleaned up. Cheer up, everyone. Soon the gardens will look a dozen times more beautiful than they were before. Those who are well and are able, please stay here to help with the clean-up. All others, head to the infirmary. Pip, pip." Ignis's optimism helped spur the crowd a little, but not much. As the majority of people headed inside, Kia said, "We have to check up on Kasif. He's still in shock from Vixen's... well, he's going to be in the hospital for a few days." "You should be in the hospital, Keanu," Kyoto said, his attention turning to his son. "I'm fine, Dad," Keanu offered weakly. Kyoto didn't say anything more. "What's the final death count, Father?" Ionan rumbled lowly to Ignis when most of the crowd was gone. The happy expression on Ignis's face died instantly. "Too many. Not as many as what would have been if Winter had won, but too many all the same. This small victory cost us a heavy price." "And the enemy?" "We've staggered their numbers, but they'll be back for more. Nesting's Haven has enough changers and companies to keep Winter's army sustained for years. We do not." "What's our strategy?" Ionan asked. Ignis appeared lost. "I don't know." The old dragon shuffled his feet. "Ionan, we cannot find your brother. Makrel and Anna are both gone. They are not amongst the dead." "What?" Kyoto yelped, dropping Kia's hand. "What do you mean they're gone? Where did they go?" Ignis said, "There were some of our kind kidnapped by Winter's forces. They most likely were taken back to Azazel, to the great prison within Nesting's Haven." "We must organize a search party immediately to rescue them," Ionan said, already spreading his wings. "There's no telling what Winter will do if he recognizes Makrel and Anna amongst the captured." "Already done, my son, but with so many changers and companies injured, we need to prolong the rescue for a few days," Ignis said sadly. "We cannot afford to leave until Southwild is adequately protected." Ionan noticed the children eavesdropping on the conversation for the first time. "All of you go up to your rooms," he ordered, sweeping his tail at them. "This isn't something you should concern yourself with." "But Anna and Makrel are out there, possibly getting tortured or who knows what else," Soren shouted in protest. "We have to do something." "We'll get them back," Kia promised him quietly. "We don't leave family behind." Her expression was pleading with them to listen. "Please, go rest. We can handle this." As easily as Keanu had dismissed Lyrica, Kia was dismissing them. Angel took the hint and turned to leave, the others following in her wake. As they clambered the stairs up to their rooms, it was obvious each one of them was trying their best not to lose their heads. "What are we going to do?" Angel asked, her silver eyes quivering. Keanu swallowed. "Guys, come with me," he said. "We've got to figure some stuff out." "What stuff?" Viviana asked, but her question was soon deemed irrelevant as they entered Keanu's room. Angel sat Keanu down on the bed, changing into an ermine and lying beside him. Ali morphed into a lynx and began pacing at Keanu's feet. "So what's this about?" Reagan asked, plopping onto the rug with Soren, Zorna, Viviana and Melody. "Isn't it obvious? We're outnumbered, people," Keanu said. "Winter's getting bigger and we're getting smaller. We won that battle by a griffin's feather the other night. We won't be able to do it again. The adults say we're out of options." "So what are we supposed to do?" Soren asked. "I mean, we're just kids. What can we do to stop it?" "We're the next generation," Keanu said. "Don't you guys remember the prophecy? It's all up to us. We're the ones who are meant to stop all this madness. I say we join together and make a plan that nobody, not even the grown-ups, will know about, so they can't interfere. That way, the other side will never see it coming. If we don't fight them, who will?" "I'm with Keanu," Ali said at an instant, coming forward. "Of course you are, and I'm with you," Zorna added, changing into a small dog and coming to Ali's side. "Of course you are," Soren said, rolling his eyes. "I guess that means I'm in too." Angel ruffled her feathers, nudging Keanu gently. "Angel says she'll fight to the death to make sure this ends," Keanu proclaimed to the group. "We're in," Melody added for her and Viviana, raising an owl wing. Everyone looked at Reagan, who shrugged. "Well, this isn't my fight. See ya." She started to get up from her seat. "Hold on there, hothead," Ali said, reaching out and grabbing Reagan's dress with her teeth. "If you don't help, you aren't getting your dad back. And sorry, no free rides. Ignis will let you stay here, but Ignis can't protect you for long. Southwild won't be safe forever." Regan crossed her arms huffily. "Fine, me too, I guess."
"What about Lyrica? She is the Great One," Viviana pointed out.
"I think it's ridiculous that everybody expects her to be the Great One when she doesn't even know what that means yet," Keanu said, shaking his head. "She just lost her mum, and she's a little girl. There's no way she can handle this." "But if we don't have a Great One, how do we win?" Soren asked at large. There was an abnormal, flat silence, one in which Keanu's face reddened. "Great plan," Regan said sarcastically. "You called this meeting and you don't even know what we're going to do?" "What, do you expect me to have all the answers?" Keanu shot back at her. "Everyone knows that you're no genius, but an idea would be nice," Regan said. "Like you've got anything to suggest," Keanu flung at her. "Won't you two quit arguing? Both of you can play the cutesy couple thing on your own time," Ali said, wagging her tail. "I have absolutely no feelings for her whatsoever," Keanu muttered, crossing his arms. "Right, like I could ever fall for Greenie here," Regan laughed nervously, glancing at the fairy. Yeah, whatever," Ali said, rolling her eyes. "What do we know so far? We have to start somewhere." "Let's go over the prophecy," Keanu said. He looked to Ali, and she began to recite the words from memory. As she was the prophetess that had created it, she could not, even if she wished, forget it. "The loss has been paid and the battle was won. The new legacy has truly begun. Good has triumphed and settled the score, but it is only the first that has started this war. They have been chosen, brought together as one, but by the despondent's end there shall be none. The leader and the prince, the silent and the faithful, the accused, the Dranon and the fire, the darkness and the follower, brother and sister. With 2 songs and 8 beams, out of which will come 2 rulers. The cloud drifter and 1 sun, who has the light of the stars upon her back. The witch will take control of all lands far and wide, to own the creatures within them, and harm from the inside. Then the lands that will not bow, the witch will cast them black. The land will surely die, and the queen will be attacked. 3 beams, 1 sun, and the cloud drifter shall travel among the stars, and seek the court of hundreds found in a land afar. Her mother's daughter all the way through, wings green and scaled blue, shall lead you out of darkness. With her life she will bless. Can there be a healing? Can there be a cure? A family's pain will haunt them until no more can be endured. Dark hair and dark eyes, the traitor in disguise, the cruel man's son will call, and then betray you all. Then hope it shall be lost, until the items 3, brought together by a secret that came across the sea. Least shall be the greatest, to become the Great One's heir. One of her own family, wings shining and are rare. An empress will rise, feathers and talons true. Her crown shall rule all bonded pairs, and an age will start anew. Then a final struggle between the haven and the lands will bring upon the empress. Freedom flies at her command. Yes, the final finish shall bring despondent's end. What shall the victory bring except the loss of friends? The alliance will be brought together in perfect harmony, friends brought to stop the evil and set the changers free. When she had finished reciting, Keanu said, "Most of it seems to have already come true, with Nineveh burning the Varanian forest and the second despondent arriving, and with Vixen dying. We already know that Lyrica is supposed to be the Great One's heir. The part that talks about the wolf with the stars on her back, Midnight Star thought referred to her, so let's skip that. That means there's still the final battle for Nesting's Haven and the Empress."
"You've got Ali over here to thank for that last part," Regan mumbled, pointing to Ali.
Keanu turned to his changer, and Ali meekly said, I told King Oliver that I was the Empress." "You told the Elf King that you're the Empress?" Keanu repeated in a patronizing tone. "It could happen," she said stubbornly. "Okay then," he said, rolling his eyes. "Then we have the second prophecy about the twin changes, how whoever they side with will win. I don't know about you guys, but I think that's got to be Pumpkin and Martin."
I agree, Zorna added. They fit the description perfectly. That means we've got to find them, Soren said. If they're the twin changers bound to one company, and it looks like they are, we can't trust Chameleon to keep them away from Winter. More than likely he's probably found them by now. He paused. But I'm sure we can trust Chameleon. She might have behaved terribly in the past few months, but I don't think she'd side with Winter, not after all we've been through. We can trust her. It doesn't matter if we can trust her or not. We have to get Pumpkin and Martin back here, Zorna said. We're going to have to make a trip to Nesting's Haven as soon as possible. That's where they'll be heading. We can't leave until things have settled down in Southwild. We're not going to be allowed to leave at random, Vivienne said. We're just going to have to sneak out then, Soren said. Soren, Nesting's Haven isn't exactly a quick trip, Vivienne argued. Angel nudged Keanu, and the fairy nodded. Oh, thanks for reminding me, Angel. We still don't know anything about the items, the ones mentioned in Ali's prophecy. There seemed to be a certain glimmer about his last words. They all looked to Ali. To set the changers free, Ali mused. Reagan and I might know what they are. Before she died, Kay and I had been theorizing on what these items could be. We've taken the clues that she gathered and have been doing some thinking. We figure that the 3 items could possibly be the necklaces and the crown. Reagan brought them together. She has the crown in her bag, and she found me, who was wearing the first amulet, and Keanu has the other. That's why Kay and I had been so excited to tell us what she knew. She realized we already had the items in our possession and could use them. That fits the prophecy, Soren exclaimed in excitement. She's from across the sea. It must be them. Keanu glanced at Reagan and swallowed. Cool. Great. Now how do we destroy them? If we can get rid of them, the changers who disagree with Winter won't be forced by their companies to fight for him, because they'll no longer have to follow orders. I'm sure that'll help the war effort. I'm not sure we can do that, Keanu. Ali used her paw to move a part of her fur back, revealing the golden griffin necklace buried within her feathers. The amulet laid over a thick, deep scar trailing down the length of her chest right to her underbelly. When Carmilla and Aravon attacked me, they ripped my heart out and ate it in order to become bloodlusters. There's no other explanation that I survived besides the necklace. Its magic must be keeping me alive. What? Zorna ran forward and placed his ear up against Ali's chest. His mouth dropped open a moment later. It's true. I can't hear a heartbeat. That settles that. We can't destroy the necklaces and the crown without destroying you, Keanu said. I guess we'll just have to skip that part. Keanu, we have to destroy them in order to win the war. It says so in the prophecy, Ali said softly. I'm not losing you again, Keanu snapped. You can forget about that plan. Ali jumped onto his lap, snuggling into his shirt, and Angel pressed into his side. Wait a minute, Soren said. Guys, maybe the twins aren't Pumpkin and Martin at all. Maybe they're Ali and Angel. What? Keanu asked, jerking his head up. They're both your changers, right? They could be the ones the prophecy talks about, Soren said. But Angel isn't technically bound to me, Keanu said. We never managed to make the connection. Yes, but maybe it doesn't matter, Soren said, getting excited. How do we tell? Zorna asked. We can't, Vivienne said, shaking her head. We won't know for sure until the prophecy is fulfilled which set of twins is destined to save the world or destroy it. This just sounds like a lot of guessing, Reagan grumped. You guys don't know anything for sure. We can't make a plan out of nothing. But we do have a plan. We have to rescue Pumpkin and Martin, just to be safe. And then we have to find a way to replace Ali's heart, so we can destroy the items without killing her, Zorna said. Right, should be easy, Reagan said sarcastically. Keanu opened his mouth to bite something back, before his door was thrown open. Mirabelle and Lyrica were jumping up and down enthusiastically, twirling in the doorway. My big brother's back, Mirabelle exclaimed, and she rushed down the corridor. Ali changed, and Keanu clambered onto her back. The group followed Mirabelle to a large golden bridge near an indoor waterfall. A white serpentine dragon with a long mane was standing there, breathing heavily. Mirabelle rushed to his side, crushing herself to him. I finally made it, the dragon gasped, drawing Mirabelle near to him. What a flight! Sorry, but who are you? Melody hooted indignantly. The dragon drew away from his sister. "My name is Zaya," the dragon said. "I was sent by Midnight Star to you." "Midnight Star," a great many voices cried at once. Ali pushed her way forward and asked, "Midnight Star? How do you know her? What news?" The dragon looked up. He stepped toward the changer, his long talons grazing the floor as he asked, "Are you Ali?" "Yes. Who wants to know?" she replied. "Midnight Star said to find Ali and Keanu at whatever cost," Zaya stated blatantly. "My Skygazer told me that the two of you were the key to winning this war." "Your Skygazer?" Soren asked, confused. Keanu glanced at the young dragon. "We should get the adults together," he said. "This sounds like something they need to hear." An hour later, the kids had managed to find their parents and had clustered them into one of the palace's giant ballrooms in order to listen to Zaya. Sunset had been elated at seeing her son again and had pushed the others aside to get to him, all dignity gone. When Sunset finally let Zaya go, he shook his mane and shimmied to Ionan, who was carrying Kia and Kyoto on his back. The only adult not present was Kasif, who hadn't ventured out of his hospital room since Vixen had died. "There are so few of you," Zaya said, looking around. "I had supposed there would be more after what Midnight Star told me." "Yes, no thanks to Winter," Ali said suspiciously. She circled the dragon in her griffin form and snapped her beak. "You say you're with Midnight Star, but how can we trust you? I've certainly never met you before." "Leave my brother alone!" Mirabelle shouted. Lyrica wrapped her arms around the changer's neck in order to hold her back. "He has nothing to do with Winter." "Family has betrayed us before, Mira. He has to prove it," Ali demanded. "I'll show you I'm on your side," Zaya said in a roar, his tail lashing. "Midnight Star!" The air within the room rippled before their very eyes. The group was buffeted back by waves of sound, which were vibrating from Zaya himself. The dragon's eyes began to glow white, beaming throughout the area. With a deep breath, he began to speak in a voice that wasn't his own, a female voice. "My friends, it's wonderful to see you again." Screams were tossed about the room. "Midnight Star?" Ali asked, her eyes full of tears. "Midnight Star, is that you?" "Yes," Zaya said again, but it wasn't really Zaya. It was Midnight Star who was using the dragon's voice to speak. "I am in the city formerly known as Sanctus Cruor. The city was run by Ortuzans before we chased them out. They had full control of the lands, but with the help of the Bloodlusters, we've gained the upper hand." "Did you say Bloodlusters?" Kyoto asked in a choking voice. "Yes, they've grown to be quite worthy allies," Midnight Star said happily. "We wolves led the charge on the city, with the Bloodlusters joining us to destroy the enemy. Everyone helped a great deal, but we couldn't have done it without the unicorns." "They actually decided to help you out," Kia said in disbelief. "Yes, the wolves and the unicorns have finally made their peace." "About time," Keanu said, shaking his head. "Are the others all right?" "Myself and my siblings are all safe and well. We are living comfortably here in the city while we sort out what to do next. The remaining fairies in the lands were enslaved by Ortuzans, but when we set them free, they took charge and renamed it Mortica City. Kiatana, the fairies desire for you to return, and to rule as queen once more within Mortica City's palace." "Me?" Kiatana asked, appearing bewildered. "There has never been a city of fairies in the lands, nor a palace for the monarchy to stay." "There is now," Midnight Star replied, "and as queen, it is your duty to return here and rebuild. Your people need you." "Mids, how can you talk to us like this?" Keanu asked, astounded. "What's going on?" Midnight Star sighed. "It's a long story, Keanu. Along my journey to find the assembly of the lands, I discovered that I am the last Skygazer, the bridge between the lands and Nesting's haven of the living and the dead. I have been given certain powers in order to keep the land safe. One of my abilities is the power to enter into a changer's mind and see what they're doing anywhere at any time. but I cannot do it forever. It's a skill that has kept me updated on what's going on and where you are." "That's vaguely creepy," Ali said. "But what about this dragon you sent?" "Zaya is my portal and protector. Through him I can speak and see through his eyes." "How long can you stay and talk to us like this?" Keanu asked. "Not very long. Even as a sky-gazer, my powers are limited."
"You didn't mention Lilja or Cornea or Lottie," Ionan broke in for the first time. "What about them?" Midnight Star didn't pause, though her words were soft.
"Aunt Lottie's still here. My parents are gone."
"No!" Ionan shouted, and his cry shook the very walls. "It can't be true!"
"My father died in battle defending those he loved. Mother couldn't last long without him," Midnight Star informed him sadly.
Ionan dropped his head. "They were old wolves besides. I am only glad Lilja died protecting that which he held most dear. It was the way he wanted to leave this world." Zaya's eyes flickered a few times, changing from their otherworldly, glowing exterior to a pair of normal reptilian pupils.
"I can't hold the connection much longer," Midnight Star said. "My powers are weakening. I have to go, but if you ever need to contact me, Zaya will be able to reach me." "I will make the journey to Mortica City and rule there when things have settled here," Kirtana vowed. "But until Winter is defeated, I cannot leave Southwild. Not when our allies in Nesting's Haven need our help." "Very well. I will inform the fairies of your decision," Midnight Star responded. "I will be in contact and wish you all luck." "Stay safe," Keanu whispered. The glowing in Zaya's eyes died until they were staring at a completely normal dragon once more. "Do you believe me now?" Zaya asked, shaking his head. He appeared sick. "Yeah, sure," Ali said grumpily. "Are you going to be all right?" Angel asked, and Keanu spoke the question aloud for her. "I'll be fine," Zaya groaned. "Having Midnight Star speak through me from such a long distance takes its toll, but I'm happy to do it. Excuse me, I have to go lie down." Sweeping out of the room quickly, Zaya exited to find a quiet spot somewhere to sleep. Ionan, now in a dampened mood, said, "We can't waste any more time in rescuing Anna and Makrel. I would use Midnight Star's powers to find where they are and break them out, but it appears she's at the extent of them. Our only option is to save them ourselves." "Breaking into Azazel is like trying to find a way into solid rock," Kyoto argued. "It's impenetrable."
"We must find a way," Ionan roared. "I will not let my brother and your sister rot within those walls. You and I will go. Sunset can come with us."
"The three of you isn't going to cut it," Soren said. "Let me, Vivi, and our changers come along. We can handle it."
"I cannot allow that. Teenagers attempting to break into Azazel? It's too dangerous. I'll send others," Ionan protested.
"There isn't anyone else you can ask," Soren pointed out. "Southwild has no more soldiers to give. This crew here is the best you've got."
Ionan seethed. "Very well."
"I want to help too," Lyrica said, walking to the middle of the room and raising her chin. "It's my job as the new Great One." "Lyrica, your father would never let you come with us, even if we thought that was okay," Kia said gently. "You haven't discovered your powers yet." "Daddy isn't here," Lyrica said, eyes welling with tears. "I know I can do this."
"The answer is no," Ionan said, shouting louder than he intended. Lyrica cowered against his voice, and he said, "It is bad enough Soren and Vivienne are coming along, but they're legally adults, even barely so. You're only a little child. You must stay here where it's safe." Lyrica's lip was trembling. Keanu opened his mouth to defend her before Kyoto added, "You're not going anywhere, Keanu. You're staying here too. You're not yet of age and you need to rest." "That's ridiculous," Keanu started. "Ali and Angel are enough to—" "Ali and Angel are wonderful fighters, but they put themselves at risk by coming with us," Ionan rumbled in a snappish tone. "It is best you three stay behind." Keanu shook his head. "Whatever. Come on, guys, let's go." Ali carried Keanu out of the room, with Mirabelle and Lyrica toting behind, and Angel bringing up the rear. At the last minute, Regan hitched up her skirts and ran after them. When Keanu got to his room, he slid off Ali's back and let out an enraged scream, punching his dresser. Lyrica winced at the reaction. "Ow!" he shouted, cradling his hand with his wrist. He'd bruised his knuckles while hitting the wood. "Damn it!" "That's what you get for being stupid," Regan said, sitting on his bed and crossing her ankles. "Everyone knows you can't throw a good punch." "I know I can't fight, okay?" Keanu shouted. "Everyone does. That's why I have to stay behind." "Keanu, calm down," Angel said, pushing him onto the bed beside Regan. "We can figure this out." "Any ideas?" Keanu asked, crossing his arms. "Because I sure as hell don't have any." "Angel's right. I'm not willing to sit here while Anna and Makrel are being tortured somewhere," Ali said, gazing out the balcony with a stubborn expression. Hello? They're in a war camp," Regan said. "You'd have to be crazy to break them out. I'm sure Ionan and the others can handle it." "Maybe Regan's right. Ionan, Sunset, and Kyoto are good fighters, and it's not like Soren and Zuna don't know how to defend themselves," Angel said. "Plus, with Vivi's magic, they'll be practically unstoppable." When Keanu voiced her opinion aloud, Lyrica stepped forward. "I think we should go, because I want to test out my powers," she said quietly. "Maybe if I'm in a dangerous situation, my Great One abilities will be forced to come out." "That's not going to work," Keanu said, shaking his head. "If I'm not going, you're definitely not going. Just accept it, okay?" Lyrica glared at Keanu, and the young prince turned away to avoid her gaze. Ali jumped onto the bed, changing into a lynx and adding, "I don't like it, but I guess we should sit this one out. It's not like we have a choice." "I know you're only staying behind because of me, Al," Keanu said quietly. "You don't have to pretend like you're not." Mirabelle nudged Lyrica from behind, snaking her way underneath her company's arm. Lyrica looked at her. Mirabelle glanced toward the open balcony where the sun was setting quickly. An expression of understanding flooded the fairy's eyes, and she nodded once. When Keanu wasn't looking, the two girls snuck out of his bedroom and out of sight. "It's not just that, Keanu," Ali said in an airy, fake tone. "I don't have to fight all the time." "Don't even. Fighting's all you know. I'm just useless." "You're not useless." Regan glanced around the room and noticed the two girls were gone. She got up from the bed and strode toward the door. "Where are you going?" Keanu asked, sitting up. "It doesn't matter," she said, waving a hand at him. "I'll be back." "Where do you have to go now?" he asked. She was gone before she gave an answer. Giving a dramatic sigh, Keanu flopped back down on the bed. "Nobody listens to me, do they?" Angel cooed in response. Chapter 2. Daughter of the King. Chameleon lay spread amongst a mass of embroidered pillows and fine silks, her thin body sinking into the luxurious bed that was the focal point of the elaborate room. A veil of soft lace fell around the four posters, shielding her from view. A crown of gold and rubies nested neatly upon her pink hair, glittering in what little light managed to pass through the narrow windows beside her. Her room was located in the north wing of Winter's vast castle. She had a writing desk in one corner, piled with quills and fresh parchment, but it was vastly untouched. Chameleon was desperately trying to figure out what had happened to her. She used to love writing. At one point she had composed and read poetry every day. Its meaning to her was as dear as the sun. Now she couldn't remember the last time she'd written a poem. She'd simply lost all interest in her old hobby. Poetry, once her dearest love, no longer mattered to her. Pumpkin and Martin rested soundlessly on a pillow by one of the windows. They were thinner than they had been in the past, the colour seemingly drained from their fur. They were wrapped around one another as they rested inside their memories, as if they were afraid of separation. Both wore thin black collars with gold lettering, a spell that Nineveh had made that would keep them from leaving the palace. If they took so much as a step off the grounds without the witch's permission, they would be brutally shocked. Chameleon had eagerly taken the collars. Though her changes had come with her willingly, Chameleon was still afraid they'd abandon her. and so would join the long list of those in her life that had betrayed her. In Chameleon's mind, it was better to keep them as prisoners than to lose them forever. A large mirror stood in one corner, tall enough to reflect someone twice her height. Jammed into the golden frame on one side was a drawing of herself. She had found it in Keanu's room under his bed. Before she and Darren left Southwild, she'd gone to Keanu's room and had searched for something, anything, to remember him by. The beautiful drawing was perfect, and all she had. She hadn't spoken to Keanu since they'd broken up, but despite their separation, she couldn't pull his voice from her head. She pushed the lacy veil aside and strode across the room, the small silk slippers she wore whispering against the wooden floor. Her gown rustled, layers of rich yellow satin running against one another, reflecting in the light. She stopped before the mirror, examining the drawing and taking in her own reflection. She had changed since the day Keanu had made that drawing. The chameleon Keanu had captured had a sparkle to her eyes and a bright smile. Her face was lovely, with a slight blush to her cheeks, pink hair falling in loose waves that framed her face. The girl in the mirror wasn't the same at all. Her face was sunken, and the colour of her cheeks had drained away into dark circles beneath both eyes. The bones in her face stood out sharply, as did the ones in the rest of her body. The sparkle that once danced behind her brightly coloured eyes had gone dim, leaving a cold expression of hatred behind. Her pink hair had fallen flat and was dry and frizzled, despite the tight bun she wore it in. Her gown clung to her torso, showing an impossibly thin waist, which thinned out into a mass of layers and bows. She wasn't the girl Keanu had sketched so long ago. Back then, she had believed every word that came from his mouth. She thought that life would get better if only she worked at it. She could recover from her godparents being kidnapped and her father being killed. She could heal from the fact that she'd killed her mother as a toddler with her own bare hands. Now, she knew she'd been wrong. Keanu had been another liar in her life, as had everyone else he spent his time with. She didn't need them anymore. She was a princess with the world at her fingertips. Winter was her father now. He was a king that could give her anything she desired. Wanting something to do, she gathered up her skirts to prevent them from dragging on the ground, opening the large wooden door. Her feet made little noise on the stones of the outer hallway as she moved toward the centre of the castle. After passing by 3 other doors, she saw the one belonging to Darren's room. It was slightly ajar, propped open with a stack of spell books he'd received from Nineveh. She stared inside. His room was smaller than hers, mainly because she'd demanded the larger one and he had been too meek to argue back. He sat hunched over a desk, rolls of parchment sprawled out in front of him. There were books everywhere, stacked to immense heights and towering above the bed frame. Darren had changed too. Physically, he looked the same as he had the day he left Southwild. The only difference was in the way he dressed. The beautifully made garments were fit for a prince, decorated with gold and silver threading upon a dark blue velvet. The crown upon his head was silver, adorned with a strange type of blue stone that Winter had chosen specifically for him. But despite his fine clothes, one could tell there was something wrong with Darren. The absence of his changer had done little to affect him physically, but his emotions were running wild. The smallest of comments would send him into a rage, one where he carelessly tossed out spells, not caring whom he harmed. Chameleon slipped into the room and stood before the open door, watching him through bloodshot eyes. He turned around and scowled. "What are you doing here, Chameleon? I thought you didn't want to see me." "I told you I didn't want to date you. There's a difference," Chameleon said harshly. "Okay." Darren bent back over his scrolls, obviously ignoring her. Chameleon sighed. Ever since she'd refused Darren's request to be his girlfriend, he'd treated her like she was a part of the furniture, ignoring her at best and taking out his frustration on her at worst. It was obvious he was only staying here to learn magic from Nineveh, though his reason for leaving Southwild was because he was jealous of Soren and Keanu for taking all of Chameleon's attention. Chameleon thought he was being terribly pathetic. She'd used him to break out of Southwild's dungeons. What did he expect? She'd fall in love with him? "Let's do something," Chameleon said, leaning against the doorframe. "I'm bored." "I can't help that," Darren said shortly. "I'm studying. It was your idea to come here in the first place. Don't blame me if it's not all you imagined." Her eyes flashed.
There are a ton of girls around the castle, Darren. You'd make yourself look less miserable if you'd ask one of them out, instead of pining after me all the time.
Just leave, Darren said, whipping around in his seat and glaring at her. I don't want you here.
Why should I? She questioned, walking farther into his room just to test him. You aren't the boss of me. Darren clenched his fists, preparing to stand. Then he shook his head and sighed. Please, Chameleon, just go. He looked up at her, and she cringed. He was afraid of her. Nothing more than a coward. If it had been Keanu, she would have been the one trying to back away and end the anger. But Darren wasn't Keanu. She didn't say anything more, just stormed out of the room quickly. Cowardly people disgusted her. They were always hiding and looking to others to save them. What did I ever do to him anyway? She asked herself. She rushed down the hallway at a quick pace, then descended down a flight of stairs that curved beautifully around an ivory pillar. The front hall was ornately decorated, piles of jewels collecting on the floor as if they were discarded trinkets, furs and tapestries hanging from the wall. A large silver idol of Winter stood just below a large balcony. A golden Nineveh stood beside him, her face upturned to look directly at his. Winter had promised that one day soon, Chameleon's idol would be there as well. She had asked for it to be made in ivory, so the clean white would make her appear as innocent as a newborn infant. Although work on such a statue had not yet begun, she still believed that it would be there one day. After all, why would Winter lie to her? He was a king and got whatever he wanted. There was no reason to hide the truth when you controlled the world. She walked past the idols and headed straight toward the large double doors. She grabbed the carved handles and pulled roughly. The doors didn't open, so she tried to push them instead. There was still no movement, but she heard the sound of a lock clicking faintly. She locked her eyes on a guard dressed in silver armor that was watching her carefully. "Open these doors, will you?" she ordered.
"I'm not authorized to do that," the guard replied reluctantly, eyeing her.
"I don't care," Chameleon snapped. "I'm the daughter of the king. Open this door immediately."
"Only Winter and Nineveh are allowed to exit the palace," he told her, standing firm but dropping his gaze.
"What? Who made this ridiculous rule?" Chameleon snarled. "I demand to be let out." "What's all this commotion about?" Winter's frustrated voice drifted into the gallery. He was wearing a large silver crown decorated with sapphires and amethysts, a black shirt made of silk, covered by a dark blue velvet cape. The anger in his voice melted into a sickly sweet drawl when he saw her. "Ah, Chameleon, what seems to be the problem?" "This stupid idiot won't let me out." Chameleon placed both hands on her hips and glared at the guard. "Whatever could you need outside, child?" Winter took a few steps closer to her, smiling. "Everything you could ever want is right here." "I haven't seen the sun in days," Chameleon retorted. "I only want to go for a walk." "You receive plenty of sunlight from the windows, dear," Winter said. "You should stay indoors. It's dangerous out there for a princess. Our enemies still wish to kill us." "I can take care of myself," Chameleon sneered. "I was doing it long before I met you." "Please, Chameleon, I couldn't bear to see you hurt." Winter's voice dripped with poison, and he placed a hand on Chameleon's shoulder. "Why don't you head back up to your room?" Chameleon shivered as he touched her. His hand was cold, but that wasn't why his touch sent quivers rippling through her skin. She noticed how coolly pale his skin was, how the brown richness of his eyes matched his long hair, how soft his thin lips appeared to be. He was truly the handsomest man she'd ever seen. "Come along with me," Winter said. He moved his hand downward, placing it on the small of her back firmly, his touch gliding along the skin her dress exposed at the back. "I'll walk you back up to your room." As Winter guided her up the steps, Chameleon found her breath quickening as Winter's touch drifted even lower. She clutched onto the banister to prevent herself from falling over, feeling faint as they reached her doorway. "Here we are." Winter leaned downward and pressed his chilling, cold lips to her cheek gently. "Stay up here, lovely. We don't want you getting into trouble." His meaningful gaze swept her up and down as he left. Chameleon fumbled with the doorknob, tripping into her room and falling upon an armoire, waking up her changers. "What's going on?" Martin asked, jerking his head up and blinking. If she heard him, she made no attempt to respond. Chameleon clutched her hands to her middle nervously, trying to catch her breath. Her chest was still fluttering. Winter had adopted her, called her his daughter, and taken her in as one of his own. But she didn't feel the slightest bit guilty for letting her mind run away with fantasies. The only thought caressing her gently was the realization that when she gazed at Winter, she completely forgot about Keanu. The fairy didn't exist anymore to her. Who was he anyway? Keanu was weak, forgettable. Winter was a noble king, a god. He was someone worthy of her appreciation and worship. Chameleon let down her hair and shook it, the frizzy pink curls turning into bright red luscious locks. She immediately flung open her armoire and began grabbing dresses, tossing anything to the floor that would cover her body in the slightest way. From the bed, Pumpkin and Martin watched. Darren looked down at the masses of spellbooks before him and smiled. In the past few days he had found a peaceful serenity in the strange incantations, these dark words that were his refuge. He didn't know what language the spells were written in, but he could speak every word of it with the fluency of someone born speaking it. Although, he had to admit, he was beginning to grow bored of rereading them over and over again. Darren wished for a challenge. He rose to his feet. He never left his quarters for any reason except for his weekly training sessions with Nineveh. Usually she would take him to the courtyard and they would throw spells back and forth. She'd teach him new techniques as his skills developed. He'd been excited at first, but Nineveh was instructing him at an increasingly slow pace. It was obvious she was hardly interested in teaching him how to be a great warlock. He needed more. Darren was born different. He knew from the moment he entered Bumbleberry University he wasn't like the other students. Darren never told anyone about his powers, not even Soren, fearing he'd be persecuted for using them if anyone ever found out. He'd always been able to do small things, like make puffs of smoke spin out of his hands, but he hadn't been able to cast anything of use until he'd flown to Southwild and had located some misused, abandoned spellbooks in Ignis's library. Darren wondered why they'd been there, as dark magic was obviously prohibited in Southwild. But the books were so dusty that Darren figured a warlock or witch must have left them there in a time before dark magic was outlawed and they'd never been removed. As he practiced with them, Darren realized that he had something that most people didn't. He understood that he wouldn't have to be afraid of being tormented by bullies anymore. He didn't have to worry about getting shoved into lockers or being teased relentlessly. Now, people had a reason to be afraid of him, instead of it being the other way around. At night, Darren would lock his door and practice the spells he already knew until the candle would burn all the way down to its holder. During the day, he kept the door propped open, so he didn't feel totally alone. But now, as he was swatting away at the remnants of smoke, he regretted the decision. Chameleon pranced around the palace as if she owned the place, and he was quickly growing tired of her. Darren knew she was a great deal stronger than he was, and Nineveh would make sure he paid for it if he attempted to hurt the girl. She'd made that plainly clear. The blackened char marks around his room were proof of all the anger he'd stored up in him because of the favoritism during the last few weeks. His temper was short now, and when he was angry he lashed out the only way he knew how. The magic was too easy to tap into. All it took was a word and a flick of the wrist for dark flames to shoot across the room and sear everything in its path. "I need a new arsenal," he muttered, placing a hand under his chin, "something to really terrify them." He stared at the massive piles of books around him. They all had something to offer, but they couldn't give him the grand power he wanted. There were books on healing, flying, and everything he could imagine, yet there were no books on spells that could hurt people. But he knew where he could get the spells he wanted. Nineveh had a private library full of them that she kept to herself. All he had to do was get in. "That can't be too hard, can it?" he asked himself. He shrugged and headed out. Darren walked slowly, pressing a notch in the wall so a portrait opened like a door. He stepped through, closing the portrait behind him. He was met with a mass of dark hallways, the walls bare, undecorated stone. Winter only spent time and money on the halls that everyone would see, and very few would ever receive the privilege of roaming these secret passageways. Chameleon didn't know these halls existed. Darren was only aware of them because Nineveh insisted on showing him. This was her favourite way to travel, running through the shadows secretly to pop out of nowhere, surprising those she met with death or fright. Nobles and lords who lived in the castle feared her, as she could arrive anywhere at any moment, and because she was queen, she wouldn't face a trial if she killed someone just because she was in a bad mood. It was dark back here, but his eyes adjusted quickly. He needed no candle to move down the hall. He went down several flights of stairs within the hidden passageway until he was underneath the palace, entering the catacombs. It was a great deal colder down here than it was everywhere else. He began to shiver. "I just have to find that door," he muttered. There were several on either side of him, but he was looking for the one with a lock. He had been down in this section of the palace only once before, when Nineveh had first showed him the hidden library. She had given him a stack of books and then sent him to his room. He hadn't been allowed to enter the library, just made to stand outside until she returned with the books she wanted him to read. Abruptly, he turned a corner, and there it was. The door was ashen black, with strings of pearls travelling over it in no particular pattern. Huge metal chains crisscrossed over the surface, and a gigantic lock held them together in the centre. Darren reached out and touched the chain. He knew he wasn't supposed to be here alone. Fear struck him. What if Nineveh was already in the library? She wouldn't be happy if she saw him trying to break in. She might even lose her temper and try to kill him. Winter wouldn't be mad. He only wanted Chameleon. It was no matter to the king if Darren lived or died. Darren pushed these thoughts away. His desire for power was greater than his fear of Nineveh. "I'll just take a second," he told himself. He waved his hand and a dark key materialized in mid-air, falling into the middle of his hand. He put the key inside the lock and the heavy iron fell off the chains effortlessly, landing on the stone floor with a loud clang. Too easy. Darren pushed the door open and lit a torch on the wall with his dark fire, peering around. He was alone. Chapter 3. Azazel. When Keanu woke up the next morning, he felt like he hadn't slept. He was nauseated, his stomach twisting into knots. There was a tingling sensation all over his body, and saliva collected in his mouth. He felt confused and out of focus. "Keanu, what's wrong?" Angel asked, padding up to him as a white fox from her place at the corner of the bed. "I can tell a seizure is coming," he said, grimacing into his pillow. "I don't think I can get up." Allie, the lynx, was staring at him from her side of the bed, blinking calmly. He'd just had a seizure last night, and the fairy thought he couldn't stand having yet another this morning. Keanu tried taking even breaths, and the tingling sensation passed. He slowly got out of bed. Allie leapt to the floor, transforming into a griffin. "Lean against me," she said. "I'll help you get dressed." It took him forever to put on a pair of long trousers, his boots, and a tunic. He had trouble fastening his belt around his waist. Angel did it for him, humming patiently as she did so. "I can't even dress myself anymore." Keanu looked down at his dingy boots, frowning. "It doesn't matter what you can and cannot do," Allie said bluntly. "What matters is you're here with us." "Get on my back," Angel said. She changed into a white griffin, paralleling her sister. "I don't want to ride, I want to walk." Keanu progressed toward his door at a snail's pace, pushing it open. He found Soren leaning against the wall. He was watching various changers and accompanies run throughout the halls who were obviously in a very big hurry. "What's going on?" Keanu asked. "Mirabelle and Lyrica have gone missing," Soren told him. "I've been waiting to tell you. We can't find them anywhere." "Why didn't you come tell me right away?" Keanu hissed, furious. "You need your rest," Soren said firmly. "My cousin is missing. I need to be out there looking for her," Keanu said indignantly. "I care about her too," Soren said, grasping his arm firmly. "We're going to find her, Keanu. We just have to figure out where she went. 2 little girls couldn't have gotten far." Keanu tried to clamber on Angel's back, unsuccessfully. When he couldn't, Allie helped him up. The 2 griffins ran throughout the palace, Soren trailing behind. When the boys had scaled the whole building with no progress, they stood on the golden bridge beside Southwild's massive indoor waterfall, unsure of what to do. Angel nervously danced underneath Keanu, while Ali continued the search. "This is crazy. Why would they leave without telling someone where they went?" Soren asked. Keanu smacked himself in the head as something struck him. "I know where they've gone," he said, dread filling his voice. "They went to save Anna and Makrel." "What, from Azazel?" Soren gasped. "No, there's no way they'd go there." "Lyrica was talking about it last night. She's trying to be the Great One and save the day," Keanu said. He asked Angel to turn around, and she started carrying him up the steps. "There's someone who might have gone after them, but—" Ali beat them all to it. She was waiting for them in the human girl's room. "Reagan's gone too," Ali said breathlessly. "I'm betting she tried convincing the girls to stay behind, and when she couldn't, she went with them to try and protect them." "Why would Reagan do that?" Keanu asked, astounded. "She only thinks of herself." "You don't know that bitch like I do," Ali informed him with a nod. "She cares a lot more than she lets on." "Guys, we have to be sure about this," Soren said. "If we're going to bring this to Ignis, we have to have some sort of proof." Just at that moment, Zorna came flying over the balcony in Reagan's room, carrying an accompany in his griffin talons. He threw the stranger onto Reagan's bed, hovering over him threateningly. "I caught this one trying to sneak out," Zorna said, looking at Soren. The griffin was carrying something else in his claws, though it was indistinguishable in his grasp. "Why didn't you go to Ignis?" Keanu asked, watching the stranger shuffle backwards on the bed, terrified. "Soren first, then Ignis." Soren took a step forward, looking the stranger in the eye. "Why were you trying to sneak out? I've never seen you here before." "There are thousands of companies in Southwild," the stranger sneered. "I wasn't sneaking anywhere." "Is that why you were carrying this?" Zorna asked. He threw what he'd been carrying onto the floor. It was a dagger, dark blue in colour. It had a long purple insignia of a thin icicle upon the hilt. "It's got Winter's sigil." "I found it on one of the soldiers," the company said quickly. "I wanted to keep it." "You're a liar," Soren snarled. He grasped the man by the throat, tightening his grip. "You're one of his spies, aren't you?" "Soren!" Angel gasped. "We don't know anything about this company. Keanu, tell him to stop." "Soren, be careful," Keanu warned. Soren ignored him. Zorna placed a foot on the company, holding him to the bed while taking an arm in his beak. "Tell us where they went," Soren threatened, "or I'll tell my changer to bite your arm in two." "I don't know who you're talking about," the company hissed, but Zorna clamped down on the limb, drawing blood. "Had enough?" Soren asked. Zorna bit harder, and the stranger screamed in pain. His blood flowed freely through the fabric of his shirt, pooling onto the bed. "Keanu, do something! This is madness!" Angel cried. Neither Keanu nor Ali made a move, only stared. "All right!" the company cried, just as they heard the cracking of bone underneath Zorna's beak. "I'll tell you the truth. Just please don't hurt me." "Who are you?" Soren snarled, grasping the company's bloody arm. He squeezed hard and more blood gushed forth. "Why are you here?" "Winter made some of us stay behind to spy on Southwild. I was supposed to kidnap Ionan's daughter, but she did the work for me," the stranger gasped in pain. "She left, along with her company and a human girl. I watched them go, and my changer left to alert the others so they could prepare to catch her when she arrived. Let me go! Let me go!" "You're not going anywhere," Soren snarled. He pulled his hand off the company, which was filthy with blood, and bunched it into a fist. He slugged the stranger across the face, knocking him out. Zorna released his hold. Soren turned to look at the stunned expressions of his companions. "We're going to need him later," he said, "for more questioning." Keanu looked away. "Let's just take him to Ignis." Ignis was stunned when Soren tossed the company's unconscious body in front of him minutes later in the courtroom. Ionan, Sunset, Kia, and Kyoto were at his side, and were staring at the drying blood on Soren's hand. "Call a rescue party. Reagan, Lyrica, and Mirabelle went to Azazel," Soren said. Sunset's eyes contracted. "No, not my baby." "Don't worry, my love, we'll find her," Ionan said, caressing her cheek with his head. "How do you know, Soren?" Soren looked at the company with the twisted and mangled arm, emotion absent from his face. "It doesn't matter." Kia gasped. Kyoto placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Soren, are you completely sure? He could have been feeding you lies." "I don't think he was," Keanu broke in. "We figured Mirabelle and Lyrica ran away before we found the spy. He just confirmed our fears." "That means there are more spies in the palace," Ignis mumbled. "This bodes ill for Southwild." Ignis looked to 2 guards flanking the room. "Take this spy to the dungeons, and make sure this one doesn't leave."
"But why would the girls go to Azazel?"
Ionan asked, as the guards obeyed Ignis's orders, dragging the bloody spy out of the room.
"This makes no sense."
"Lyrica wants to prove herself," Keanu said. "She thinks if she saves Anna and Makrel, she'll be able to become the Great One and stop the war."
"Oh no!"
Ionan dropped his head.
"Why was I so hard on them? I should have been gentler. I've chased them out myself."
"It's not your fault, Ionan." Kyoto laid a hand on the dragon's side. "We'll just have to leave earlier than we intended. Maybe if we head out now, we can still catch them before they reach Azazel." "What about Kasif?" Kia asked, looking up at her husband. "Keep him preoccupied until we get back," Kyoto said. "We can't tell him Lyrica's gone. He's already half mad from losing Vixen. He'll only slow us up." Kyoto climbed onto Ionan, Zorna transformed into a Pegasus, and Soren got on his back, turning the other way. "We need to get Vivi and Melody. There's no time to waste," Soren said. "Soren!" Keanu reached out and grabbed his cousin's arm. The boy looked at him, and Keanu recoiled at his harsh gaze. "You have to keep a level head out there. If you don't, you could get killed." "I know what I have to do," Soren said coldly. "You don't need to tell me." "Soren, this is important. Can't you see you're becoming just like your father?" Keanu whispered. "I am nothing like him," Soren snapped, his temper erupting. "I did what I had to do in order to find Lyrica and Mirabelle. Don't act like you wouldn't have done the same thing." Soren tapped his heels to Zorna's sides, and the Pegasus took off in a run. Keanu, Angel, and Ali watched them gallop out of the courtroom, sending the doors swinging. Tilting her head, Angel asked, "Do you really think Soren is becoming like Winter?" "Let's hope not, because if he is, what's the point in fighting this war in the first place?" Ali noted. Keanu said nothing. There was a part of the prophecy he purposely hadn't brought up to the others during their meeting. It was an unspoken sentence that threatened to divide all of them. The cruel man's son will call, and then betray you all. He hadn't forgotten the words of the prophecy, and he was sure none of the others had either. Keanu knew Soren was destined to turn his back on them. He only wished with all his heart that the prophecy wasn't right. Soren had a temper, but he was kind-hearted and full of compassion. His cousin had stated again and again that he would rather die than become a monster like his father. If this war would make Soren change, what hope was there for the rest of them? Regan did her best to put on a brave face as 5 heavily armed, hulking guards maneuvered her through the small catacombs. The hallways in Azazel were far underneath the earth, composed of nothing but grey stone and iron bars, lit only by dim torches. Lyrica and Mirabelle were behind her, tightly pressed against each other and looking terrified. She'd caught the girls leaving during the middle of the night. She'd tried to convince them to stay, but they stubbornly insisted this was something they had to do. Regan had badgered them into taking her along, as Mirabelle was big enough now to carry 2 people. She'd attempted to manipulate the girls into turning around, but by the time she did, an army of Changers assaulted them in the sky. The Changers had captured them and brought them here, to Azazel. Regan figured their enemies must have known they were coming to surprise them like that. There was no other explanation. She'd heard Azazel was a terrible place, but this was something out of a nightmare. The cells had a reeking, foul odour that swamped her nose, and a mass of moss and fungi was growing from the cracks in the wet stone. The only light that brimmed in the cells came from small candles on the floor, which were burning the last of their wicks. While there wasn't water, there were puddles of dark and metallic blood oozing from the captives held here. Regan glanced at the prisoners. She couldn't get a good look at them, but most were losing fur or hair, covered in sores and smelling of disease. Regan wondered how long she and the girls would last down here, and figured it wouldn't be long. The guard opened a cell and roughly pushed Regan inside. She fell on the floor and landed in a murky puddle. Mirabelle and Lyrica stumbled in after her, and the door to the cell clanked shut with a creaking, ominous sound.
"How are we going to live?" Mirabelle broke the silence, her claws clacking on the bare stone. "There's no sunlight down here, and if this is a prison for changers and accompanies, they're certainly not bringing us food."
Regan gulped. She hadn't considered the possibility that she and Lyrica would starve before they'd be rescued. "I don't know." She expected prisons to be silent, but Azazel was loud. The anguished moans of changers and accompanies as they died created a haunted, dim chorus. Lyrica was crying. Regan got out of the puddle and hugged the girl, swallowing her own tears and trying to be brave.
"Don't cry, Lyrica. We'll figure out a way to escape."
"No one escapes from Azazel,"
Lyrica said with a whimper.
"People die here."
"Well, they haven't met us yet, have they?" Regan forced a smile, though she knew Lyrica couldn't see it in the dark.
"Papa will come get us,"
Mirabelle said, and Regan was surprised at the changer's courage.
"I know he will. My father's probably outside already, trying to figure out a way in. It'll be all right."
Lyrica sniffed.
"If I had my powers, we could get out on our own."
"Maybe you'll get them soon," Regan said, not knowing what else to say. "Let's just calm down. We'll be okay, I promise."
Lyrica pulled away from Regan and leaned on Mirabelle.
"I'll be okay, as long as Mirabelle doesn't leave my sight."
"You too, Lyrica." Mirabelle began to hum a soft, sweet tune. The girls crawled to the driest corner of their cell and huddled together, taking comfort in the changer's beautiful voice against the symphony of tortured cries around them. Several hours trickled slowly by, the passage of time marked by the water dripping from the ceiling to a puddle collecting at their feet. Regan couldn't tell whether it was day or night. Nothing changed down here. As the minutes ticked by, the prisoners became more anxious, shifting and groaning against their bars. Fear overwhelmed the stocks, until Regan felt herself nearly be suffocated by it.
"I can't go back out there again. My hands are worked to the bone. I can't do this."
A prisoner cried out, his voice echoing throughout the block.
"Hush, you fool," someone whispered from another cell. "They're coming."
The cell door opened. A guard waved a torch in Regan's face as he screamed,
"Get up!"
"Where are we going?" Regan asked, clutching Lyrica to her. The small girl had awoken and looked scared when the guard yelled. Mirabelle gave a warning growl.
"Let's go!"
The guard grabbed Regan, pulling her by the hair out of the cell. Not wanting to attract attention, Regan clawed her way free and grabbed Mirabelle and Lyrica as they, along with the other prisoners, were herded out of Azazel's dungeons. When the doors to the outside world opened, Regan cast a hand over her face. As her eyes adjusted to the brightness of Nesting's Haven, she saw hundreds of changers and accompanies labouring away on what looked like tall statues. Some prisoners used picks to tap away at the idols, while others worked on making bricks with mud or straw, hauling large stones from one place to the other. There were no prison uniforms. The accompanies simply worked with the tattered, filthy clothes they had on, eyes avoiding the gaze of the guards.
"You're coming with me,"
a guard pointed at Mirabelle. The dragon hissed, exposing her long fangs. The guard reached for his sword, but Lyrica jumped in front of her changer.
"No, Mirabelle, go with him."
Lyrica's eyes were pleading, and the young dragon reluctantly left her accompany's side. Lyrica and Regan watched as Mirabelle was loaded with heavy stones. She was forced to carry them to the other side of the prison yard, where large accompanies were breaking them with hammers.
"You two, over here!"
The guard grabbed Lyrica and Regan, leading them to a grouping of wash basins filled with dirty water. The underclothes of guards were laying on the sand. He pointed to them. The girls didn't need to be told what to do. They obediently started washing the clothes, along with the other prisoners gathered around them. Regan wrinkled her nose at the black, filthy water, but she forced herself to put her hands inside of it and begin working anyway. Soon, Regan was glad for the water. Nesting's Haven was hot, and without shelter from the sun, she and Lyrica quickly began to wilt under its intense glare. An accompany at Regan's side fainted from heatstroke. The guards didn't do anything, just let her lie there as the labour of her companions continued.
"Maybe we can find Anna and Mackerel,"
Lyrica whispered as they worked, looking down at her raw hands. They were already beginning to wear from washing the clothes. And what do they look like? Regan hushed back.
Anna's really tall, with black hair. Makrel's a human, like you. Golden hair, like his eyes.
That could be anyone in this place. No one was distinguishable under the dirt and grime of the prison. Regan kept an eye out, but she didn't see anyone with those features in the prison yard. Regan's throat grew parched and raw. The water she'd found so disgusting before only looked appealing. When the guard wasn't looking, Regan dipped her head and lapped at the water, desperate for a drink. She ignored the soap buds and wretched taste from the dirty underclothes. She needed water, and she knew she wasn't going to get it anywhere else inside the prison.
"What are you doing?"
Lyrica asked, parched. She was just as thirsty as Regan was.
"Drink it, quick,"
Regan said, wiping her mouth, "before the guards see." Lyrica made a face, then dunked her head down to sip at the water in her basin. As she drew her head back up, she started coughing, turning green from the contaminated water.
"You're okay,"
Regan whispered, pressing a shoulder against her to get the fairy to contain her nausea.
"Keep it down. You need it." "That was disgusting. Do you think they'll let us eat soon?"
Lyrica whispered, looking like she was going to throw up. "I don't know." Regan did, though. She just didn't want to give Lyrica the answer. The sun began to dive into the sky. When it was dark, the guards barked at them to return to their cells. Regan and Lyrica followed the soldier who had taken them out of their cell earlier, keeping their eyes down. They hadn't been given any food or clean water. Regan's stomach rumbled. The cool cell was a haven compared to the swelter of the prison yard. When they were shoved inside once again, Mirabelle was already there, spread across the ground and panting. Several long cuts laced across her scales, cracked from the heat and marred with sand.
"Mirabelle!"
Lyrica crawled to her changer, placing the dragon's head onto her lap.
"What did they do to you?"
Mirabelle was crying. Large tears leaked out from under her lids as she said, "I couldn't carry the large bricks anymore. They were too heavy. When I fell down, they took a whip and beat me. I fell under the heat of the sun, and they carried me back here."
"Oh, Mirabelle!"
Lyrica put her head against her changers and started crying with her. Regan looked at the gashes on Mirabelle's back, but there was nothing she could do to treat them without supplies. Regan cleared her throat and moved closer to the two girls. "Hey guys, none of that," she said, struggling to keep a cheery voice. "You need to keep your strength up in a place like this."
"How can we do that?"
Lyrica screamed, and Mirabelle sobbed louder.
"How can we be strong when they do this to us?"
Regan's lip wobbled as she watched the two girls cry. She was seconds from breaking down herself, but she knew she had to be a role model for these girls, because if she wasn't, they were as good as dead down here. She'd seen plenty of tough times back in the slums of the inner city. Time to put that experience to work. Regan thought hard. What could possibly take the girls' minds off this hellhole? She thought of Mirabelle's humming last night, and it clicked. Mirabelle and Lyrica could sing anywhere, even in a place as awful as this.
"Mirabelle,"
Regan said gently, scooting near the dragon.
"Why don't you sing a song? It might make you feel better."
"I don't think I can,"
Mirabelle whispered.
"It hurts too much."
"Yes, you can. I know you can,"
Regan said firmly.
"She doesn't want to sing. Leave her alone,"
Lyrica snapped, clutching her changer.
"Listen, these guards can take everything from us and do whatever they want to us,"
Regan said, grasping Lyrica's shoulder.
"But they can't make you stop singing. So why don't you show them what's up?"
Lyrica blinked. The fairy didn't make a sound, but slowly Mirabelle raised her head. In a wavering voice, still full of tears, the dragon began to whimper a low tune. A rock clattered to the floor somewhere nearby. Mirabelle hesitated for a minute, then continued, her voice growing stronger as she continued to sing. Lyrica gave a tiny smile. Mirabelle paused her song, listening.
"Hey, girlie, don't stop,"
someone encouraged from a few cells down, their voice echoing through the hallway.
"Yeah, your voice brings light to this pitiful place,"
a changer shouted out.
"Please, sing some more."
Mirabelle beamed. She took a deep breath, her voice growing louder with each word. Lyrica joined in, the voices of the two girls ringing throughout the misery of Azazel. "That's it," Regan said, a small bout of joy growing inside her. The two girls kept on singing. The voices of their cellmates joined in, creating a soft, gentle song that whispered along the harsh bars and rotting stone. Regan made a promise to herself. She knew they would die down here, but until they did, she'd keep these girls going. The library was massive and cavernous. Each wall was covered with thousands upon thousands of books, stacked on bookcases that towered up to the high ceiling. In the centre of the library was a single table, a chair sitting next to it. Nineveh had sparsely decorated it because she believed no one would be here except her. Darren scanned the shelves with a small ball of light he held in his hand. The books didn't seem to be organised in a way Darren could identify. He wandered about aimlessly, reading titles in languages he'd never heard of.
"How do I know which ones I want?" he questioned, spinning in a circle and trying to take everything in. "There's too many here."
"You're a fool, Darren." Darren jumped at the sound of the Queen's voice. Nineveh was standing in the entranceway, black fire brimming from her fingertips. Darren felt his heart leap into his throat. Nineveh had caught him.
"Oh, I'm sorry," he sputtered, falling to his knees and cowering before her. "I finished my books and was looking for something else. You were asleep. I didn't want to wake you."
Nineveh scoffed at the pathetic excuse. She slowly trailed inside, the expression on her face unreadable. "So you snuck down here and broke my lock?" She circled him, the fire growing larger in her hands. "What are you looking for? This is my library, not yours." Darren dropped his head to get away from her gaze. He knew it would be foolish to lie to Nineveh. She'd only punish him more.
"Something violent and painful."
"A torture spell?" Nineveh questioned. "You aren't anywhere near strong enough to handle something like that." She pulled a book off the shelf and caressed it gently, opening it slightly. "Take another beginner's book. Build your strength. If you get in control of your magic, maybe I will give you something stronger." Darren's mouth was dry as he got to his feet. He couldn't believe she hadn't killed him yet.
"I just thought that maybe I could be a better warlock if I had something with more power behind it."
"You're not ready," she snapped, shutting the book. "Go back upstairs and take this one with you." She shoved the thick book into his hands, and he scowled. The words "Healing for Beginners" were etched in silver lettering upon it.
"I already have a book about healing," he protested. "I have 4 to be exact. This is useless to me."
"Well, then don't take it." Nineveh grabbed the book, wrenched it out of his hands and tossed it carelessly to the floor. It landed with a loud clap. "Either way, you need to get out of my library." Nineveh clenched her fists, and the fire at her fingers grew larger. Darren turned to leave, knowing he had no chance against his teacher. But as he moved toward the door, a thought struck him. He had always been bossed around, first by his parents, then by bullies at school, and then Chameleon. He wasn't about to give another person that power over him.
"I won't leave without what I came for."
He turned and locked eyes with Nineveh, a dark spell of his own budding in his palm.
"I came for something evil and you're going to give it to me."
Nineveh narrowed her eyes, watching him carefully. "You can't possibly think you have any kind of power over me. You're just a kid."
"No," Darren shouted. "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a master of the dark arts."
Darren cast a ball of dark flame, sending it shooting across the room straight toward Nineveh's chest. Long before it reached her, it sputtered into nothing but smoke. Nineveh stood before him, shaking her head. "You don't have any true power, Darren. You're too weak." Nineveh paused, and then pulled 2 books off the shelf behind her. "But here, take these. They should quench your sudden thirst."
"You're giving them to me?"
Darren looked at the black books in her hand. They were encased in leather and had inscriptions on them Darren couldn't understand.
"Just like that?"
Nineveh laughed cruelly. "You don't know your boundaries, Darren, and I find it more entertaining to make you discover them yourself than to try and hide them from you. Magic can kill you if you use it before you're ready. If you're willing to take that risk, I find it too meddlesome to stop you." She turned and caressed her fingertips over the spines of books, looking for something. "Now leave, before I change my mind and make you suffer the consequences." Darren chewed her words over in his mind for a moment.
"I don't have boundaries," he said confidently, walking out the door. He closed it behind him, leaving the locks where they hung.
I'll show her, he whispered to himself. I have more power than she thinks.
Chameleon gazed at herself in the mirror, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear nervously. She'd transformed her red hair so it fell past her waist and made her eyes dark with long, thick lashes. The velvet dress she wore wrapped tightly around her hips and cascaded down her long legs, while a tight corset pushed up her breasts. Makeup dotted her cheeks and lips. She felt radiant, but is that how he would see her? Would he even notice her? He was married to Nineveh, after all, who was absolutely gorgeous. Even with her powers of transformation, Chameleon didn't feel like she could measure up to the dark beauty of the witch. Chameleon gritted her hands into fists, cutting her palms with her long nails. She couldn't doubt herself, not now.
Chameleon, what are you doing?
Martin padded up to her, wriggling his nose. The ferret's head bobbed up and down as he observed his accompanier's attire.
Why are you dressed like that?
It's none of your business, Chameleon snapped.
It is our business. You're our company.
Pumpkin took her brother's side, lashing her fluffy tail back and forth.
We're supposed to protect you from making irrational decisions, and this is the worst decision you could possibly make.
I don't take orders from you, Chameleon said angrily. Why don't you get out of my face? She strode to her window and unlatched it, pointing to the outside world. Martin and Pumpkin both transformed into tiny birds, hopping onto the windowsill.
Gladly,
Martin muttered under his breath, spreading his wings. Chameleon didn't watch them leave. She only continued brushing her long, silken hair with a silver comb, gazing at her reflection vainly. He wants me, she told herself. I'll make him want me. There were footsteps echoing across the hall. Darren was probably out there being creepy. Her door creaked open slightly. She stiffened, slapping the comb back onto her desk. Get out of here, Darren. No one wants you around. I'm not Darren, child. Winter's beautifully framed face came into view as he pushed the door open. Chameleon's heart thumped quickly, spurring her upward as her body screamed its needs. Before, she would never dared to go after the king. Now, lust was pushing away any sense of caution. What would a king be doing here? She said, daring to tease him as she moved closer. She risked putting a hand on his chest. To her immense shock, he didn't pull away. What a king always does, he responded lowly, getting exactly what he wants, when he wants it. Chameleon giggled nervously as Winter's hand entwined in her hair, yanking her head back. His hold was firm, tight. "And what is it that you want, my lord?" she whispered, the words escaping from her lips like a plea. "You." Winter leaned down and kissed her with a power that terrified her, yet excited her at the same time. His tongue invaded her mouth, his grip rough and demanding. Chameleon found she couldn't pull away. Winter was inescapable, and she liked it. Winter shoved her onto the bed, striding her hips and grabbing both of her wrists, forcing them above her head and pinning her to the mattress. "I can't promise this won't hurt," Winter said. His lips ran along her neck as he kissed her, teeth biting harshly at her ear and drawing blood. "I'm not gentle with those I take." "Do what you want with me, my king," Chameleon gasped. "I'm all yours." Winter's hand encompassed her neck, squeezing the air from her lungs as he kissed her. Chameleon lost herself in fantasies. Her wish had come true. Chapter 4. Jailbreak. "That's it?" Sunset asked. Her eyes filled with terror. "That's where my baby is?" The rescue team hid behind a large outcropping of rock a short distance from Azazel, on a cliffside overlooking the prison. The moon cast an eerie glow upon the prison, the moonlight rippling across its foreboding watchtowers and heavily guarded blocks. The stone wall circling the war camp was their biggest obstacle. It was 7 times the size of any dragon, and was patrolled by changers, who soared through the skies above it. "And that?" Soren said. "How are we supposed to create a distraction for that?" By the entrance, hundreds of guards patrolled back and forth, wearing Winter's insignia and carrying weapons, their changers nearby. There were far too many soldiers for the group to fight, and that didn't count all the enemies who were waiting inside. The fortress appeared impossible to enter. No one was getting in or out. "It'll be more dangerous inside the catacombs than it will be outside,"
Ionan said. "This has to work tonight. If this plan goes wrong, we all fail."
"You don't need to lighten the mood, Ionan. I'm sure we're not taking this as seriously as we should be," Kyoto threw in.
"Kyoto, be quiet. You're getting like your wife." Ionan rolled his eyes.
"Zaya, do you think you can get inside a changer's head so we can see what's going on in there?" Soren asked, casting a glance at the white dragon. Zaya had insisted on coming along to save his sister, despite being exhausted from his former journey. Zaya shook his head. "Midnight Star can do that, not me. And at the current moment I'm so tired I can't even reach across the sea to talk to her. She could do it through my eyes if I had the strength, but I don't."
"Kyoto and I will lead Viviana and Melody underneath Azazel," Ionan said. "We were once stationed here during our time in the army and know the place well. Sunset, my dear, you, Zorna, and Soren must create a diversion to get the attention of the guards and distract them from their duties while we look for the others, but you mustn't get caught."
"They can try to catch me. It would be quite funny watching them attempt to control a mother dragon while her hatchling is in danger." Smoke furled from Sunset's nostrils.
"Just do what you can. We cannot afford any casualties."
Ionan gave her a quick embrace with his wings before transforming into a large rabbit for a disguise.
"Give us enough time to get into the catacombs. Don't start anything until you're sure we need a way out. The tolling of the alarm bells will be your sign to distract them. Zaya, come with me."
Melody changed into a mouse, hopping into Viviana's dress pocket. Viviana followed Kyoto and Ionan down the cliffside, sliding downward until their feet hit the ground. They began travelling along the base of the cliff. Zaya trailed cautiously behind them, baring his fangs as if an enemy was already upon them. Kyoto threw out a hand for Viviana to stop. She peered around a boulder and saw that there was a door in the side of the cliff, guarded by several changers and accompanies.
"It's a hidden tunnel," Ionan whispered. "It's the only entrance to Azazel besides the front gate, specifically meant for guard use only. Kyoto and I were on duty here frequently."
"Which means it's our only way out as well," Kyoto said. "We need to get rid of these guards." Kyoto and Ionan went to leap out behind the rock, but Viviana threw up both of her hands, stepping into clear view. Black flame erupted from her palms, shooting out in several directions. The magic hit each of the guards in the head, knocking them out instantly. Kyoto walked into clear view, his mouth dropping open. "Damn, Vivi!" "My family is in there. I'm not playing around," Viviana snarled. They piled the bodies behind a grouping of bushes and palm trees. Ionan looked at Zaya.
"You stay here and protect the door. If anyone comes by, get rid of them."
"Very well." Zaya snaked behind the bushes that hid the bodies, concealing himself. Viviana opened the door, and they stepped into the darkness of Azazel's dungeons, the blackness encompassing them completely. It was a good thing Kyoto and Ionan knew where they were going, because once they entered the black hole, all sense of direction was lost for Viviana and Melody. Ionan led them down a long cavern, which grew narrower and narrower as they went. The hallway split off in 2 different directions. Ionan looked from side to side and said,
"If we go to the right, we should head straight into the main cell block."
"Are you sure?" Melody asked, poking her head out of Viviana's pocket. "We know this place well," Kyoto told them, before they heard him take in a sharp breath. "Though it feels different. For some reason I can't help but feel sad, like this place holds a memory I've forgotten."
"There's no time for that," Ionan hissed. "Focus on the task at hand."
"We should split up," Viviana said. "If we stick together it'll take too long."
"Viviana, no, that's a terrible idea," Ionan said.
"We have to find the girls and Anna and Makrel," Viviana said harshly. "If we don't go in separate directions, we won't be able to locate them all by the time the guards figure out we're here." There was a long sigh from Ionan.
"I don't wish to leave you two alone."
"I hate to say it, but I'm my mother's daughter." Viviana held up an open palm of dark fire. "If they're scared of Nineveh, they should be terrified of me." "Vivi can take care of herself," Kyoto said. "She's right. We have to split up."
"How are they going to find their way back?"
Ionan protested. Melody sniffed the air. "This place stinks, but I can tell where we've been.
If we find one of our friends, I can follow the trail of our scent back to the door.
Very well. Ionan began hopping down the right hallway. We'll go this way, and you take the left. Girls, please take care of yourselves.
We will.
Vivienne continued down the left hallway, her fire lighting the way. She began to feel incredibly lonely as the realization sunk into her that the farther inward she went, the farther away she was getting from Kyoto and Ionan.
We can do this, Vivi,
Melody encouraged, voice strong with determination.
Our friends need us.
Vivienne nodded, the light of the fire dancing across her face.
You're right. Let's go.
Melody's ears perked up at the sound of singing echoing through the catacombs.
Listen, do you hear it? Someone's singing.
Vivienne stopped and said,
Yes, I think so. Where is it coming from? I'd know that voice anywhere.
Melody's voice grew louder with excitement.
It's Mirabelle. Come on.
Melody jumped out of Vivienne's pocket, transforming into a jaguar and following the sound. The two bolted down the hallway, through the many twists and turns of the caverns.
Slow down, we're going to get lost,
Vivienne said.
No, we're not. Listen.
Mirabelle's voice got louder. Soon they could decipher other voices amongst her song, leading them right to her.
You're right, she's getting closer,
Vivienne cried. The singing stopped, and the two skidded to a halt. Melody gritted her teeth and said,
No, damn it, Mirabelle, keep singing.
The halls were silent. Vivienne whirled around to turn another way, but Melody stepped in front of her and said,
Don't move. I can still hear her.
I hear nothing.
I can. The vibrations, the echoes. Follow me.
Melody turned down a different hallway, racing to catch up with the last remnants of Mirabelle's voice before they lost it. The catacombs ended, changing into cells. Prisoners gasped as they watched Vivienne and Melody run through the block, reaching out hands or paws and begging for help. Vivienne longed to stop and free them, but she needed to find Mirabelle. Vivienne skidded to a halt in front of a cell and cried,
Melody, they're right here.
You found us. Reagan ran to the bars of the cell, falling upon them in a disastrous heap. Thank God, we're saved.
Vivi, Melody,
Mirabelle gasped.
You're here.
Vivienne saw the weeping wounds rippling across the hatchling's scales, and her hand jumped to her mouth.
Stand back. I can't change into a drowning here, but I still have the strength of one.
Melody put her paws against the bars of the cell. With a twisted, screeching sound, they were bent apart. She made a large enough hole that Reagan and the girls could walk on through.
Let's go, all of you, Melody demanded. There's no time to waste.
They began walking down the hallway silently, while the other prisoners looked on with eyes full of despair. As they passed, they pleaded and begged to be let out.
Vivi, we can't leave all these people here,
Lyrica protested.
We don't have time to save them. I'm sorry,
Vivienne said reluctantly, keeping her gaze down.
No.
Mirabelle was shaky on her feet, but she came to a halt, refusing to move from where she stood.
I'm not leaving without them. You really are Vera's daughter, aren't you? Melody asked admirably.
Vivienne's reserve failed. She was no better than Winter if she let these changers and a company stay here to suffer.
Fine.
Vivienne pushed her way past the others. Using her magic, she ran throughout the hall, melting the bars. Melody helped her, bending back the bars on the cells she missed until over 100 prisoners were out of their cells. The prisoners let out cries of joy at being free, but Vivienne hushed them sharply and said,
Enough! Be silent! If anybody talks, I'll kill you myself. We can't risk being discovered.
The prisoners fell silent. They moved at a slow pace, leaving the cell block and creeping through the catacombs silently.
I can't see in this darkness,
and a company whimpered as they dove further into the catacombs.
We're going to lose each other in this maze.
I don't care. I'd rather die before I go back to that cell,
another proclaimed. Vivienne opened her mouth to answer, but Mirabelle strode to the front of the group, shouting as loudly as she could without alerting the guards.
Follow the sound of my voice. I'll lead you out.
Mirabelle began singing softly once more, and Lyrica joined her. Melody led the way, her nose tracking the way back to the secret door. They were nearly there. Then the unwanted sound of a loud alarm bell rang throughout the prison. Melody swore loudly and said,
They've found us out! We have to get to the door!
The crowd began screaming. Panicking, the prisoners ignored Mirabel's voice and stampeded in different directions, some running toward what was right in front of them, others turning back. Viviana grasped Lyrica's wrist and pulled her through the catacombs as Melody led the way out. But when they got to the door, they found it surrounded by guards. "What are you going to do?" a guard said, his voice dripping with malice. "You've got nowhere to go."
"That's what you think,"
Viviana said, her fear welling into rage. She shot a ball of fire at the guards at the door, and it turned into an explosion, blasting it wide open. The guards screamed in pain, clutching their faces and limbs as Viviana's black fire burnt away at their skin and muscle. The girls stepped around the bodies writhing on the floor and pushed the door open, stumbling into the outside world. There were dozens of soldiers waiting for them, but they didn't appear ready to fight. The girls watched Zaya twirl through the sky. The dragon grabbed the head of an enemy and spun him around, tossing the limp carcass towards several other guards and knocking them all out in the process.
"How does he do that?"
Melody asked in complete awe, staring at Zaya.
"It's a portal thing. Ignore it and move,"
Zaya shouted at them. Using his fire, Zaya blasted away the remaining guards blocking their way, giving the group one chance to escape. Viviana led the others up the cliffside to where they'd begun the mission. Most of the prisoners, she was relieved to see, hadn't lost their heads in the catacombs and had come with them, at least several dozen. When they reached the top of the cliff, Viviana gasped as she stared down at the scene before her. Azazel was on fire, as sunset warred with the dragons above. Even though the majority of the enemy dragons were bigger than she was, the she-dragon managed to take them down one by one, ripping out the throats of some and breaking the necks of others. They fell to the ground limply, crashing on top of the prison and causing some parts of the wall to collapse under their weight. Zona was flying above the soldiers, breathing flame upon them in his phoenix form, while Soren dispatched whoever was left behind with a long dagger on the ground. Many of the prisoners had escaped their cells and were warring with their captors from the inside of the prison yard, desperate to escape. Boom! A large hole was blasted away in the west wall of the prison. Ionan emerged, roaring victoriously, with Kyoto on his back. The prisoners gave a collective angry cry and swarmed around the dragon, crawling over each other to get out. "Mirabel!" Ionan cried. You could hear his cries from down below as he frantically searched for his daughter. "Mirabel!"
"Papa!" Mirabel shouted. "I'm here, Papa!"
Ionan heard the mewling cries of his hatchling even above the noise. Without waiting, he took to the skies. Sunset followed his lead, tossing the limp dragon she held in her mouth to the ground. Zona transformed into a Pegasus and swept Soren up, returning to the group.
"My darling, my baby,"
Sunset said. She crashed upon the ground first and caused the cliffside to tremble. She bent her head down and nuzzled Mirabel, a giant tear sloshing to the ground.
"I am so glad you're all right."
"Mirabel," Ionan touched down, drawing the dragon close to him with his wing, his deep voice wavering. "Thank the Creator."
"I am sorry I left, Papa. What Lyrica and I did was foolish," Mirabel whispered.
"Never mind that now. It is over." When Ionan moved his wing, he brushed across some of Mirabel's wounds, and the hatchling cried out in pain.
"Mirabel, little one, what did they do to you?"
Sunset gasped as she saw the thick gashes.
"They hit me with whips when I couldn't carry the big rocks anymore. But don't worry, Mama. I did what a true dragon would, and didn't beg for mercy."
Mirabel raised her head nobly and looked up at her mother.
"Are you proud of me?"
Sunset's fierce demeanour melted away when she nuzzled her hatchling once more.
"I would still be proud even if you had. You are a dragon worthy of the name."
"They had the audacity to harm my child!" Smoke was tunnelling out of Ionan's nose at an alarming rate. He raised his upper lip to reveal his fangs. "I'll kill them, and none too quickly." "Ionan, there's no time. We have to go or they'll be on us," Kyoto ordered. Guards were already beginning to scale the rocks below. Ionan huffed and said, "Very well, but if not for the children, Kyoto, you and I would stay and ensure that no soldier remained alive." "I know we would, but let's go." At his command, Ionan rose into the sky. Melody transformed into a Pegasus and Viviana got on her back, with Regan sitting beside her. Soren and Zona flew close to Zaya, who was watching his sister closely.
"Mirabelle, can you fly?" Sunset asked, looking at her daughter. "I don't think so, Mamma. I'm too tired," Mirabelle said wearily. "You and Lyrica may ride on my back." Sunset scooped the two girls between her wings and went to follow Ionan. The prisoners that were with them copied their lead, climbing on changes that weren't their own to escape the soldiers that pursued from below.
"Who are these?"
Ionan asked, gesturing to the prisoners. "I led them out of darkness, Papa, with my voice," Mirabelle peeped. "I couldn't leave them behind. I had to save them." "That is very honourable of you, dear child," Sunset praised. Ionan realised another piece of the prophecy had come to pass.
Her mother's daughter all the way through, wings green and scaled blue, shall lead you out of darkness, with her life she will bless.
Things were happening so quickly. He paused.
"Kyoto, should we take these strangers with us?"
Ionan asked, glancing backward at the ragged prisoners that followed.
"They could be dangerous."
"Ignis won't turn anyone away. We have plenty of room. And I'm sure once these prisoners recover, they'll be more than willing to fight for us in order to get some revenge on Winter," Kyoto mused. Ionan let out a growl at his enemy's name.
"I suppose you're right."
Kyoto looked at Vivienne and Soren. "I'm proud of you kids for what you did back there. You've proven you can really handle yourselves." "Thanks," Soren smiled sheepishly. "It wasn't a big deal. We were just protecting our family." "What about Anna and Mackerel? Did you find them? Did they escape?" Vivienne asked persistently, flying Melody closer to Ionan. Kyoto's small grin dropped into a frown. "No, we scoured most of the cells and didn't find them. We doubt they were even taken here." "If they weren't taken to Azazel, where could they have gone?" Soren asked. Kyoto's face darkened. There was something within his expression that was more than fear, more than anger or pain. It was complete and utter denial, mixed with an anguish that had never entered his eyes until now. "There's only one place." Chapter 5. Making Plans. Keanu hadn't been able to sleep properly since Lyrica had run away. He didn't have the strength to pace, so he waited in a courtyard with his mother, foot bouncing nervously as he sat on a bench. Ali and Angel were two small birds on his shoulders. Both were staring into the sky. Ignis was a large lion lying by Kia's feet. Although he didn't seem worried, the changer wasn't making conversation. It was odd not to hear Ignis's loud, booming voice fill the silence. It made Keanu uneasy. "They'll be all right, Keanu," Kia told him softly, putting a hand on his knee. "Your father and Ionan won't let anything happen to them." Keanu nodded. When he looked up at the sky again, he jumped to his feet as he saw a multitude of figures descend. Ali and Angel fluttered off his shoulders.
"What is all this?"
Ignis asked as changes they didn't know collapsed on the ground, ridden by ragged accompanies. Ionan touched down, followed by Sunset, Melody, and Zoran. Sunset moved her wings so Lyrica and Mirabelle could clamber down to the ground. "Lyrica!" Keanu ran to the small fairy and embraced her tightly, grabbing her by the shoulders. "What the hell were you thinking?" he asked, shaking her. "Don't ever do that again." "I'm sorry, Keanu," Lyrica said, and she hugged her cousin tightly. "I was just trying to do the right thing." "I don't care about the right thing. I care about you. Please listen to me next time." Keanu closed his eyes as he put a hand on the back of Lyrica's head, drawing her near. His whole body shook with relief. Reagan had fallen off Melody and stumbled into Keanu. The fairy let his little cousin go, staring at the girl. Both of them made a move forward to embrace, but at the last second pulled back. I'm glad you're okay," Keanu said. "I was really worried about you." "Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly a trip to the mall." Reagan laughed nervously. Keanu made no further motion to touch her, but he smiled.
"It seems your mission was a success. But where are Anna and Mackerel?"
Ignis asked his son.
"They weren't there, Father," Ionan said. "Kyoto and I have reason to believe they've been taken to the Colosseum to face the trials of separation."
Everyone gasped. Kia's hand encircled her pregnant belly, and she asked, "Are you completely sure they've been dragged to the Colosseum?" "No, but where else would Winter take them?" Kyoto stated. He shook his head. "If they're at the Colosseum, we need to free them quickly. He knows we're looking for them." Ignis said,
I suppose these strangers are the prisoners you freed from Azazel?
Yes, Grandpapa. They need a place to stay, Mirabel said, looking up at him with round blue eyes.
All who are against winter are more than welcome to take up residence in my halls, Ignis boomed over the crowd of strangers. Those who are not must leave immediately. The presence of spies or enemies in my palace is not permitted, and those who are found working against us will be killed the minute they are found doing so without any questions asked.
Keanu had to resist a shiver. He'd never heard Ignis make such dark threats before. To do so was unlike him. He believed the Changer must be truly frightened to say such things. None of the prisoners left. They followed Ignis as he led them into the northernmost quarters of the palace.
"We're so sleepy,"
Lyrica said, and Mirabel let out a great yawn.
"When can we go to bed?" "Come with me, little ones. I'll escort you to your rooms so Mirabel can rest and you can sleep," Sunset said. She swept her tail around the two girls, following Ignis's lead.
"Kiota, if Anna and Makrol are at the Colosseum, what are we going to do?"
Kia asked, taking her husband's hand in hers. "We're going to get them out," he said, squeezing her hand back. "But we can't go until we know for certain. It's too risky." Kia kissed Kiota on the cheek.
"I have faith that you'll bring them home," she whispered. "Anna and Makrol are strong. I know they'll survive this, wherever they are."
Kiota put his arm around her, and Keanu gestured for Ali to change. She transformed into a griffin. He clambered on her back, and Angel remained on his shoulder as a dove.
"I'm guessing you want to get out of those clothes?"
he asked Regan, looking at her filthy dress. She gave another hollow laugh. "I really don't care what I look like right now."
"Are you joking? What did they do to you in there?"
Ali said in a playful tone, but you could tell that she wasn't at all kidding.
"Lyrica and Mirabel are safe. That's all that matters,"
Regan said quietly. Keanu shifted.
"Well, you could always come hang out with me if you want."
"Okay."
Regan nodded. Keanu looked at Angel. She flew off his shoulder and transformed into a griffin so Regan could ride upon her. The changers carried the two of them up to Keanu's room, where Regan got off Angel and sat on his bed. Keanu slowly slid off Ali, hobbling to the armchair by the balcony. It took him some time to sit down. He stumbled. Ali caught him with her head, guiding him to the chair and finally placing him within the safety of its cushions.
We need to go talk to Ionan about something,"
Ali said wildly as Angel nudged her.
"If you need us, just shout and we'll come flying."
"Sure," Keanu said. He watched as Angel practically pushed Ali out the door, leaving him alone with Regan. Regan fiddled with a lock of her hair.
I thought that my dad would be in the prison," she said. Then she dropped her head. "But he wasn't."
"If Winter took Adam, he's probably living somewhere in Nesting's Haven," Keanu said. "Probably in the same palace Winter's residing in."
"I wish we knew why," she scowled.
"Someday we will."
Keanu moved slightly, in obvious discomfort.
"Regan, I need to thank you for going after the girls. I know you don't want any credit, but I'm sure without you they would have died in there. I don't know what happened, but you obviously kept them going."
"Don't get all sentimental on me," she said,
smirking slightly.
"I mean it. Lyrica and I are pretty close," he confessed. "I care about all my cousins, but she's lived nearby my entire life. We spent a lot of our time together growing up. She's basically my little sister. I don't know if I could handle it had she—"
He took in a sharp breath and looked away. Regan didn't say anything.
"It's going to devastate her when I'm gone," he whispered,
gazing down at his boots.
"She already lost her mother. I'm trying to hold on for a little bit longer, so she has time to get over Vixen before she loses me, too."
"If she loses you, you could get better,"
Regan said. Keanu scoffed.
"Yeah, right."
"Keanu, you're not going to leave us. Not yet," Regan said, her voice bordering on the edge of panic. The corners of his mouth upturned slightly.
"I guess since you're telling me I can't die, I don't have a choice but to keep on living, right?"
"About time you figured out how things work around here. I'm the boss,"
she said, giving a tiny giggle.
"I think I figured that out a long time ago."
He looked toward the window. His smile fell.
"I hope Anna and Makrol are okay."
What are the trials of separation?"
Regan asked him.
I'm sorry, I don't—" No, it's okay. You wouldn't know. Keanu sighed as he leaned back in his seat, wincing as he did so. It's basically a company's worst nightmare, and it changes. Why? Centuries ago, the council needed a way to keep Nesting's Haven under control, Keanu said. They built a large arena called the Colosseum. They punished bonded pairs who broke the law by making them fight each other in front of a large crowd until one of them was murdered by their partner. Whoever survived would then be tortured to death. That's awful. Reagan put a hand to her mouth. The Colosseum fell out of use decades ago after people protested that it was too cruel, but it's still there. The council never tore it down. Keanu's eyes grew haunted. When Ionan taught Ali and me about it, he made it sound like ancient history. I never realized it was something that could come back if the wrong people got into power. Is Winter using it now? Reagan asked. I think so. From what I've heard, Winter's rebuilt the Colosseum. He's using it to force his enemies to kill their bonded partners, so word will get around that whoever opposes him will die. Keanu's face became twisted, angry. He appeared he would kill the king himself with his bare hands if he had the ability to. But why would they throw Anna and Makrel in there? Just because they hate Winter? Reagan asked. Anna and Makrel are in love, and it's forbidden for a company to fall in love with their changer, Keanu said. Even if the changer isn't really a changer anymore. Plus, Winter has a personal vendetta against Anna and Makrel. They chased him for years, trying to bring him to justice. He won't let them get away with making him go on the run. What a sick bastard, Reagan said nastily. She paused. Do you really think they're at the Colosseum? I have no idea. Anything's possible in this war, I guess. Keanu stared dully at the floor. A laugh drifted in from below. Keanu jumped at the noise and Reagan got up. She walked over to the balcony, peering down. It's just your parents, Reagan said. They seem happy. That's good, Keanu said. I'm glad they are. You mean you're not mad at them? Reagan seemed astounded. No, why would I be? I was pissed at my parents every time they split up and got back together, Reagan said. The cycle got so tiring. I was happy once they divorced for good. What's the point of being mad at them? Keanu asked. Dad left and betrayed all of us, but Mom decided to stay with him. They're together now and they aren't fighting anymore. I'm seriously thrilled that they're getting along so well. I thought you wouldn't want to speak with them, Reagan said. I don't have a lot of time left, Ray. It was the first time he'd used his nickname for her since they'd been reunited. Her eyes filled with tears when he said it. I want them to be happy. I'm glad they're back in their own little world. It'll make it easier on them when I'm gone. Mum's pregnant. She and Dad are going to have another kid to replace me. Soon they'll barely remember me. It's going to be okay. Just because your mom is having another baby doesn't mean she won't miss you, Keanu, she said quietly. But it'll be a distraction, he protested. They'll be so busy with the new baby they won't have time to be sad about me. I don't think that's how it works, Keanu. He shrugged. I don't know. I'm hoping my parents will forget all about me and just focus on my little brother or sister. Maybe they won't make the same mistakes they did with me. I'm sure they won't, because you'll be there to make sure they take a different path, Reagan insisted. Keanu, you have to keep fighting. Don't give up. Reagan, it's not fair to make me keep fighting anymore. My disease has worn me out, and I've spent so many years battling it that I just don't want to anymore. I'm terrified that this baby is going to end up like me. Keanu swept his green hair back with a shaking hand. His eyes were full of tears. I don't want my little sibling to be cursed with what I have. This is no kind of life. Reagan got off the bed. She knelt by Keanu's armchair, taking his hand. You matter, Keanu, she said. I know you're in pain and that you're suffering from your illness, but no matter what kind of life you've had, I promise you, it's been worth it. I know you don't feel important because you're sick, but in the grand scheme of things, you mean so much to this world. Don't ever think you didn't. Keanu gazed at her. Then he nodded, a single tear dripping from his cheek onto their conjoined hands. Viviana and Soren were playing a game in one of Southwild's courtyards. Most of the water had been drained out of the gardens, and the ground was finally starting to dry again after being nothing but mud. They had a leather ball which they were trying to throw higher and higher upon the walls of the palace, changing their various targets to add more difficulty.
Soren had finally hit a large gargoyle 100 feet above the ground, which they'd been trying to hit all morning. Keanu sat on a bench and watched the game, while Angel laid by his feet, preening her white feathers in the sun.
10 points,
Soren cheered, throwing his hands up in victory.
I told you it would happen.
You guys are boring. Watch this.
Melody, in her jaguar form, grabbed the ball with her teeth, then tossed it into the air, hitting it with her paws. It soared over one of the towers and crashed through a window, glass shattering everywhere. A loud squawk sounded from inside, followed by the screams of an angrier company. He shook his fist out the new opening.
Sorry,
Melody cried out, her tail falling behind her. Viviana giggled.
Nice one, Dee.
Great, we've lost the ball, Soren groaned. Now what are we going to do?
We could always play butt tag,
Viviana said, a sneaky smile forming on her face.
Butt tag? I haven't played that since we were kids,
Melody said, jumping on her hind legs and spinning around.
Well, all I have to say is, you're it!
Viviana reached out and smacked Melody on the rump, laughing maniacally as she scampered away. Melody laughed and began chasing her company around, landing a smack on Vivi's rear end as she finally caught up to her. Soren crept up behind Angel and tapped her from behind. The griffin jumped, not knowing how to play, but chasing her friend around the courtyard all the same. Keanu smiled as he watched them, wishing he could join in.
Are they seriously playing butt tag?
Zona asked as he came trailing in from the sky in his phoenix form. He landed on the bench beside Keanu.
Yeah, you want to join?
Keanu asked.
I haven't played in a while,
Zona said mischievously, raising his wings.
It would be a lot of fun.
Zona fluttered into the fray, circling Soren from above as Angel continued to chase after him. Subconsciously, Keanu felt that Ali was nearby. He raised his hand to pet her as she strolled by his side, stroking her long golden feathers. He smelled something sweet and flowery. He glanced up and saw that Reagan was with her.
Seriously? Butt tag? I thought we grew out of this. What are we, 6?
Ali said with a sigh, rolling her eyes.
Where have you two been?
Keanu asked, raising an eyebrow.
Ali and I just met up, but I'm sure we were both doing much less perverted things than what's going on here,
Reagan said. Ali gave a choked cough. Reagan crossed her arms, her eyes following Soren and Zona as they chased each other around the grounds and smacked each other's asses. Ali ruffled her feathers and looked away.
It's completely innocent, Reagan, I promise.
They watched as the game eventually drew to a close, when all the players were too tired to run anymore.
Wow,
Melody said, panting.
We're not as good at this as we were when we were kids. You can say that again. I thought for sure you would have caught me. You're too slow,
Viviana said playfully. Melody smacked her ass with her paw and the girl yelped.
It doesn't help that some of us came in late and had an advantage,
Melody said, rearing on her hind legs and pawing at Zona in midair. Zoe would have joined in earlier, but he was busy with other things, Soren said, smirking at the phoenix.
Just shut up, Soren,
Zona said. A small flame sparked around the phoenix's feathers. Keanu snickered. Ali shot him a look, her ears flattening against her head. Sure, Zoe, whatever you say. Soren glanced at Keanu. The two of them burst into laughter, unable to control themselves.
Am I missing something here?
Reagan asked, glancing back and forth between the two boys. Viviana shrugged. It's nothing, Ray. Don't worry about it. Keanu laughed harder.
Nothing's private around here, Ali snapped. You guys are ridiculously immature. Just because you two have to know about it doesn't mean everyone else does.
Okay, whatever you're about to say, I don't need to hear it, Reagan said loudly, covering her ears. I've been traumatized enough in the past few days, thank you.
I'm not speaking to you, Keanu,
Ali said, obviously overreacting. She stomped away from her company and sat with her back turned to him, flicking her tail back and forth.
She acts like that with everyone, doesn't she?
Reagan asked, looking at Keanu.
Yeah, I love them, but birds are assholes,
Keanu said seriously. Angel ventured to his side, and he added, I mean, except for Angel. She's the only sweet bird changer I've ever met. Soren nodded solemnly in agreement. Zona smacked his feathered tail against his company's face. Keanu noticed Zaya twirling down from the sky. The dragon landed elegantly in front of him, peering upward.
I thought you would like to know that I'm able to communicate with Midnight Star again, Zaya said. I've regained my strength from my journey and can hear her now.
Can you use her powers to search for Anna and Makrel? Ali asked, turning around. Already done. She's trying to locate them now, Zaya said. If she finds them, we have to tell Ignis right away so he can send help, Keanu said. Keanu went to get up, but Reagan stepped in and said, Zaya, do you think Midnight Star could connect with a changer in Winter's palace, so he or she can look for my dad?
That's actually a good idea, Soren mused. If we can find a changer on the inside who's willing to talk to us, we might be able to get information to use against Winter, too.
I don't know, Soren. What if Winter finds out what we're doing? Viviana said doubtfully.
What are they going to do to hurt us? Even if we're caught, we're far away and Midnight Star's in the lands, Soren said. He won't be able to do anything.
Except hurt the changer who's helping us out, Viviana argued.
No, Soren's right, Keanu said. Most likely, if someone's in Winter's castle against their own will, they'll be willing to put their life on the line to stop him.
I can ask Midnight Star to begin searching for such a changer right away, Zaya said. I'm sure it won't take long to find one willing to help.
Should we tell the adults about this? Soren asked, looking at Keanu. Keanu shook his head. No, they've got enough to handle. Guys, this is the plan that I was talking about developing earlier. It would be our way to stop the war. That is, if Zaya and Midnight Star are in on it. Zaya tilted his head. He paused for a moment, as if he was listening to someone speak, before adding his opinion.
Midnight Star is willing to keep this between us,
and so am I, Zaya said. We both agree that the fewer who know about our plan, the better, even if we must keep it from our parents. We'll simply tell them we're trying to find Anna and Makrel through Midnight Star's powers, and say nothing about our idea to locate allies living inside Winter's castle.
This feels wrong, Angel argued. We shouldn't be keeping something like this hidden.
I know it's not right, Angel, but if we tell the adults, they'll try to stop us. They don't think we're old enough to help, Keanu said, stroking her head. And an opportunity like this is too good to pass up. We have a chance to find out what Winter's up to. It could make all the difference in this war.
Angel sighed. Very well. I just hope we know what we're getting ourselves into.
Chapter 6. Spies and Heartbreak. Pumpkin laid on one of the pillows on Chameleon's expansive bed, staring listlessly at the sheets. Winter's castle was cold. The only warmth that managed to warm the ferret's orange fur was the halo of light streaming in through the narrow window. Normally she would have huddled up with her brother to keep warm, but he was on the other side of the bed, on his own separate pillow. Neither of them could stand to be by one another right now. They were too disappointed in each other for what they'd allowed their company to become. They had both agreed that what Chameleon had morphed into wasn't their fault, but they were supposed to protect her, guide her. That was a job of a changer, and they'd failed miserably at it. Chameleon was with Winter. Where? They didn't know. Though Pumpkin knew Chameleon was doing something sickening, she didn't want her company to get caught. If Nineveh ever found out that Winter had betrayed her... Pumpkin sat up. She and Martin had been in a depressed stupor since Chameleon had dragged them here, and she was tired of it. She wanted to do something to get out of their terrible situation.
I hate Winter, she thought viciously,
and her upper lip rose.
He took Chameleon from us. There has to be something we can do to stop him.
There is, another voice whispered in her head, if you're willing to help us. Pumpkin fell off her pillow.
Who are you? What's going on?
She gasped, looking back and forth.
Creator, help me, I'm hearing voices.
Pumpkin? Her brother got off his pillow, walking toward her. Are you okay? What's going on?
You're not hearing things. I'm real,
the mysterious voice replied again.
Here, I'll reach out to your brother so he can hear me as well.
Martin's eyes widened as the voice said,
There, I'm in both of your minds now.
The two ferrets screamed in terror. They began running around in circles on the bed, unsure of what to do or where to go.
Get out!
Martin screamed, shaking his head.
I don't want you in here!
Calm down. I'm Midnight Star. I'm a friend, the voice said. I'm reaching out to get some information on Winter.
A picture appeared in both of their heads of a black she-wolf standing within the ruins of a forgotten city. Her eyes were glowing. There were many white spots scattered across her back, giving the impression of stars.
This is me.
I'm very far away, so I can't hold this connection for long. I only want to know if you'll help us."
"How is this possible?" Martin gasped.
"I'm a skygazer. It's one of my powers," Midnight Star explained calmly. "Prince Keanu came up with the idea to reach out to some changers who were at Winter's castle to see if they would spy on him for us." "Why do we care what Keanu says?" Pumpkin said nastily. "He broke our company's heart." "It's not just Keanu's idea. All of your friends are working on developing a plan to take Winter down," Midnight Star said. "But without any information, we can't get anywhere." "This is a ploy, a trick by Winter," Pumpkin accused. "If you're really against him, prove to us that you're who you say you are and that you know our friends." There was a pause. A few moments later, Midnight Star said, "When Angel was in the cathedral within Nesting's Haven, Martin followed her up to the rafters and spoke with her, even when she tried to run away. She said Martin was her first true friend." "Angel!" Martin spoke her name longingly, in a whisper of quiet desire. "Who told you this?" "I'm communicating with your friends through my portal, my dragon. He's with them right now," Midnight Star said. "I can check in at dawn and dusk every night to discover what you've found out. We don't have a lot of time. Are you with us or against us?" "We'll be putting our lives in danger. If Winter finds out about this, we'll be killed," Pumpkin said. She dropped her tail. "Not to mention we'll be betraying Chameleon."
"We can't betray Chameleon. She betrayed us first," Martin said harshly. "Maybe if we get rid of Winter, Chameleon will go back to her old self. I'll help you, Midnight Star, in whatever way I can."
"I guess that goes for me too," Pumpkin added. "My brother's right. When Winter goes away and the war is over, Chameleon will get better. I know it." "Very well." Midnight Star seemed pleased. "I will return at sunset to hear of what you know. Be careful." When Midnight Star left, the twins felt an unusual emptiness rattling around in their heads, only noticeable now due to the absence of the Skygazer. "Are we really doing this?" Pumpkin asked her brother guiltily. "Chameleon will be furious if—"
"We're doing this to save her, Pumpkin, not hurt her," Martin insisted.
She sighed. "I suppose you're right. But where are we going to dig up dirt on Winter? We can't exactly sneak into council meetings."
"It's obvious. Chameleon spends all her time with Winter now, whenever Nineva's not around," Martin said. "We'll play the part of the dutiful changers by her side, seen but not heard. We'll obey every order and satisfy her every whim, just like Winter wants us to do. He won't even notice we're picking up information on him at the same time."
"That's fine, but how do we know Chameleon is talking about anything important with him? She could just be sleeping with him all day."
Martin paused. "We'll feed her curiosity," he said. "Small things, when we're alone. We won't ask any questions directly, but we'll plant ideas in her head, things that'll eat away at her if she doesn't get answers. You know how Chameleon is. She's curious. She can't stand not knowing things."
"But what if—"
"Pumpkin, that horrid monster is abusing her, and she's forbidden us to protect her, so we can't do anything about it," Martin said in frustration. "She's too young to understand he's taking advantage of her. Since she's tying our paws, this is the only way." Pumpkin's expression changed from fearful to determined.
"Right, we'll start right now. Let's go find Chameleon. I bet she's with him."
The two ferrets hopped off the bed, slinking through the cracked door and running through the castle halls. Before, the twins had been prisoners within these walls, but now they felt that the enemy had something to fear from them being inside. They were determined to become the greatest of spies for their cause, and in the end, Pumpkin hoped they'd get their dear Chameleon back. If it was the middle of the day, why was he so tired? Keanu groaned as he turned over on his side, trying to get into a more comfortable position. It hurt simply lying in bed. The soft mattress, which would have been like a cloud to most people, felt like dull wooden blocks pressing into his muscle. It put pressure on his back and limbs, making his entire body sore. Each thread of him felt like it was burning dully, pricked with minuscule knives despite how still he tried to be.
He'd always had some sort of chronic pain that came along with his disease, but he'd never simply suffered for what felt like no reason. He hurt all over, and there was no explanation for it. It just was. Ali crouched at his bedside. "Do you want me to get you some water?" He shook his head. "Right now I feel like I'll throw it back up." "Maybe it'll help if you get up and move around," Ali said softly. Moving around seemed equivalent to torture at the moment, but he nodded and sat up. Ali put her head underneath his arm. She lifted him. He took a few steps around the room with her help, eventually finding himself able to move on his own. "Keanu! Keanu!" He looked toward the balcony as Angel landed on the ledge as a dove, hopping up and down. "Midnight Star was able to contact 2 changers in Winter's palace. It's Pumpkin and Martin." "Pumpkin and Martin? You mean chameleons joined up with Winter?" Keanu asked in disbelief. "Yes, but it's okay, because Pumpkin and Martin are going to spy for us," Angel said in excitement. "But what about the prophecy? Whoever the twins side with will win, and they're in Winter's castle right now," Ali said. "Yes, but they're working for us, so we're going to win, I'm sure of it." Angel danced on the balcony, bobbing her head. "I'm just so glad they're safe, at least safe as they can be while spying on the enemy. I was so worried they were lost somewhere." Keanu didn't say anything. He'd been worried about chameleons since she'd left too, but he felt like it was better for her to be on the streets than to be living with Winter. He was tired again. He took a seat in his armchair and looked out the window. "I'm feeling a little better now," he said. "Ali, would you mind finding me something to eat? I'm kind of hungry." "Of course, I'll be right back." Ali slid out the door, and Angel landed on the armrest of his chair. Keanu stroked her feathers with one finger. She cooed happily, eyes sparkling with delight. She was obviously thrilled to know where Martin was. It took a weight off Keanu's shoulders. He knew Angel had missed Martin terribly since he'd been gone. There was a knock on the door. Reagan's head poked in. "Keanu, can I talk to you a moment?" Keanu didn't tell her to leave or stay, but Angel seemed to read the situation. She spread her wings, taking off to give the two some privacy. Reagan closed the door behind her and sat on the bed, appearing nervous. "Hey," she said. "I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to come out and tell you." His stomach wriggled. Reagan put her hands together and said, "I'm sorry for everything I did. I know I've told you before, but I owe you a real apology." "You don't owe me anything," Keanu said quickly. "No, I do. I wanted things to settle down before I apologized. It's the right thing to do," Reagan said. "There was no excuse for what I did to you. I shouldn't have put a wedge between you and Ali, but I want us to be friends again." Keanu looked away. "I don't know." "Keanu, you've got to understand. You mean more to me than I—" Reagan held herself back. She shook her head and moved closer. "I think we need to start over and give each other a second chance." "A second chance?" Keanu asked in disbelief. "I'm not somebody who holds grudges, but you've got to understand why I'm having trouble trusting you again. Reagan, you really hurt me." Keanu took a deep breath. "You broke my heart at the same time I thought I lost Ali forever. You played around with my feelings because you were bored. You played a game with my emotions because you were pissed off at your dad for dragging you to the lands." "I didn't intend for it to go that far," she said, pleading for him to understand. "I really, really am sorry, Keanu." "I know you're sorry, but taking out your frustration on me wasn't okay." Keanu's voice was thick. "You were my first kiss. You were the first girl I ever loved." Reagan didn't say anything. Keanu hesitated before he continued, his words spilling out of his mouth as he confessed his most secret desires. "I always wanted to have some great epic romance like my parents. I thought that when I found somebody it was going to be instant love, just like my mom and dad. I thought we'd be together forever." Keanu made a skeptical noise. "You convinced me that was a stupid thing to believe." "That wasn't a stupid thing to believe. Before I came here I hated everything. I didn't believe in fairy tales or happy endings, but since I arrived in the lands, my world has completely changed," Reagan insisted. "When I got here, I saw dragons and unicorns and animals that could change into anything they wanted to. I saw magic and mountains and elves and the most incredible things I've ever witnessed in my life." Reagan swallowed. Your home is amazing, but even after all I've seen, I still believe you're the most wonderful thing about it."
"I don't feel so wonderful," he scowled. "I caused a lot of unneeded chaos when Ali was gone. I made things even harder for the people I loved when it was already hard enough."
Regan hesitated before asking the question that he knew had been eating away at her since she found out about Chameleon. Did you lose your virginity to Chameleon?"
"Yes."
He didn't back down from the question, but answered honestly. What was more, he looked into her eyes.
"I shouldn't have, but I did because I thought it would make the pain go away. We slept together more times than I care to admit, and it never made me happy. It didn't do anything for her either, except make her think I cared."
"It happens, I guess."
Her gaze dropped. "No, it doesn't just happen, Regan. What I did to Chameleon was horrible," Keanu said. His voice was angry, but he wasn't furious at her, just himself. "It's one of the things I feel the guiltiest about. You pretended to love me, so I pretended that I loved someone else, to try and get over you. I tried to love Chameleon. I really did." He sighed. "But I never could, because you were always in the way. Even when there was an ocean between us, you were all I thought about."
"That makes two of us," she admitted.
Keanu winced in pain. Regan jumped up as Keanu squirmed in his seat, settling once more. "It's okay," he told her. "My muscles are spasming. They do that."
"Sorry. Must be terrible."
"It just sucks." Keanu raised a fist to his mouth. He bit his knuckles, face scrunching. "The worst part of this is I'll never get to hold my little brother or sister. I won't get to watch them grow up. I won't get to teach them how to be a good company or a good fairy. I won't even get to meet them."
"Keanu, I told you, we can fix this. My dad's a scientist. If we get him back, maybe he can figure out a way to—"
"Regan, I'm dying." His voice wavered for the first time. "I can feel what's happening to me. My parents didn't think I would make it this long, and honestly, I didn't either." He swallowed with difficulty, trying to take a deep breath.
"I know things don't look good now, but you're a fighter. You've been through the worst and still survived. I believe you can keep going," Regan said.
Her voice was high-pitched. "Do you know how terrible it is to be this sick? My changes have to help me with everything," Keanu said bitterly. "I'm in miserable pain constantly. I never get any relief, not even in my dreams. I've been sick all my life, so I'm used to being uncomfortable, but this is too much. What my body is putting me through is beyond what I can stand. I don't want to suffer anymore. I just want it to end." He hesitated. "The only reason I'm still holding on is for my parents, for Ali and Angel, and for you." She blinked, stunned he'd included her in the list of those who meant the most to him. She edged closer, playing with her hands nervously.
"If you still care about me, then we should be together, so we can enjoy what time we have left," Regan whispered.
Keanu shook his head. "Even though you hurt me, I couldn't bear to hurt you. Us being together would only break your heart worse in the end. I don't want you to fall in love with me before I die." Regan bit her lip and whispered,
"It's too late for that."
Regan ran out of the room, turning her head so he wouldn't see her cry. Ali dodged Regan on the way out the door, carrying a small bag in her beak. She watched Regan go before she set the bag on the bed. Ali turned one eye on Keanu, saying, "You should take her back." "What?" Keanu said, astounded. "You want us to start dating again?"
"Would I have said so if I didn't?" Ali said, an edge of sass creeping into her tough voice.
"Why do you want me to get back together with Regan? You hated her," Keanu said incredulously.
"I know your true feelings. You're still in love with her," Ali said. "I was too protective of you before, but now that I know Regan, I'm absolutely certain that you two would be happy together. That is, if you could forgive her for what she did."
"Have you forgiven her?"
Ali shook her head. "For hurting you? No. I will never forgive her for that. But everything she's done against me, I've forgotten. And I know if you give her another chance, she'll never break your heart like that again. If I wasn't sure of that fact, I would have chased her off already."
"I need a little more time to think about it. I'm not ready yet."
"She'll wait. But don't take too long. We're running out of time." You really are friends with her now, aren't you? Regan and I are the best of friends, despite how much I tried to prevent that from happening. It's like you said before, Keanu. We're very similar. I know her heart, and her heart wants you. Keanu leaned forward, putting her head in his hands.
I wish it was that simple.
In a study far removed from the bustling centre of Windhair's castle sat Chameleon. She lounged in an ornate velvet chair behind a solid oak desk, legs crossed. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her body, lips pursed tightly. She began playing with her hair impatiently. She had styled it into an elaborate updo to go with her skin-tight long-sleeved gown, the rich black of the satin, the same colour she'd decided to make her hair today. Windhair had ordered her to meet him in this study hours ago. There was nothing inside save for the desk and a few sparse shelves filled with dusty books. If it was anyone else, Chameleon would have already lost interest. But not Windhair. On him, she waited. The door squeaked open. She jolted, thinking it was the king, but a scowl crossed her face when she noticed it was only Pumpkin and Martin.
"What are you two doing here?" Chameleon snarled. "Get out of my sight!"
"We've come to apologize. We've seen the error of our ways, Chameleon." Martin spoke first, bowing at her feet. "Windhair is right. Our companies truly are the masters of changes. We should do everything you ask. Our only purpose is to serve you."
What changed your mind?" Chameleon asked skeptically, peering at them.
"We thought our friends would have come to rescue us by now, but they haven't," Pumpkin peeped. "If they don't care about us, we don't care about them. Might as well get adjusted to the new world, since Windhair is obviously going to win." "I'm glad you've finally come to the light." She smiled at the changes, for the first time in weeks, though her grin was full of malice.
"Is there anything you need?" Martin asked, sitting on his hind legs and looking at her.
Chameleon thought, tapping her chin. "I would like my notebook from my room, and a quill to write with," she said. "And I would also like my inkwell."
"Right away," the twins responded in unison, darting out the door obediently.
They returned a short time later. Chameleon snatched her things from them and started to write. Her mind, once so blank, filled with images and sound. She began to compose long, fanciful odes about Windhair, how he looked and how he talked, and what it felt like when his skin was against hers. As she wrote, Chameleon sent her changers out to fetch whatever she fancied, whether that be new paper, a different colour of ink, or a vial of perfume. When she'd finished her 8th poem, the door opened slowly. The quill dropped out of her hand when Windhair strode in, his dark eyes glittering. "I see you've been busy," he said. Without asking, he picked up one of the poems Chameleon had written. A grin slithered up his face as he read. "These are very good. You are a talented poet."
"I had an excellent subject to base my poems on,"
she said, sitting upon the desk and nibbling on the end of the quill. Windhair moved forward to wrench her to his side, but he spotted Pumpkin and Martin, and his hands dropped cautiously. "What about them?" Windhair said, glancing at the changers huddled obediently on the floor.
"They've been waiting on me hand and foot all day," Chameleon said, waving a hand. "They won't be of any trouble to us. Martin, tell him." "We live to serve the House of Windhair," Martin replied monotonously. "Your way is the true way, sire."
"Whatever you've done, you've trained them well," Windhair praised. He grabbed Chameleon, hitching her leg around his waist. As they kissed, Pumpkin went to slink away under the desk, but Martin grabbed her by the tail and gave her a sharp look. The door creaked open again. A lowly figure cleared his throat as he said,
"I'm sorry, sire, but Baron Kura needs to speak to you."
"Damn it, Morok, I told you to keep them busy." Windhair let Chameleon go and whirled on the company, teeth clenched in rage. "Am I a king or some miserable servant meant to beckon to the side of those who would have me come as they call?"
"They're asking questions as to where you are. I have no words to give them," Morok whimpered.
"Distract them with that hideous monster of yours," Windhair hissed. "If you disturb me again before the appointed time, I will have you executed. I no longer need you to keep Luciana in line, is that clear?" Morok tilted his head meekly.
"Yes, sire."
He closed the door. Windhair gave an aggravated sigh. Chameleon said,
I wish you would get rid of him. He's so creepy.
I have use of his other side, Winter said slowly. Murok is a weak fool, and an embarrassment to keep around, but the monster inside of him is willing to slaughter without question. He is a tool for punishing others if they dare to disobey my orders. Chameleon chewed at her fingernail. She was afraid to ask the next question, but ever since the old professor had arrived, she'd been curious.
Murok told me that you managed to create the madman in him. She leaned forward. How?
Winter appeared ravenous. You are delightful, he said, brushing his thumb across her cheek. It is your thirst for destruction that drew me to you in the first place.
I only desire to be like you, my lord, Chameleon cooed.
Winter stepped away. There is no such thing as ultimate power, Winter said as he strode to the other side of the room. I had it once, but I regret to say it was taken from me.
What?
This was unfathomable to Chameleon. Winter was the greatest company alive. He was the definition of ultimate power. As a student, I was interested in humans and why they had left the lands, more than anyone else at Bumbleberry University, Winter said. I became obsessed with studying the scientific tests they left behind and began performing my own experiments. Some of them went well. He laughed. Others, such as the one I performed on Murok, did not. Chameleon didn't say anything. She was too enamored with watching Winter circle the room. After I graduated and left the army, I became undeniably curious, Winter said. I took Vera, and we began traveling the world, eventually journeying to the realm of humans.
You went to the realm of the humans? Chameleon gasped. I never knew there was such a place.
Not place. Places, Chameleon, Winter said. There are hundreds upon hundreds of countries, far larger than both Nesting's Haven and the lands, where the humans live. They outnumber us by the billions.
What was it like living with them? She asked,
enthralled with his story. Winter took an introspective pause. Humans are very different from us. Their cities are a marvel unlike anything we have in Nesting's Haven, and their inventions are incredible to behold. He shook his head. But as an company, they've always had a disdain for nature that I could never understand. I, too, believe that animals are our servants, as the humans do, but I do not understand their reckless waste of resources. I only destroy what I cannot allow to exist. Humans kill whatever they must, as they feel it should be done. They will be extinct long before we are, I'm sure. Winter put a hand to his chin. While I was living amongst humans, I became colleagues with the man you know as Adam Royals. He was a very ambitious young person, as was I, so we often worked together. He was in the army for his homeland, as I had been, creating chemical weapons for the humans. He was dishonorably discharged from his position after they discovered he was using military funding to craft weapons that I invented. The weapons he created were so dangerous that his army was too cowardly to use them. But not I. Winter turned back to Chameleon. I told Adam to wait and returned to Nesting's Haven. I promised him that I would return to pay him for his work, and so I did.
He doesn't seem very eager to stay here, Chameleon said. He mopes about the castle often. He's so boring.
Adam will come around once he sees the change his experiments will bring to the world. I would let him go if I didn't need him to create the weapons I desire. Winter sighed. But if I had the objector, I wouldn't have need of Adam.
The objector?
Chameleon asked. It was a nonsense word, one that tangled up the tongue and wasn't clear. Many years ago I came across a book, unlike any other, Winter said. It contained knowledge of all the world. Some refer to it as the objector, the book that knows all.
You wouldn't need Adam if you had a book?
Chameleon nearly laughed. This wasn't any simple text. This book had the answers to anything one wanted to know about the entire universe. I could ask the objector any question, and it would answer. Winter began talking rapidly, his dark eyes sparkling with greed.
After some research, I discovered that a fairy by the name of Malachi Shaman owned it. He had stolen it from his wife, Carolinia, the former queen of the lands, whose family had passed it down through the generations. He wasn't sure how to use it, but with some cajoling I managed to convince him to turn against his daughter and use the objigda to create the Night Death.
The plague that devastated the Varanian forest years ago? Chameleon asked.
Yes, I still remember how to make the plague, though I haven't needed it as of yet, Winter said. However, that is about to change.
Do you still have this book?
Chameleon asked. Winter's smile was wiped away. Unfortunately, no. Vera hid it from me and caused a landslide, so the objigda was buried within the Iceborns. I studied enough of the book to memorize most of what I wanted to know over 5 years, but there were still so many things I could have learned.
Could you get it out?
Winter shrugged. Perhaps. But the mountain has frozen the rock over with many layers of ice and snow. Such an excavation would take much time and effort, something that cannot be spared until the war is over. Chameleon got up and wrapped her arms around Winter's shoulders.
You don't need the objigda to end this war, she whispered in his ear.
You've already won.
All that is left to do is eliminate the rats that are still left in your path.
Winter grinned. He circled his hand around Chameleon's neck, squeezing tightly, and she hitched a breath.
If only all my subjects were as faithful as you, he said, huskily, before his mouth devoured hers.
This time, Martin allowed Pumpkin to crawl away. The two changers pressed against the leg of the desk as Winter slammed Chameleon upon it.
Chapter 7. A Promise Meant to Keep. That evening, Zaya related what Midnight Star had learned through Pumpkin and Martin to the rest of the group. Reagan was the first to react.
"My dad's in that castle living with that monster?"
she shouted, getting off her seat and stomping around Soren's bedroom.
"We have to rescue him!"
"Hold on, Reagan. Pumpkin and Martin are in there too. We can't just storm in and get them out," Angel said. Keanu spoke her words out loud to the rest of them. "Angel's right," Soren said. "It's way too risky to get into Winter's castle right now, and your father's not in any danger."
"Not as long as he does what that asshole says," Reagan shouted, shaking her fist. "You heard what Zaya said. Winter's using him to create a weapon, to use against us. Wouldn't it make more sense to save him before my dad creates whatever terrible thing Winter wants him to make?"
"I see Reagan's point," Keanu added. "We should break Adam out before Winter gets his hands on this weapon." "And how exactly do you want to do that, Keanu?" Soren said skeptically, turning on his cousin. "Winter's castle is in the middle of Nesting's Haven, surrounded by guards. This isn't Azazel. He's likely to have the best soldiers guarding him, not paid brutes."
"Not to mention Nineva's in there,"
Viviana mumbled. "Like I said, it's way too risky, at least right now," Soren said. "Plus, if we break Adam out, as well as Pumpkin and Martin, we lose a way to spy on Winter."
"And if we fail, the twins will certainly be tortured and killed for trying to escape," Ali added glumly.
"Exactly. If they aren't a target right now, it's better to let Adam sit there," Soren said.
"You guys are ridiculous," Reagan shouted. "If you could break me and the girls out of Azazel, sneaking into Winter's palace to get my dad out shouldn't be an issue."
"I promise we'll find a way to rescue your father," Keanu said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "But right now isn't the time. Not when he's safe from any imminent danger." Reagan rolled her eyes.
"Whatever. I see what side you guys are on."
She stormed out, yelling profanities all the way. "I'll go after her," Ali suggested, going out the door. "I can make her see reason." Keanu frowned. Zorna fluttered from his perch on the bedpost, peering at Soren.
"I think you guys are forgetting a most important part. The objigda."
"Vera buried it somewhere in the Iceborns. We don't even know where it is," Soren said with a sigh.
"Yes, we do. I'm betting the objigda is hidden in that cave where Winter kept Ali and Keanu," Zorna said. "We have to go there. If the objigda knows all, it will tell us how to destroy the necklaces and the crown in order to set the changers free. And more importantly, it will tell us how to do so without killing Ali."
"We can't retrieve it now," Soren protested. "If Winter can't get it out with all his soldiers, there's no way we're going to be able to excavate it in a few days before the adults notice we're gone.
If the objector is as powerful as he said it was, Vera would have made sure there was no way anyone could have gotten to it again.
We still need to try. If we manage to get that book, Winter won't be able to stand up to us. It has the knowledge of the entire world. We could simply ask it how to win and it will answer, Zona said.
It takes days to fly to the lands, and we don't remember where the cave is. We were too young to recall, and the Iceborns aren't exactly tiny. We could spend months searching before we even get a chance to try and dig the book out, Soren argued.
What if we send the wolves? Zaya asked. Midnight Star and her friends can scale the Iceborns until they find the cave. Once they discover it, she can let us know. Then we can fly back and attempt to get inside.
That's not a bad idea, Keanu said. The pack can poke around. I'm sure now that they've made peace with the unicorns, the herd will be willing to help too.
I'll tell her immediately, Zaya said. He let out a small puff of smoke. There's something else. Midnight Star has been at it all day trying to find Anna and Makrel. She finally located them through the eyes of a changer that was guarding their cell. They're definitely at the Colosseum.
Have you told my dad about this? Keanu asked.
I already told Ionan, but that was all I said to him, Zaya said. The adults know nothing about the rest of this. The adults are making a plan right now to break the two of them out before they have to face the trials. Let's go talk to them then, Soren said. What are we waiting for?
Soren sprinted toward the door.
Soren,
Vivienne called, but he was already storming through the castle halls, searching for his uncle. Keanu sighed and asked Angel to help him to bed as the group disbanded. Vivienne, Melody, and Zona trailed after Soren until he located Kyoto and Ionan in one of the courtyards under the foreboding glimmer of the stars. Kyoto was already on Ionan's back. It looked like they were ready to take off. "Uncle Kyoto, wait!" Soren called, raising his hand. Ionan hesitated before taking to the sky, his wings still spread. Soren came to a halt at Ionan's giant claws, panting. "Take us with you!" "No," Kyoto said immediately. "Ionan and I are going alone." "We can help," Soren insisted. "You did an excellent job at Azazel, but the more people we take, the bigger chance we'll be detected," Kyoto said. "Ionan and I can handle this on our own." "That's ridiculous. You need help," Soren demanded. "Soren, you're going to stay here. That's the end of it," Kyoto said harshly. He looked at Ionan. "Let's go." Ionan crouched down, preparing to spring. "Stay here, young ones. There will be dire consequences for you should you follow." The dragon took to the skies, soon becoming invisible in the bleeding darkness of night. Unable to contain his rage, Soren yelled and punched a nearby tree. He hit the tree so hard the skin on his hand broke. Blood dripped from his knuckles. "Soren, you need to calm down," Vivienne snapped. Soren huffed. "They need our help, and they're being so—" "They don't need us. I'm sure they'll be fine," Vivienne said. Soren shook his head. "They're going into Nesting's Haven by themselves. If they get captured without backup, they'll be killed." "Ionan and Kyoto are good fighters. I'm sure they'll be okay," Melody yowled in her jaguar form. "It's not good enough to be a great fighter, not against Winter," Soren shouted. He stomped away. His family followed him back into the palace, where he headed back up to his room. It was empty. Everyone else had left and gone to bed. He pulled open one drawer, revealing a pointed dagger which was longer than his forearm. He slid the knife into its sheath and attached it to his belt, fingers fumbling with the snaps. "Soren, you're not thinking clearly. You need to control your temper," Vivienne said calmly. He left his room, blazing into the hallway. "This isn't my temper. This is doing what's right," Soren insisted. He whirled around to face his sister in front of Keanu's door, which was slightly open. He dropped his voice to a frantic whisper. "It's not like the situation with Pumpkin and Martin. They'll be okay if we don't get them out right away. If we wait any longer to save Anna and Makrel, they're going to kill each other in the trials. I won't let Ionan and Kyoto go at this alone." "If Ignis was concerned about it, he would have sent people with them. They probably talked about it long before they decided what to do," Vivienne argued. "Well, they're making a terrible decision," Soren stated, "and I'm not sitting around while Kyoto and Ionan get themselves killed or captured." Keanu moaned loudly from his room. Soren flinched, peering around the crack. The fairy tossed and turned in his sleep, his face scrunched in agony. Keanu cried out again, the shout sounding worse than before. Soren watched as Ali paced by his bed, Angel sat worryingly on Keanu's pillow as an ermine, unsure of what to do.
"I feel so bad for them,"
Soren whispered. "Nothing helps."
"He's in a lot of pain,"
Viviana said quietly, seemingly downcast.
"Can't you use your magic to, I don't know, do something?"
Soren asked, his anger temporarily forgotten.
"Magic can't fix this."
Viviana shook her head.
"What I could do would only make it worse."
"But you're a powerful witch and—"
"Soren, I can't help him."
Viviana's eyes watered.
"Don't you think I already tried?"
Soren gaped at her. "You did, didn't you? Without asking?" She nodded.
"I snuck in his room a few weeks ago and tried to fix it when he was sleeping. I thought if I failed, at least I wouldn't get his hopes up."
She shook her head.
"It didn't work. The next morning he woke up worse than ever. If I try again, I'm certain he'll die this time."
"Are you sure it was you?"
"It could be the disease running its course, but I'm almost certain I'm the reason he's so sick now. I don't know how much time my magic stole from him when I tried to heal his body."
Viviana sniffed.
"If I hadn't touched him, maybe he wouldn't be suffering so terribly."
Soren put a hand on his sister's shoulder.
"It's not your fault, Vivi. We knew this was going to happen eventually. We've had time to prepare for it."
He sighed. "The only thing I can do for my cousin now is make sure his dad is by his bedside when he dies."
"Soren, no!"
Viviana grabbed his arm.
"I have a really bad feeling about this. We should listen to Uncle Kyoto and stay here."
"Vivi, I'm going, no matter what you say. You can stay here or come with me, I really don't care," Soren said bluntly.
"Of course I'm coming with you, but I don't see why you have to be so stubborn,"
Viviana grumbled.
Are you forgetting that you need to ask your changers first?"
Zorna said.
"You do need a ride."
"Like you would ever say no," Soren said with a grin. The changer gave him a coy look.
"You're right. I would never say no to roasting some of Winter's soldiers. You know me too well."
Viviana noticed Melody hadn't said anything. She patted the changer, adding,
"I won't make you go if you don't want to, Dee. You can stay here. I'll ride double with Soren."
"Thanks,"
Zorna grumbled, irritated at the thought of carrying both of them all the way to Nesting's Haven. Melody shuffled her paws on the floor.
"I won't let you go alone, but we shouldn't be doing this, Vivi. It makes me uneasy."
Melody glanced away.
"I feel like I should be flying you in the opposite direction of Nesting's Haven, not toward it." "We'll stay out of sight, Dee," Viviana said, hugging her tightly. "I promise, everything is going to be all right."
Chapter 8. The Loss of Friends. Nesting's Haven was as bleak as nighttime itself. The only light that glowed from within the city was from the soft fire of torches, which smouldered on the sides of stone buildings and small huts. It had taken Ionan and Kyoto some time to get to Nesting's Haven, but they had waited until the cover of night to descend into the city. Even so, the Colosseum was clearly visible in the darkness. It was a great amphitheatre, elliptical and built out of concrete, circled by various series of arches supported with great white pillars that rose to the heavens. When they were young, the Colosseum had been crumbling into disrepair, ignored and abandoned by the citizens of Nesting's Haven. Winter had rebuilt it once he rose to power. Now, the Colosseum appeared illustrious and grand, disguising the horrors it contained inside. Ionan drifted down to an empty alleyway between a cluster of shops. Ionan transformed into a lion, and Kyoto got off his back, throwing the hood of his cloak over his face. The two of them pressed to the walls, scampering across the cobblestone streets and ducking behind a white column just outside the Colosseum gates. Guards were patrolling the hallway inside. Kyoto flattened himself against the wall and nodded to Ionan before the two of them moved out from behind their cover. Kyoto cupped a guard's mouth shut and snaked an arm around his neck, squeezing the air from his lungs, while Ionan pounced on a changer and knocked him to the ground. They dragged the bodies behind an unlit column before continuing on. 2 guards were protecting the door to the cells underneath the Colosseum. Kyoto gave a whistle from behind the corner, and the guards strode closer to investigate. Kyoto punched one quickly across the face, knocking him out, while Ionan used his jaws to latch onto the other's arm, swinging him violently so his head smashed against the wall.
Leave the bodies be. We've nowhere to hide them and no time to search for a place, Ionan said.
The door was unlocked. Kyoto opened the rotting wooden door, stepping into the darkness of the cells. Kyoto gagged when he entered the cell block. It was hot and reeked with the smell of changers and accompanies who were perishing from infection and disease. The bars of the cells were made of wood, not metal, but it seemed many changers and accompanies inside didn't have the strength to attempt a breakout. Most of the cells were empty, but those that weren't had prisoners inside that shrunk away from the two of them, frightened that they were under Winter's command.
Kyoto?
A rasping, faint voice whispered. Kyoto scampered toward the sound, sliding to his knees when he saw his sister. The faint glow of the torchlight inside the cell displayed her features, and he nearly sobbed at the sight. Anna's face was gaunt from lack of sunlight, and her hair was knotted in oily tangles, filth clinging to her ragged dress. Beside her, Mackerel gazed on him, thin and haunted. The human's glassy eyes barely recognized Kyoto's form.
Anna,
Kyoto said, reaching through the wooden bars to grasp her hand.
It's all right. I've come to get you out.
Kyoto, you have to get out of here,
Anna pleaded, pressing herself up against the bars.
Save yourselves. Don't worry about us.
The two of you must leave immediately. It is too late for us,
Mackerel insisted, his voice parched.
Ionan and I aren't going anywhere without you, Kyoto insisted, already trying to break the bars free. Despite his incredible strength, the wood wouldn't break. The wood had to be enchanted.
No, they captured us to lure you and Ionan here. They're looking for you,
Anna whispered.
What?
Kyoto asked. Ionan gave a roar, and Kyoto was hit across the head with something very heavy. Dazed, he stumbled to his feet. Kyoto peered through the darkness and noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. Ionan leapt at the stranger, but a yowl of another great cat echoed through the cells. Ionan was tackled to the side by a vicious panther who smacked Ionan to the floor. The two cats began dueling fiercely, their fangs sinking into muscle and claws raking across fur as they tussled on the floor. Fingernails scratched across Kyoto's cheek as the figure lunged at him, drawing blood. His attacker plunged, clawing at his neck, his eyes. From what he could tell, the figure was smaller than him. Kyoto grabbed whoever was trying to kill him and flung her across the room, against the wall and into the light. She collapsed on the floor, her white hair fanning across her face. She was bleeding from a cut in her lip where her face had hit the wall. Her dress was just as tattered as Anna's was, hanging in spidery tendrils down her bruised legs. Pink eyes flashed upward, delirious and mad, as she whispered,
I'm so sorry, Kyoto. I have no choice.
How do you know my name? I don't know you,
Kyoto screamed, backing away.
Please, just leave us alone.
The woman's pale skin glowed in the darkness. Her voice was almost mindless.
I have to hurt you, Kyo. I have to do it. He has Nathaniel. They have my child.
She moved toward him at a rocking pace, arms swinging, chanting to herself under her breath,
I must protect my baby. Nathaniel must stay alive.
Ionan roared as the panther pinned him down. Kyoto went to help, but the stranger company wailed, grabbing a large rock that lay discarded on the sand. She hurtled toward Kyoto, smacking him directly on the temple. Before he lost consciousness, Kyoto heard her weep.
I'm sorry, Kyo. So sorry.
Kyoto's face was pressed into the dirt when he regained consciousness. He got to his knees, holding his pounding head, which swam like he was underwater. He noticed he was in his own wooden cell, a filthy hovel with no room to move. He lunged toward the bars to snap them in half, but was jerked backward with a clanking sound. Thick chains attached to the wall bound his wrists and ankles. Despite trying, Kyoto couldn't break the shackles. Across from him, Ionan stared. The changer's mouth was concealed in an iron muzzle, and he was chained to the wall as well. The lion couldn't move, nor could he change. The cuffs must have been enchanted with magic to prevent changers from morphing into something smaller to escape.
It is no use trying to break free, Kyoto,
Ionan sighed. The muzzle gave him enough room to talk, but not enough to bite.
I've already tried.
Kyoto swallowed. Where are Anna and Mackerel?
They've been taken into the arena. The guards will come for us soon.
Kyoto took a deep breath.
attempting to calm his panic. "Ionan, do you know that bonded pair who attacked us? That white-haired woman knew my name."
"I don't know, Kyoto." Ionan's eyes were dull. "They seemed familiar, as if we should know them, but recalling their names is like walking through a thick fog."
Kyoto leaned back against the wall. "It seems wrong to forget them," he muttered. "If only I could remember." Ionan laid his head down on the floor.
"Kyoto, when the time comes, you must give yourself up to me. I will make it quick. You shall not feel it."
"No," Kyoto snapped. "I won't let you be tortured to death."
"It is a changer's duty to protect their company."
"To hell with duty. I'll kill you first and then they can torture me," Kyoto screamed.
"Please do not order me to stand down, Kyoto. I will fight you as much as I can," Ionan said roughly.
Kyoto stared at him. We'll leave it up to chance. We're evenly matched. I'm strong enough to break your neck, but you're large enough to snap me in half." Ionan nodded.
"Agreed. Let us leave it up to fate. Whosoever is the better fighter shall win."
The chains clanked as Ionan tried to move to a more comfortable position, and failed.
"Kyoto, whoever loses, we shouldn't drag it out. At least one of us won't suffer."
The door creaked open. A pair of guards holding long spears stood in the gap, flanked by the woman who'd attacked them earlier. Her pink eyes gazed downward as she said, "It's time. Follow me." The guards moved forward, unshackling both of them, but leaving Ionan muzzled and Kyoto's hands chained. The pair got to their feet as the woman led the way through the cells, the guards flanking. Kyoto thought of fighting back, but much time had passed and it was certainly morning. The Colosseum was likely to be riddled with soldiers. Any attempt of escape without help from the outside world would be futile. The changer who had attacked Ionan last night was waiting for them at the exit to the cells. "I apologize for this, Ionan," the Panther said. "We were given no choice in the matter." The Panther truly seemed dispirited. Although Ionan was still unsure of the changer's identity, he replied,
"If you say you had no choice, I am sure that must be true. Few of us in this day and age can stand up to winter without losing everything."
The Panther flinched. The woman raised a hand and put it upon her changer gently. "We did what we had to, Rex. Don't try to make this any easier, Luciana," Rex said harshly, as if he was infuriated with her and himself. "The pits of hell are the only place left for those such as us." Kyoto felt sympathy for the woman as she pulled her hand away from the Panther. A bud of pity welled in Kyoto's chest, and he said to Luciana, "Don't blame yourself. You said you had to save your baby. I would do the same if it were my son's life at stake. As far as I'm concerned, you have no part in this." Luciana's eyes filled with tears. "How can you still be so kind to me, Kyo?" she whispered. "After everything I've done to you." "Your changer said you had no choice in kidnapping us," Kyoto said kindly, though there seemed to be more to Luciana's words than what he realized. Luciana shook her head and turned away. The guards opened the door and began leading them through the halls of the Colosseum. Winter's soldiers were everywhere, too many for him and Ionan to fight. But there were more than just soldiers. Companies and changers of all ages ran about the columns of the Colosseum, cheering loudly and calling for blood. They were the spectators who would be filling the seats once the bloodshed began. There were so many of them, Kyoto struggled to move. If he ran, they'd surely block his path. Perhaps they'd even help the soldiers in preventing his escape. In the crowd, he noticed a pair of familiar faces. Soren and Vivienne were hiding amongst the mob, wearing expressions of horror. Inwardly, Kyoto cursed. He was furious that they had followed. Kyoto stared intensely at Soren to tell him not to interfere. Soren stepped forward, but Vivienne grabbed his shoulder. The boy hesitated, watching his uncle be escorted away before backing into the masses that engulfed the Colosseum. Kyoto breathed a sigh of relief. He and Ionan were led to the center of the Colosseum. It was a large arena filled with sand and broken pieces of wood. There was nothing else. Barbed metal netting surrounded the arena and covered the ceiling, so if a changer tried to fly away, they'd be cut to ribbons.
Kyoto and Ionan were shackled to one of the walls, the last pair in a long line of prisoners that circled the edge of the arena. On the other end of this line stood Anna and Makrel, also chained. Kyoto expected them to be terrified, but the two of them only held on to each other, ignoring the noise of the Colosseum. They bore calm expressions that could nearly be described as blissful. They had resolved themselves to their fate.
"Bloody figures we're lost,"
an alligator grunted at Kyoto's side.
"By the Creator, I just want to get it over with."
"I'm surprised to see you two here,"
the alligator's larger company muttered to Kyoto.
"Usually they keep the new prisoners down in the cells until death is nearly certain. Makes the matches quicker."
"Quicker?" Kyoto asked.
"They execute so many of us through the trials that if we were at our full strength, the fights would run into the night," the company replied. "The weaker we are, the faster we fall." "If that is so, why are we entering the trials less than a day after our capture?" Ionan asked him. "I've heard Winter himself wishes to see you killed immediately," the company replied. "Apparently it's a big deal. He rarely comes to the trials." "Makes sense, Kyoto," Ionan said quietly. "He captured Anna and Makrel knowing we would come. We played right into his trap."
"Might as well give him a show." Kyoto's eyes scanned the crowd until he saw a large red platform suspended high on one of the Colosseum walls. He searched the platform until he saw Winter sitting upon a golden throne, a crown perched haughtily upon his head. Winter didn't seem to be suffering from the loss of his second changer, Lucas. Rather, the king was glowing. The wyvern had simply been another one of his pawns. Winter raised his hand, and the crowd gave a rapturous cheer. Kyoto was sickened at the sight. He instead focused his gaze on the prisoners. The alligator said they were at the back of the line. He stared at his sister across the arena. If they were last, that meant Anna and Makrel were first. A pit of despair swallowed him. Drums began to pound from a place unseen, and the roar of the crowd grew louder than before. Winter got off his throne, raising both hands. The shouting gave way to silence.
"Welcome to the trials of separation,"
Winter boomed.
"Today we punish those who have sought to destroy us, pass judgment on the ones who have brought havoc to our city, and demand justice from those who seek to harm our way of life. Citizens of Nesting's Haven, will we allow such arrogant threats to stand against our homeland?"
"No!" The crowd swelled, and Kyoto's ears burst with the sound of their ignorant refusal.
"Then let us begin. May those who still oppose my rule watch the carnage and acknowledge the truth that treason against us shall never be tolerated," Winter cried. "Justice! Justice! Justice!"
The spectators pounded on the wooden floors of the Colosseum with their feet, creating a noise that shook the very arena. Death quivered throughout the space as the spectators howled primitively. "Disgusting beasts!" Ionan snorted in hatred.
"We shall begin the games with the least of these criminals who have committed such an abomination that it loathes me to confess their sins aloud,"
Winter shouted.
"Anna Morimotti, former enforcer of the council, who was found to have unnatural relations with her changer, who in some sickening way was able to transform himself into a human to satisfy her carnal yearnings."
Boos and hisses were cast at Anna and Makrel as they were dragged to the center of the arena by guards. Their chains were removed, and they were pushed to the ground. Ionan growled, and Kyoto said harshly, "You were the one who changed him, you sick bastard."
"These two are prime examples of those who get what they deserve,"
Winter said cruelly. The king stared down at Anna, and she gazed up at him in a detached, cold way. Winter's voice grew louder.
"Let it be known that anyone, changer or a company, who refuses to fight will cause themselves and their partner to be executed in a humiliating and painful manner worse than those of the trials."
Winter sat upon his throne.
"Let us begin."
The drums pounded again, quickening in time until a final note was struck, surrendering the arena to the profane screams of the onlookers.
Anna and Makrel turned toward each other, seemingly lost. Ionan and Kyoto froze, unable to move. There were tears running down Anna's cheeks. From here, Kyoto could hear her speak. "Do what you have to, Makrel." Makrel bent down and picked up a sharp, broken piece of wood, one that was thin and able to pierce flesh. He held it firmly in his palm and stared at Anna, weeping. She nodded. Makrel took a step forward before breaking into a sprint, closing his eyes and hurtling toward his lover as if he couldn't bear to watch his own actions. Anna spread her arms, as if welcoming Makrel into an embrace. The crowd cheered. Kyoto hitched a breath. Makrel shot forward, and Kyoto screamed as he watched the tip of the wooden fragment hurtle towards Anna's heart. But before Makrel plunged the stake into Anna's chest, the company did something unexpected. From within the folds of her skirt, Anna brought out a knife. Kyoto didn't know where she had hid it, but assumed she must have stolen it off of one of the guards and saved it for this moment. Just before Makrel slid the stake into her body, Anna plunged her own blade directly into the middle of his chest. Makrel cried out in pain, dropping his weapon and grabbing the hilt of the knife embedded within his torso. Ionan roared in devastation, and Anna smiled, tears kissing her cheeks. Anna went to step away and be taken by the guards, but Makrel grabbed her shoulder. He ripped out the knife she had stabbed him with, turning it around and thrusting it into his company's heart. Kyoto felt like none of this was real. It couldn't be. The arena was another world as Makrel and Anna reached for each other, sinking to their knees and collapsing upon the ground. The lovers held each other close, as the blood seeped out of the matching wounds in their chest, the knife still embedded in Anna's heart. Their limbs jerked uselessly, souls clutching onto this world, before life eventually left their eyes, and the two of them became still, locked in one another's embrace forever. The arena cheered. Kyoto looked onward in shock, unable to process what he'd seen. The soldiers grabbed Anna and Makrel's limp bodies by the ankles and dragged them out of the arena, forcing their tangled corpses to relinquish one another. Their corpses left a maroon trail of blood behind. Instinctively, Kyoto reached for Ionan. He found the lion quivering as he sobbed. Kyoto gazed up at the platform to stare hatefully at the king who'd destroyed his sister's life. To his shock, he found that Winter didn't appear pleased. The king was scowling, as if the entire match between Anna and Makrel had left a bad taste in his mouth. Hidden within the folds of his grief, Kyoto felt a tiny, spiteful bout of triumph. In that moment, there was only one thing Kyoto could be grateful for. Despite the trials, Anna and Makrel had done the only thing they could to defy Winter. They had chosen to die together instead of apart. They wouldn't betray each other's love, not even at the end. The alligator noticed Ionan's anguish and asked,
"Were they friends to you?"
"The man had been my brother," Ionan gasped. "One I attempted to kill for the same sin long ago. I am no better than these monsters here."
"Don't bring that up, Ionan. You weren't in your right mind then. Winter knows exactly what he's doing," Kyoto hissed.
Unlike his changer, Kyoto wasn't crippled by grief. He was furious. He desired to rip the king apart. If only he could climb the walls to the platform. If he could, it would be all too easy to tear his enemy limb from limb, to rip the muscle and bone like parchment. He had the strength. But making an attempt on Winter's life would be futile. There was no way to escape the barbed netting that surrounded the arena. They were trapped.
"Take courage, my friend,"
the hulking company next to them said in an attempt to comfort Ionan.
"Soon you'll be joining your brother. It won't be long."
It was then the inescapable truth of what was happening hit Kyoto. In less than a few short hours, that would either be his body or Ionan's dragged out of the arena. The other would be escorted away to be tortured. Keanu thought he should be horrified by the idea, but he wasn't. It was simply unfathomable. Kyoto firmly grasped his changer's mane.
"We won't give him the satisfaction of begging," he said to steady himself. "We'll show him a fight to remember."
Ionan nodded furiously, tears leaving long streaks in his fur.
Yes, we'll give Winter a taste of what his fate will be when our family comes to seek their revenge.
Kyoto quelled a lump in his throat. He longed to see Kia, to hold her just one more time. He'd wasted so much of their time together by running away, by asking for divorce, by insisting on winning silly arguments. If he had known this would be his fate, he'd have never left her side. What a fool he'd been. Kyoto glanced up at Winter once more. Luciana was at the king's side. She was weeping with desperation, her wails rising over the chant of the crowd. Soren clung Zorna to him. They were sitting in the stands of the Colosseum and had just watched Anna and Makrel die. The phoenix was sobbing into Soren's shirt, his talons clinging desperately to his company. Soren simply stared with an open mouth at the bloodbath below, unable to believe the horrors he'd witnessed. He told Zorna not to get involved, even ordered him to stay put, something he'd never done in his life. They'd been completely helpless as they watched Anna and Makrel perish, all under the watchful eye of Winter. Vivienne was weeping too. Her hands were over her mouth, and her eyes were closed tightly, as if she couldn't bear what had happened. Melody wasn't crying. She was perched on Vivienne's shoulder as an owl, watching the soldiers drag Anna and Makrel's bodies out of the arena. The look in her eyes was the same that came over her when she transformed into a Dranan, fierce, protective, mean.
"They're moving through the line quickly."
Melody's calm voice was the only means of reason among them.
"We have to stop this, before Kyoto and Ionan meet the same fate." "How can we stop this? By the time we fly back to get help, they'll be dead,"
Vivienne gasped, waving a hand at the carnage.
"There's nothing we can do."
Soren looked to the arena, where the next trial was taking place. He winced as a large gorilla changer grabbed his company by the legs and smashed him into the ground, breaking his spine.
"I'm not content to sit here and do nothing," Melody snapped. "We'll find a way to create a diversion and get Winter's attention elsewhere. Then they'll be forced to stop the trials and wait until tomorrow. That buys us time."
"But how?" Soren asked.
"I can think of a few ways," Melody said cleverly.
She stared at Vivienne. The two girls seemed to understand each other wordlessly, nodding in unison. Vivienne got up from her seat, and Soren asked, "Where are you going?"
"You'll understand in a minute,"
Vivienne cried.
"Soren, I swear to the Creator, don't go anywhere."
Soren watched as his sister pushed people out of the way to climb down the stands, vanishing into the crowd. "Don't go anywhere, great," he grumbled.
"Maybe it's better we stay out of it,"
Zorna sniffed, finally beginning to come round.
"Your sister's a powerful witch, and Melody's a Dranan. If anyone can create a big enough distraction to stop this monstrosity, it's them."
"I don't know. This is bigger than anything we've ever been up against," Soren argued.
"I'm sure they can handle it. There isn't an company or changer in Nesting's Haven that can stand up to Vivi and Melody."
"I know that," Soren stood. "But that doesn't mean they have to do it alone. Come on, we've got to help."
Chapter 9. Settling the Score.
"Keanu." The young prince felt Angel prodding at the edges of his consciousness, trying to poke her way in. "Keanu."
"I'm awake, Angel."
He sat up slowly, swinging his legs to the edge of the bed.
"Couldn't sleep anyway."
"Soren and Vivi are gone," she said. She and Ali were staring at him from the edge of the bed. Both were in their griffin forms and appeared unusually symmetrical in the dark.
"What?" He shook his head. "How do you know?"
"I watched them leave." Angel fluttered her wings in concern. "I think they're going after Ionan and your dad."
"Of course they are."
Keanu rolled out of bed, slipping on his tunic gingerly. "I should know Soren better than to think he'd stay put." "Should we tell Kia and Ignis where they're going?" Angel asked.
"No."
Keanu switched to talking aloud, struggling to pull on his boots. "If the adults find out they followed, the whole palace will have a fit. We should just bring them back ourselves." "Are you sure you can make the trip?" Ali asked, coming to his side.
"I'll manage. If we hurry, we can meet up with them before they're out of Southwild," Keanu said.
Their plan to catch up with the others failed rather quickly.
Keanu couldn't ride for very long. He had to take frequent rests on the way to Nestings Haven. The two changers and their fairy didn't make it to the edges of the city until long after they'd left, late in the afternoon. "I didn't expect we'd get this far," Angel said in concern as Keanu hunched over his knees. He gasped in excruciating pain as they hid under a huddle of palm trees. Ali scowled. "Soren and Viviana could be anywhere. We should have turned back hours after we left." "It's not safe for us to be here. If Winter discovers you're still alive, sister, his soldiers will hunt us down," Angel said. "It's okay," Keanu said, slowly rising to his full height. "We'll search the city. If we don't find them before night time, we'll give up and head back. Ali, change into something small so you can disguise yourself. Angel can carry me." Angel changed into a plump grey pony, the most inconspicuous form she could think of. She used her head to help Keanu up. The boy pulled the hood of his cloak over his head to hide his green hair, which was an obvious giveaway of his identity. "This was a foolish trip," Ali said, shaking her head. Keanu held out his hands. She jumped, transforming into a chinchilla in midair and landing in his open palms. She waddled inside his cloak to hide as the three of them ventured through Nestings Haven's gates. Angel had to press against the walls of buildings within the city. The streets of Nestings Haven were crowded with the companies and changers. She barely had room to walk. The city was filled with hundreds of bonded pairs making their way through the Grand Bazaar. "So this is Nestings Haven, huh?" Ali asked sarcastically from within the cloak. "I'm really not impressed." "It really is a nice city. Sorry you can't see it, Al," Keanu responded. "Doesn't bother me much," she said. "Never wanted to come here in the first place." Something was off. Keanu expected the citizens of Nestings Haven to be ragged and desolate under Winter's rule, but it was quite the opposite. Companies waltzed around the street in clothes made of velvet and silk, heavy jewels adorning their figures. They appeared perfectly healthy and glowed under the looming shadow of Winter's castle in the distance. They seemed blissfully apathetic about living in the dominion of a madman. The only ones who appeared miserable were the changers. They kept their gazes down, speaking only when spoken to, tagging obediently at their partner's heels with no resistance or words whatsoever. Keanu didn't understand. Why weren't these people suffering? They had such a cruel king. "Only Winter's chosen are permitted to thrive in his kingdom," Angel noted, as if answering his question. Suddenly, Keanu understood. "Of course. Makes sense," he thought. "Winter's already gotten rid of everyone who opposes him. He takes the poor and puts them into Azazel for labor. He throws the resistance fighters into the trials to scare the rest of the population into submission. It gives the appearance that they're doing well." "Goods are also cheap since the ones who make them are slaves," Angel added. "Wares are sold for pennies when you pay nothing for the labor, boosting the economy. This keeps his subjects happy so there is no uprising. Those with favor, wealth, or power are permitted to live. The others must be worked until their usefulness runs out." "How do you know all this?" Keanu asked. "I lived on the streets for a very long time. It gave me a distinct knowledge of how those who have good fortune take advantage of those who do not," Angel said. They walked around for a little while longer. As the day progressed, Keanu felt himself getting sick again. He refused to admit that the heat was bothering him. The humidity made it hard for him to breathe, and instead of giving him strength like it should, the sun caused Keanu to lose what little energy he'd stored up. He could feel Ali panting within his cloak. She was sweltering. "Angel," he said, exhausted. "We need to find some shade." Angel's eyes scanned the area. She pointed with her nose to a massive arena made of white marble, which was swarming with attendants. "There." "The Colosseum. That's where they hold the trials," Keanu said weakly. "It'll give you a place to sit down and get out of the sun. There are so many people, no one will notice us slip in." Angel trotted through the crowd until she had maneuvered through the columns of the Colosseum. She walked up one flight of stairs and into the stands. Keanu slipped off her back and sat down, grateful to be finally out of the sun. "Thank the Creator," Ali said, wriggling out of his cloak and collapsing onto the wooden bench beside him. "I thought you were trying to cook me." Angel transformed into an ermine, taking her sister's side. Keanu looked down. The trials seemed temporarily paused.
though the crowd was still roaring loudly. He didn't want to be here, but he knew he had to rest to regain his strength. Otherwise he'd faint off Angel and create a scene as they left Nesting's Haven. The last thing they needed was to draw attention. Keanu looked down. His heart thudded against his chest when he noticed his father on the floor of the arena, chained against a wall. Ionan was bound beside him. Both were unable to escape.
"That's Dad and Ionan down there," Keanu shouted, pointing. "They must have gotten caught."
"What?" Ali gasped.
"Featherbiters, that is them."
"Soren and Vivi went after them to prevent this, didn't they?" Angel asked.
"Something must have happened," Keanu said quickly.
The fairy began shaking.
"They're going to face the trials."
"No, they're not," Ali said roughly. "We're going to stop this. The only question is how we're going to get them out of here." Angel paced along the edge of the wooden bench, formulating a plan. "I bet there are tons of people locked underneath the Colosseum, waiting to face the trials. I'm quiet enough that I'm never noticed. I could sneak down there and let them all out, which will start an uprising. Then the guards will be forced to stop these sick games." "Yes, but will it be enough?" Ali asked. "I don't know, but we have to try," Angel said. "I'll get the prisoners to start a riot. When that happens, you two figure out a way to break through that metal netting and save your dads." "Angel, you can't communicate with others unless I'm there. How are you going to get the prisoners to follow you?" Keanu asked. "Not everything needs words, Keanu. Just trust me," Angel demanded. She jumped off the bench and scurried away, her white tail bobbing behind her as she ran. Keanu burst. "This is impossible. I don't know what she's thinking. And that netting can't be broken. It'll slice us to shreds if we attempt to break through." "Keanu, stop being so pessimistic," Ali snapped. "Angel said we have to figure out a way, so we will. There's nothing we haven't accomplished together, and our fathers are going to die if we fail. I'd like to see a little net try to stop us." Vivienna's keen eyes searched the ground floor of the Colosseum, her lips pressed tightly together as she surveyed each face of the crowd. She'd abandoned her cloak to strut freely around the arena with her head held high, her red hair flowing over her tight black gown. Many spectators moved out of her way fearfully, mumbling to themselves and gazing at her with a distinct expression of terror. No doubt they mistook her for Nineveh. The likeness was far too similar, and the proud way she carried herself throughout the Colosseum was identical to how Nineveh composed herself. Melody was at her side as a jaguar, prowling throughout the Colosseum's crowded belly with her claws unsheathed. There was no question between either of them if they wanted to do this. No longer would they hide like meek little mice. It was time to show everyone exactly what they could do. Nineveh was Winter's greatest weapon and his most avid protector. Killing her meant a direct path to slaughtering the king. Once his wife was attacked, Winter would halt the trial so he could attempt to save his darling love. If the king was nearby, the queen was certain to be as well. They only had to locate her. Vivienna and Melody scoured the ground floor and the 2 floors above, with no success. They knew she was here, but Nineveh wouldn't be stupid enough to present herself out in the open. She always lurked in the shadows like a black widow, until the time came for her to strike. Word soon spread throughout the Colosseum that the Queen herself was strutting through the halls, looking for someone to extract her ill temper on. Vivienna found each place she travelled to empty, vacated of all those who valued their own lives. She was glad for the rumours, glad people mistook her for her mother. It would make Nineveh emerge from her hiding place much quicker if the Queen believed there was an impostor in her midst. Vivienna had no doubt she could kill her mother. Her magic was powerful enough, stronger even than the Queen's. She only wondered if she'd have the gall to deliver the final blow when the time was right. But then Vivienna thought of Soren, and it steeled her resolve. She had vowed at a young age to defend her little brother at whatever cost. Today she'd honour that promise and defeat her mother. Their search led them to the top of the Colosseum. The structure had no roof, only a sparse wooden scaffold circling the inside edge of the arena. Vivienna looked to the right upon the thousands of spectators clustering the stands below. The participants duelling in the trials appeared little more than dots. To the left, the city buildings appeared as toy boxes. It would be a very long fall if she were to trip.
Viviana and Melody carefully manoeuvred around the edge of the scaffold. They'd climbed up here hoping they'd be able to spot Nineveh from above. She wasn't in the royal box where Winter was. Where could she be lurking? One of the boards cracked under Viviana's weight. Her right foot went through, dangling her ankle into a small hole. Viviana grabbed her knee to pull herself out, but as she wrenched her leg free, she heard Melody emitting a growl beside her. Viviana's head whipped up. Darren was standing 10 steps away on the scaffold, grinning at them.
"Darren,"
Viviana said, turning around.
"What are you doing here? Everyone has been worried sick about you."
Darren laughed. "Worried? About me? That's funny. No one has come looking for me since I left."
"Darren, why'd you help Chameleon escape? That was a foolish thing to do. She's with Winter now," Viviana snapped.
"So, I'm with Winter now too." Darren opened his hand, and a raging black flame emitted from his palm. "And I have to say I'm a hell of a lot happier living with him than I ever was with you." Viviana's eyes narrowed as she figured out the situation.
"Nineveh's been training you, hasn't she?"
she asked through gritted teeth. "Barely. I'm not a prodigy like you were. She feels I'm a waste of her time," Darren said. "Hopefully killing her daughter will inspire her to train me more."
"Are you crazy?" Viviana hissed. "We're friends."
Darren shook his head. "Not anymore."
"You truly are insane if you think you can take me on," Viviana said.
2 twin flames appeared in both of her hands, rippling up her arms.
"I don't care how much practice you've had since you left."
"My magic is stronger than yours could ever be, Vivi, and I'm going to prove it to you," Darren sneered.
"Have you seriously envied me all this time? What I can do is a curse just as much as it is a gift," Viviana said, unable to believe it.
"Who told you that? Soren, perhaps, when you were arguing? He'll say anything when he loses his temper. He can't control himself." Darren gave a smug smile.
"Shut up, Darren. You've always been jealous of Soren," Viviana said spitefully. "I should have known you'd get sick of living in his shadow sooner or later. I wish I would have done something about it."
"What were you going to do? You were afraid to act, Vivi. You always have been," Darren said.
"You left Federin,"
Melody growled, taking a step forward. Darren winced, but remained firm. "I had no choice but to abandon my changer. I never would have been allowed to practice magic at Southwild. I wasn't favoured like Vivi is. People wouldn't have looked the other way like they do with her."
"Magic is dangerous. I only use it when I absolutely have to," Viviana shouted. "It should be forbidden to keep people from losing their heads with power."
"People like me?" His eyes flashed. "You're just too scared to use what you have."
"Oh, I'm definitely not scared," Viviana growled. "And you're about to find out."
Darren shot a blast of fire at Viviana. She ducked to the side, letting the spell go by before raising her hands. The twin flames grew from her palms. They circled around Darren, rushing in at all sides. Darren raised his arms, and a black shield formed around him. Viviana's flames bounced off the sides. She continued swirling the flames around his shield, increasing the heat. Darren's face contorted, sweat pouring down his cheeks as he struggled to keep his magic aloft. He slashed his arms down to the side. Viviana's flames fell away, sending the fragments of his broken shield hurtling toward her. She waved her hand effortlessly, and the fragments dissolved into sand, scattering along the rotting floorboards. Darren screamed in rage. He began blasting jets of fire at Viviana from his fists, punching the air as quickly as his arms would allow. Though there were dozens of flames, Viviana avoided each one, waving her hands and changing Darren's flames to puffs of smoke that breezed by her cheeks effortlessly. Viviana flung out her fingertips. A singular shard of glass materialized in midair, forming a jagged knife with a pointed end. The glass flew toward Darren's torso, aimed at his middle. Darren sidestepped it clumsily, nearly tripping over the side of the scaffold as he did so.
"Vivi, stop being nice, just take care of him," Melody shouted.
Viviana took a deep breath. She knew her attempts to harm Darren were half-hearted. She didn't want to kill him, but Darren wasn't giving up. Viviana slowly brought her palms together, forming a cage with her hands. Iron bars appeared from nothing, closing around Darren and creating a tiny box from which he could not escape. Darren yelled in fury, but despite his best attempts to break the bars with his fire, they wouldn't melt nor break.
He wrapped his palms around the bars. They glowed molten hot underneath them, though Vivienna's witchcraft held up under the oppression of Darren's magic.
"You can't even touch me, Darren," Vivienna hissed. "Just give up."
Darren's lips formed into a snarl. His eyes flickered to the side, to Melody. He raised his hand and sent a bolt of black fire hurtling directly toward the jaguar, where it hit her full on the chest. Melody gasped, then collapsed on the spot. "No!" Vivienna's hand filled with a harsh black light, forming a circular swirling orb. She tossed it at Darren, and the ball shattered against his temple. He fell against the bars of his cage, completely unconscious. Vivienna fell to her knees by the changer's side.
"Melody, are you all right?"
Vivienna lifted the jaguar's head into her lap. The changer was panting faintly, and she didn't move.
I'm okay."
Melody's jaw jolted up and down awkwardly as she struggled to speak.
"I can't move anything, though." "It's an immobilization spell. I can't reverse it, but it'll soon wear off," Vivienna explained to her. "Darren's magic is very weak." "We shouldn't leave him there," Melody whispered, and her eyes flickered to the boy in the cage. "We need to get rid of him." "I won't kill a friend." "He's no friend of ours." Vivienna looked back at Darren. "He was once. That bond is something that can't be broken, no matter how hard he tries to run from it." "It is foolish to let him live, Vivi. He will kill others under Winter's command." Vivienna shook her head. "Darren can't understand the boundaries around his magic. He'll kill himself before Winter gets a chance to use him." Vivienna stood. "Come on, let's go before he wakes up. If he's really with Nineveh, I'd prefer we didn't have to face 2 magicians instead of 1. Maybe we can catch her alone while she's looking for him. Can you change?" "I don't think so," Melody said. "I'm stuck like this until the spell wears off." "I can carry you." Vivienna waved her hand above Melody. The jaguar was lifted into the air, hovering behind the witch, so the spell would follow her wherever she went. "We'll hide until the spell wears off, then we'll go looking for her again." "Sounds good to me," Melody said. "But I think you're making a big mistake leaving Darren alive." Vivienna hesitated. Then she continued onward, stepping around Darren's cage and hurrying along the scaffold. Sparing life is never a mistake. Chapter 10. A Mother's Kiss. Angel jumped from left and right to avoid being stepped on by the giant feet of pedestrians as she ran along the ground floor of the Colosseum. She longed to change into something bigger, but that would ruin her plan of obscurity. The ermine scrambled to keep her bearings as an elephant's foot nearly crushed her, crashing down and shaking the floor next to her. Angel got an idea. She crawled up the elephant's foot, clinging to a safe spot behind his ankle. The elephant didn't notice she was hitching a ride. She jumped off when he walked past a wooden door flanked by guards, where she was sure they were keeping the prisoners. Angel flattened herself to the ground, running along the edges of a wall and leaving the safety of the crowd. As she predicted, she wasn't noticed among the guards. They kept their eyes forward as she slipped around their legs and underneath the gap at the bottom of the door, slipping into darkness. She took the stairs to the basement of the Colosseum 2 at a time, jumping from one to the next. When she was near the bottom, she paused, perking up her ears to listen. "I hate being down here. I always think there's someone watching," a changer guard whined, waiting at the bottom of the stairs. "Who can watch you in the dark? I can't even see you," his company responded. "You're being absolutely ridiculous. I thought you said joining Winter's army would be fun. This isn't fun. It smells down here," the changer complained. "I never said it would be fun. I said it's what my father expects of us. He serves the council. It doesn't look very good if his son doesn't help the war effort," the other guard snapped. "You should be grateful we were stationed down here instead of chosen to help with the attack on Southwild a few weeks ago. Half of them are swimming with the fishes." "Fighting a battle will be more fun than sitting in a dark hole all day," the changer grumbled. "You're such a whiner, Edley." Angel crept closer. From here, she could see that the changer was in the form of a large, scary dog. There were 2 silver keys dangling from a collar around his neck. Angel carefully tiptoed around his paws and stretched herself upward, trying to reach the keys. "What was that?" Edley barked, jumping backward. Angel crouched low to the ground. "Something touched me." "Oh, by the Creator, are you losing your mind?"
the company sneered. No, I swear it was reaching for my neck, Edley howled.
Maybe it was a ghost.
Angel heard the company chuckle lowly.
You better watch out, Edley, they're coming for you.
No, Edley said. Angel had to slide back and forth to avoid being stepped on as the dog's paws danced upon the stone.
Oh yes, there are ghosts down here, Edley. Ooh!
Cut it out! While the two of them were bickering, Angel jumped up and managed to snag the 2 keys. Under her weight, the thin rope tying them to Edley's collar snapped. She fell to the floor, rolling away with the keys into darkness. The door above opened. Angel clutched the keys and pressed herself against the wall, her heart pounding.
Hey, we need the 2 of you up here,
one of the soldiers guarding the door cried.
What now?
The company complained as his spooked changer shivered.
Someone pretending to be the Queen has infiltrated the Colosseum. We need everyone's help to find her, the guard responded. Leave the prisoners, they're not going anywhere. Fine by me,
Edley cried. He bolted up the staircase while his company followed, shaking his head. When the door closed, Angel transformed into a griffin, the keys clutched in her beak. She proceeded to the first cell and put one of the keys inside the lock, turning it with her talon until it swung open.
What's this?
An company peered out from the darkness. His changer, a small tapir, rattled her chains as she looked up. The company stared at the griffin as she entered the cell.
Is it time for us to face the trials?
Angel took a key off the hook and dropped it onto the straw next to his hand. He took it, slowly, expecting some sort of trick. He kept his eye on her as he put the key into the locks circling his wrists and ankles. When his shackles fell away, he immediately moved on to his changer, setting her free before looking back at Angel. She had already started on opening the next cell. When that door swung open, she stared at the company, swishing her tail. For a moment, his eyes flashed to the doorway above the staircase, but his changer tugged on his pant leg. The company started forward, entering the cell opposite his, and unlocking the shackles around that company and her changer. Soundlessly, they continued on like this until all 50 of the cells were open, and a collection of prisoners stood crowded in the minuscule hallway. One of the changers transformed into a small dragon. He used what he had left of his fire to light the torches above so the rest of them could see. All were desperate to leave, but none seemed to have the courage to. For them, the cells were hell, but at least they were safe. Up there, they were not. "What are we all waiting for? We need to go," a company said, skirting toward the door. Angel leapt in front of him, barring the way. "What is this? A trap by Winter? I'm not going to die in the trials," he insisted, attempting to move around Angel, and failing. "Don't be stupid. This griffin looks like she has a plan," another told him. "We should follow her." "If she has a plan, why doesn't she just talk to us about it?" he argued. "She hasn't said a word about who she is or why she's here." "Look, it's better if we all stick together anyway," the tapir said. "We have a better chance of fighting the guards if we team up. This griffin didn't save us to lead us to our doom, I'm sure. We just have to trust her." Angel nodded. She shrunk down to the floor to indicate to the others they needed to be quiet. No one said a word, and Angel proceeded to creep up the steps. Without question, those behind her followed. Zorna scampered behind Soren as a coyote, struggling to keep up. Soren kept pushing people out of the way, shouting at them if they took too long to move. He was angry that he'd lost Vivienne, and Zorna was desperately trying to keep him in check.
"Soren, stop attracting attention,"
Zorna shouted. He grabbed the edge of Soren's shirt with his teeth and sat on the ground, dragging him to a halt. "We don't have a lot of time. Uncle Keanu and Ionan are going to die," he said harshly.
"Yes, but we have to keep our heads."
Zorna's response came out muffled with Soren's shirt in his mouth. The company ripped it free and said, "I'm perfectly calm, okay? Get off my back." "Soren!" The boy turned, sighing in relief when he saw his sister running toward him. Vivienne came to a stop, holding the skirts of her black dress elegantly so they didn't skim along the dirty floor. "Vivi!" Soren embraced her tightly. "I'm so glad we found you. You shouldn't have to do this alone." "Alone?" Vivienne pulled away, blinking. "Yeah, we can save Uncle Keanu together," Soren said. Vivienne's face melted into understanding.
"Where's Melody?"
Zorna asked, peering around her skirts. "She's waiting for us," Vivienne explained breathlessly. "Look, I think we can stop this, but I need you to help me." "Really? That's not what you said before," Soren said. "You seemed pretty stubborn to keep me out of it."
Yeah, well, I can't protect my baby brother forever, she said. And right now I'm pretty sure there's no way I can do this by myself.
What are we doing? Soren asked.
Just follow me. You'll understand when we get there.
Vivienne took off at a run through the crowd, and the boys followed. She rounded a couple of corners, waiting for them a few times before stopping in front of an ornate door.
Melody's in here,
Vivienne explained, pushing open the door. The boys followed her through it, but who was inside was most certainly not Vivienne's changer. The room was sparsely decorated. The only thing inside was a lone wooden chair, a red-headed witch sitting upon it. Nineveh curled her fingers and gave her son a smirk.
Hello, Soren.
Zorna yelped. The boys bolted for the exit, but Vivienne slammed it shut. Soren expected his sister to leap into action, but the boy gasped as Vivienne's beautiful features gave way to plain ones, her red hair transforming into pink curls. Soren realized this wasn't his sister at all. The way she'd held up her skirts, how she'd become confused when he mentioned they split up. Chameleon laughed cruelly at him as he stumbled backward in shock.
Chameleon?
He whispered.
Why?
His heart felt like it was breaking all over again. She laughed again.
Surprised? I'm working for Winter now. He's just as much my father as he is yours now.
Not that, he said softly. Why'd you leave? You were my best friend. Chameleon's wicked grin fell away. Her face was chiseled into an expression of apathy.
You don't mean anything to me, Soren,
Chameleon said in a flat voice.
You were stupid to think you ever did.
From her shoulders stared Pumpkin and Martin. They gazed down at Soren with worried eyes. The two ferrets were clearly torn, unable to decide if they should blow their cover and save their friends, or continue to act as spies. Chameleon wasn't paying attention to Zorna. Slowly, the coyote shook his head back and forth at the two changers. Pumpkin and Martin understood, clutching Chameleon's shoulders firmly and staying put.
Chameleon, leave us,
Nineveh said coolly.
It's been over a decade since I last saw my son. I wish to speak to him alone. Who are you to order me around? Chameleon snapped, glaring at the witch. I have magic too. You have power, child, but it is uncontrollable and reckless, unlike my own, Nineveh said. If you wish to stay in my husband's good graces, I demand that you leave. Chameleon bunched her hands into fists. I brought them here because you asked me to, and now I don't get to see what you're going to do with them. That isn't your concern. Leave us be, you wretched girl, Nineveh snarled. Chameleon sneered at the queen. I shall return to Winter's side, where I belong. She said the words with emphasis before proceeding out the door with Pumpkin and Martin, twiddling her fingers at her old friends. Until next time, Soren, she cooed. The lock clicked behind them. Nineveh rose gracefully from her seat, and Soren said, If you're going to kill us, just have it over with. I won't be your weapon again. Nineveh's eyes softened, and she opened her arms. Soren expected dark fire to rise from within them until she said, My son, I've missed you so much. Nineveh circled her arms around Soren's body, locking his arms to his sides and bringing him into a tight hug. Soren stiffened against the embrace, which felt cold and distant, nothing like a mother's should. Zorna was growling, but the witch ignored him, continuing to hold her son. Nineveh pulled away. Soren nearly collapsed when he saw there were genuine tears in Nineveh's eyes. Even as a young child, he'd never seen his mother appear anything but vacant and ruthless. You have grown into a very handsome young man, Nineveh said. She moved a lock of brown hair out of his eyes and caressed the back of her hand against his cheek. You look like your father, of course, but your nose is mine. You even have some of Kia's freckles.
Get away from him,
Zorna snarled. His teeth were bared. The hair on his back was raised, poised to attack. Soren lifted a cautious hand to tell Zorna to settle. What is it you want? He asked. What I want? I want to come home, Nineveh said. I miss my babies. You burned home to the ground. The Varanian's gone, Soren spat. A mistake which your father manipulated me into, Nineveh said soothingly. Winter has retained control of me over all these years. I was in love with him, but I've come to realize he's a madman. I must get away. Finally came to your senses, huh? Soren snapped.
He wrenched himself away from his mother, taking a step back.
I want to be with my children again. 11 years is far too long to be apart from them.
Nineveh wept. She swept the tears off her cheeks, obviously struggling to hold her grief inside. Why? You never cared before, Soren said spitefully.
Winter is excellent at brainwashing those who follow him, as you well know, Nineveh said.
She'd stopped crying, though she still appeared distraught.
Vera, a much kinder creature than I will ever be, never managed to escape his clutches. You must understand how difficult it was for me to decide to betray the king. I love him, but I can't do it any more.
Soren paused. His mother had done terribly ruthless things to please Winter. But so had Vera, and Vera hadn't been a monster.
You chose him over us, Soren said slowly. That wasn't right.
I'm not saying I didn't hurt you. All I'm asking for is the chance to make it up to you, Nineveh begged. If I was still on Winter's side, it would have been no trouble for me to capture you or harm you, yet I haven't done either.
Soren swallowed. I suppose that's true. You've never hesitated to attack before, and now you are.
Soren, don't you listen, she must be lying, Zorna said suspiciously.
Nineveh spoke over Zorna.
I'm willing to come back to Southwild as your prisoner. You know if I join your side, the war would be over almost instantaneously. Winter can't stand up to both Vivienne and I.
Vivi, Soren shook his head. Does she know about this?
No, and that's why I came to you first. Vivienne is a more powerful witch than I am. She could kill me easily, and won't hesitate to if she finds me, Nineveh said. If you convince her to stand down, we can talk this out, and I am frightened of her.
The fear was true upon Nineveh's face. Soren could see that his mother was afraid, no, petrified, of Vivienne. He thought hard about the situation. There had been plenty of people who had betrayed them, then come back to join the cause. Kasif, Vera, Kyoto, countless others had all made mistakes, then worked hard to rectify them. Was it so hard to believe that his mother could be one of them? Winter was hideous. No one could serve him forever, not even Nineveh. Fine, you can come with us, Soren said. If you help to save Uncle Kyoto and Ionan, I guess you're in the clear.
Soren,
Zorna warned. It's okay, Zo. Soren turned to his changer. We'll just have to find Vivi.
I believe she's on the scaffold above the arena, Nineveh said. If we find her, we can save Kyoto and Ionan together, then fly back to Southwild.
Okay, lead the way. Soren certainly didn't want Nineveh at his back. Complying with his request, the witch strode to the door and opened it, travelling to one of the staircases in the arena, and beginning to climb upward. Soren and Zorna followed at a distance, and waited for an indication to run or fight, but Nineveh never made a move against them.
Soren, I don't like this, Zorna said. It doesn't feel right.
She would have hurt us by now, Zo. Let's just see what happens. Maybe she's telling the truth, Soren said. The look on Zorna's face was doubtful. When they got to the top of the Colosseum, Nineveh poked her head over the staircase.
Vivi's up there,
Nineveh said. She pointed to an adjacent staircase next to them that split into opposite directions.
You go this way and get her attention. I'll venture from behind when she's ready to talk.
No, that's not happening, Soren said immediately.
She can't see me, Soren. If she does, she'll react irrationally, Nineveh said calmly. You talk to her first. Once you explain the situation, she can turn around and I'll be standing right there.
No.
Soren, there isn't time. Kyoto and Ionan are due to fight each other, and there is only so much I can do before we can't stop the trials.
Nineveh's eyes expressed urgency.
Just trust your mother.
I'll stay here and watch her, Soren,
Zorna said lowly, glaring at Nineveh.
If she tries anything, I'll give you guys a warning.
Soren nodded nervously. He proceeded up the opposite stairway. When he climbed onto the scaffolding, he saw Vivienne kneeling by Melody, who seemed to be paralyzed. The changer was lying on the scaffold, immobile.
I think the spell is wearing off now, Melody said. I should be able to move again soon.
Vivi! Soren called. His sister jumped to her feet, staring at him. Nineveh had stepped onto the scaffold and was walking behind her, her hands clamped together submissively. The witch was quiet as she crept behind her daughter, seemingly unable to keep herself away longer than she already had. Soren opened his mouth, but he didn't have a spare moment to explain things. Vivienne turned. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw Nineveh standing no more than a few inches away from her. "My daughter, I'm so sorry for everything I've done," Nineveh hushed. Tears were once again trailing down her beautiful porcelain face. Nineveh's arms slid forward and tangled Vivienne within them, clutching the girl to her body as tightly as she'd embraced Soren. Like her brother, the girl didn't know what to do. She was completely still. Zorna watched from the opposite staircase, unsure of what to do. "Mom?" Vivienne asked. Her arms raised slowly to wrap the other witch within them in an unsure hug. "Vivi, no!" Melody gasped. She struggled to get up, still wrapped within the paralysis of the spell. "That's right, my darling," Nineveh whispered, putting a hand in her daughter's hair. "I'm here, my precious, precious child, and you will never leave my arms again." Vivienne leaned into her mother's grasp, as if it was all she'd ever wanted in the world. Nineveh kissed her lightly on the cheek. They stood in a world without time, Nineveh calmly rocking her daughter back and forth. Vivienne breathed deeply, her eyes closed. It appeared as if the young witch had finally entered heaven after being exiled from its loving embrace for so long. Then Vivienne began to cough. She wheezed, a hacking sound emerging deep within her throat as she struggled to breathe. "Hush now," Nineveh said gently, patting Vivienne's back. She was crying again. "Everything's going to be all right."
"Soren!"
Zorna yelped, but his warning came too late. Nineveh let Vivienne go, and Soren saw the light fade from his sister's eyes as the place where Nineveh had kissed her blossomed into an inky black rose which spread across the girl's pale cheek. Vivienne stumbled, and Soren went to catch her. The young witch's fingertips grazed her brother's hand as she tumbled over the side of the scaffold, turning head over heels in mid-air and plummeting to the ground below. Soren's agonized, wretched screams matched Melody's as Vivienne's body snapped upon the cobblestone streets, sending the crowd scattering. Vivienne lay broken upon the city of Nesting's Haven, her limbs twisted at odd angles, dress blanketed around her. Blood stemmed from her cracked skull, soaking the streets with all the disappointment a child could ever experience at the hands of their mother. Zorna went to attack, but Nineveh twirled an arm over her head, vanishing in a swirling column of black smoke. Chapter 11. A Fight to the Death. Kyoto watched as the alligator he'd been standing with for hours was dragged out of the Colosseum, killed by a blow to the head from his bonded partner. The company he'd been talking to earlier was led away, and that was it. There were no others to wait behind. It was his and Ionan's turn. Kyoto and Ionan looked at each other. Years of companionship, love, and trust meant nothing. Their entire bond was being brought to a bloody conclusion. "Fight well, Ionan," Kyoto said, trying to keep the waver out of his voice. "Till the bitter end, my friend," the lion replied. Kyoto and Ionan were dragged to the middle of the arena by guards. The soldiers unshackled their bonds, and the crowd roared in bloody anticipation. Kyoto chanced a glance up at Winter. The Wicked King appeared absolutely gleeful. "Be sure to pay attention, Winter," Kyoto growled under his breath. "What we're going to do to each other is nothing compared to what will be done to you." When the chains were off of him, Ionan wasted no time. He sprinted toward Kyoto, full speed, claws outstretched, mane flattened to his head as he soared into the air. Kyoto waited for him, latching onto the lion as they collided. The two of them rolled to the ground. Ionan gained the upper hand, pinning Kyoto to the sand. He raised a paw to strike, snarling viciously. Kyoto kneed Ionan's stomach, using his strength to pitch the changer off of him. Ionan tumbled into the sand, and Kyoto grabbed a good-sized rock, raising it up high. He swung the rock forward, but Ionan lunged out of the way and grabbed Kyoto's arm with his large jaws, clamping down tight. Kyoto screamed in pain as blood began running down Ionan's fangs. Using his free hand, Kyoto clubbed Ionan between the eyes with the rock. Stunned, the lion let go and stumbled backward, shaking his head. Kyoto tried once again to hit him with the crude weapon, but he was forced to drop it as Ionan charged at him. Kyoto grabbed two of Ionan's largest fangs and tussled with the lion's mouth as the creature attempted to devour him, twisting Ionan's jaw this way and that. Ionan finally pulled free, rising up on his hind legs and battering Kyoto across the middle. As their battle continued, the arena cheered in exhilarated euphoria. This wasn't a quick fight. This bonded pair knew each other well, and both were talented fighters. It would truly be a dramatic end worth noting in the Colosseum for decades to come. Kyoto got to his feet, cradling his bleeding arm. Ionan growled and transformed into a dragon, smoke furling out of his nose. The massive beast stampeded toward Kyoto with a mighty roar, letting out a stream of flame. Kyoto rolled out of the way as Ionan twisted and turned within the Colosseum. Dragon's fire singed his clothes. Kyoto wasn't quick enough, and Ionan's flame caught the edge of his pant leg, igniting the clothing. The fire quickly burned away the fabric and began eating away at Kyoto's skin. The company wailed loudly. He collapsed upon the ground and ripped off his shirt, using it to put the fire out. Ionan paused. Kyoto's tortured cries were enough to temporarily stun him against taking further action. Kyoto looked around for a weapon. The chains from their shackles were still lying on the ground. He grabbed them, and the dragon charged. As Ionan barreled toward him, Kyoto swung the chain into Ionan's mouth. He then jumped and lifted himself onto the dragon's back, grabbing onto both sides of the chain and yanking as hard as he could. The chain cut into Ionan's tongue and the corners of his cheek, temporarily immobilizing him with pain. Ionan reared onto his back legs, flailing his talons and shrieking in agony, twisting his head to try and get away. Kyoto held on tighter, forcing Ionan's tongue into the back of his mouth and causing him to choke. Ionan fell over backward, his wings splayed out behind him. Kyoto jumped off his back the moment before the dragon crushed him underneath his massive weight. Several columns inside the Colosseum fell to the ground, shattering to pieces at the small earthquake caused by Ionan's fall. The dragon rolled onto his side. He swung his large tail at Kyoto to knock him over, the large arrowhead at the end of his tail digging into the ground. Kyoto was able to duck a few times, but Ionan's tail soon caught him, and he was sent flying backward into the wall. It cracked upon impact, and the crowd cheered. Slowly, Kyoto peeled himself off the wall. Staggering forward on his burnt leg, Kyoto rasped,
"Enough messing around, Ionan. Let's finish this."
The dragon growled, showing all his teeth. Both of them ran toward the other, and when they were in reach of each other's grasp, both reacted. Kyoto grabbed one of Ionan's fangs with one hand and Ionan's horn with the other, poised to snap his neck. Ionan's large front paw encircled Kyoto's entire body, his talons easily able to crush the company in his grasp. It was done. They hadn't been paying attention to the noise in the stands, but now they found themselves unable to hear anything but the crowd. The audience was no longer cheering. They were screaming in terror. Kyoto glanced away and saw that a group of spectators in the stands were stampeding over each other, attempting to flee. A group of 50 changers and their accompanies were attacking the crowd. They were led by a furious white griffin, whose silent fury was death to all those who did not see her coming. The rest of the arena panicked, filtering out of the stands as quickly as they could to retreat to the streets of Nesting's Haven and away from the chaos. Ionan and Kyoto let go of each other. When they did this, the iron netting around the Colosseum fell away, crumpling upon the crowd and making it so that many underneath it could not escape. The crowd was cut to ribbons, hacked to pieces by the barbed wiring. Kyoto saw his son flying over the stadium upon Ali's back, holding a dagger and smiling victoriously. Kyoto wondered how they'd managed to break the netting, until he saw that there were patches of it still hooked to the edges of the Colosseum. Keanu and Ali had secretly cut away at the main ropes supporting the netting so the barbed metal had given way under the stress of its own weight. Winter was poised at the edge of his platform and pointing at Ali. "You're alive?" Winter snarled. "That's right. It's not so easy to get rid of me, you bastard," Ali cried. Kyoto jumped onto Ionan's back. The dragon rose into the sky, frying the changers that came after him with his flame. Ali and Keanu met up with them. The group began hurtling toward the open hole at the top of the Colosseum with vigor. "Angel, we gotta go!" Ali cried. Angel heard her sister's cry and turned, leaving the attack to join up with her companions. The changers she was with followed her, morphing into creatures who could fly and throwing their accompanies onto their backs. The soldiers tried to stop them, but were soon afraid to get too close, as the group plunged many to their deaths below. When they reached the top of the Colosseum, Keanu noticed Zona and Soren were standing upon the edge of the scaffolding surrounding the edge of the arena, looking down. It didn't look like Vivienne or Melody were with them. Ali called out for Zona. The coyote glanced up. Once he saw her, Zona changed into a griffin and barreled toward his company. Soren had noticed the others were there, but Soren wouldn't move. He refused Zona's requests to climb on his back, with tortured screams. Zona grabbed Soren's shirt with his beak and swung him onto his back, climbing into the sky. The boy leaned upon the griffin's neck, burying his head into the creature's feathers and wailing with grief. "Where are Vivi and Melody?" Ali asked, flying close to her boyfriend. "What happened to them?" 2 large tears leaked out of Zona's eyes. He shook his head and gave no answer. Everyone was terribly worried about Melody, but she reappeared a few days after the others had arrived at Southwild. She refused to say where she had buried Vivienna's body, and did not speak at all. The owl simply made herself known, stared at Soren for a few long moments, then flew off to Vivienna's old bedroom. There she perched upon the balcony and kept the door shut. Chapter 12. War tolerates no grief. The adults didn't scold the kids for journeying to Nestings Haven without permission. Keanu and Ionan had obviously been wrong to refuse help, and the punishment they'd all received for following them into Nestings Haven was far more damaging than anything anyone could ever say or do. The prisoners who'd helped Angel start the riot were given rooms in Ionia's palace. They'd promised to help the war effort once they regained their strength, but it was a small comfort compared to what they'd sacrificed. The loss of Anna, Mackerel, and Vivienna all in one day permeated the palace, infecting the walls and overtaking the souls of each resident who lurked there. The once colourful colours of the palace seemed to melt into an ugly, muddled stupor where hope was irrelevant and joy foolish. In this world, it seemed, the worth of a person's life had no meaning. Keanu had been rather absent since Anna died. He stared into spaces much longer than usual and never said much of anything, vacant from whatever conversation was taking place. Ionan mirrored him. Like his company, he was so encumbered by his grief for Mackerel, even Sunset struggled to comfort him. It was hard to tell how Soren and Melody were doing. Both of them hid out of sight. A week after their loss, Keanu called another one of their secret meetings in his room. The silence was dominating. Soren didn't show up. Neither did Melody. "Poor Melody," Ali said, her ears pressed flat against her head as she bowed morosely. She's completely destroyed," Keanu finished for her. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was how he had felt when he believed he'd lost Ali, and those 2 words were more than enough to summarize what was going on with Melody at the moment. "She has Federin at least," Angel mused sadly. "He's the only one who can identify with how she feels at the moment." When the hamster had learned that Melody had lost her company, the hamster changer had scuttled to Vivienna's room and climbed up onto the balcony to sit next to Melody. He waited out the days with her. She would stare all day at the sun, watching it rise up and down, and he would rest by her side. Though Darren hadn't died, Federin had still had to cope with the terrible reality that he'd been abandoned by his company. Both he and Melody were lost in the world, with only each other for comfort. "How's Soren?" Angel asked. It was a rather silly question, seeing as how everyone knew Soren had adored his big sister, but Angel felt she had to ask anyway. Keanu voiced the question aloud. Zona, who was balancing on Ali's shoulders as a phoenix, drooped his head.
"He's very depressed," Zona said. "He believes it's his fault."
No one spoke. By all technicalities, if Soren hadn't gone to Nestings Haven, Vivienna would still be alive. But if they hadn't gone, Keanu and Ionan would be dead in her place. No matter how many different scenarios they came up with, someone they loved always had to die. "If you ask me, it was his bitch mother who did it. It's nobody's fault but hers," Reagan subbed in. "We want to place blame, let's go with her. Only a sicko kills their own kid." "Agreed," Keanu mumbled. Zorna looked away.
I don't know. There was something in Nineva's eyes that told me she didn't want to do it.
It doesn't matter if she wanted to kill Vivi or not. She did anyway, Keanu said harshly. She could have come up with the idea, or Winter could have, but either way, Vivi's dead.
Zorna shifted from foot to foot.
I think you should talk to Soren, Keanu. I can't get him to eat or come out of his room. Maybe you can. You're the closest to him next to me, after all.
What about Melody? Keanu asked.
Melody is... she's done, Ali said finitely. There's no way she can still help us fight. But Soren can. We need him on this team. It's all of us against Winter. If we lose Soren, that's one less person we have to take Winter down. And without Vivienne or Melody to help us, we can't afford to lose anyone else. Ali was talking more like a war general than a friend, but they all knew she was right. Becoming detached to the situation and doing what they had to in order to end the war was something non-negotiable. The time for grief would come after this was over. War held no affection for mourning. Keanu struggled to get up. Okay, if you guys want me to talk to him, I will. Ali helped him to Soren's room. When Keanu knocked, she backed away to give them some space. After a time, Soren opened the door. Keanu noticed there were dark circles underneath his eyes and dried tear stains on his cheeks. His whole body seemed tense and broken as he held open the door. Soren stepped inside. Keanu didn't say anything as he walked in. It took everything he had not to fall to the floor and crawl to the single chair Soren had in his room. Keanu sat down gingerly. His cousin shut the door, leaning against it.
You okay?
Soren asked roughly.
That trip to Nestings Haven took a lot out of me, Keanu said, sighing. I haven't been feeling good since I left.
That was pretty clever what you did with the netting.
Ali did most of the work cutting the ropes. I just watched to make sure we didn't get caught, Keanu said.
Soren had drawn the shades. It made the room dark. Keanu could barely see the outlines of his cousin's face as they stared at each other.
You shouldn't be in the same room as me. I'm a monster, Soren said.
You're not a...
I'm just like him. The prophecy said that the cruel man's son will call and then betray you all. Well, I did it. I betrayed everyone. I killed my own sister. I murdered the one person who was always there for me. The person who never gave up on me. Vivi thought I could be more than what everyone expected.
He made a sarcastic, bitter noise.
What a big disappointment I turned out to be.
It wasn't your fault, Soren.
I fell for Nineva's lies. It damn well is my fault. I wish I never led her to Vivi. I wish she'd killed me instead. I keep praying to go back in time and beg her.
Soren drew in a sharp breath, tangling a hand in his long hair.
Nothing we can do will change the past, Keanu said firmly. But I swear, Winter and Nineva won't get away with this. We're going after them. We're going to take them down. In Vivi's name, we'll get our revenge, but we can't do it without you. You'd be better off. No, Soren, if you're not with us, you're helping them win. Is that what you want? Keanu asked.
Soren was shaking. Keanu leaned forward and said,
For the Creator's sake, Soren, don't let them beat you. You've worked your whole life to avoid becoming like them. Don't give up now. Are you with us?
Soren nodded frantically, tears spilling out of his eyes.
Yeah, Keanu, I'm with you.
Good, Keanu said firmly.
Now, let's figure out how to make them pay.
Chameleon had been in a bad mood ever since she'd returned from the Colosseum. Who was Nineva to believe she could order her about like some sort of personal slave? She wasn't a simple peasant. She was the daughter of the king. No, the lover of the king, his mistress. And Winter certainly loved her more than he loved his wife. Chameleon ducked around a corner. She kept her head down as she manoeuvred through the shadows of the castle. After days of waiting, Winter had finally summoned her. Lately she'd had to wear dark makeup and high-necked dresses to hide the bruises. Winter's play became rougher each time, but Chameleon enjoyed the pain. It gave her an avenue to hide from being real.
You were my best friend.
Chameleon scowled. Thoughts of Soren had bothered her ever since she'd left him to Nineva. Did he really think she was so naive to continue believing his lies? They weren't friends. They never had been. She had to admit she was impressed that Nineva had chosen to slaughter Vivienne instead of Soren. Vivienne was clearly more powerful, while Soren was just a toy. Sending him traumatized back to Southwild would demoralize their enemy entirely. Chameleon wasn't sure what was more exciting, the fact that they no longer had Vivienna's power to be afraid of, or that Southwild would be too crippled in fear to stand up to Winter's forces. They'd just killed the most powerful witch alive. They were unstoppable. Chameleon had expected Nineveh to kill all the others, but they'd managed to escape before she could take action. Chameleon feared the king's reaction, but Winter didn't seem angry that his enemies had escaped. After they had fled, he only appeared eager, as if there was some nasty surprise he couldn't wait to reveal. Chameleon dropped her skirts. Her changers struggled out from underneath them as they scurried to the side. She hadn't been sure of Pumpkin and Martin's switch to Winter's side before the trials, but since they hadn't made a move to help Soren or Zorna back at the Colosseum, she was utterly convinced they were devoted to her new cause. Her changers hardly left her side these days, even when she was with Winter. She pushed a large door open. She smiled when she saw Winter lounging on an elaborate armrest, but her cheeks paled when she noticed Nineveh was standing on the other side of the room, her arms crossed and looking mutinous. Chameleon nearly choked. Had Nineveh discovered their secret? But it wasn't so. This was about something else. Darren was here too. He was sullenly leaning against an elaborate mahogany desk, obviously pouting. Darren was bitter that he'd lost so terribly to Vivienna in battle, and Nineveh had chastised him mercilessly for it.
"What's going on?" Chameleon asked, shutting the door behind her quietly.
"We're here to develop a strategy, my dear," Winter said coolly, curling his fingers, "just in case the current plan ceases to take full effect."
"Plan?" Chameleon asked. "What plan?"
Winter smiled. "Southwild's forces are weakened," he said. "The majority of their soldiers are still recovering from the last battle, and those who have recently joined them are nothing but an array of sickened prisoners. Now is the time to strike." "Great, so when do we leave?" Darren said, obviously dying to prove himself. Chameleon tried not to gag. "We don't," Winter said. "You're going to do all the work for us." Darren's face was confused. Winter shrugged. "This is your last chance, Darren. Either you show us the strength of your powers, or we will kill you. We will not house a warlock who has no skill useful to us." Darren's eyes hid an illusion of horror. Chameleon hoped he failed. It would be such a relief to have his mopey, whiny form gone from her sight permanently. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. "It's simple, really. You see, the trials were all part of an elaborate plan. We wanted our enemies to escape." Winter looked at Nineveh. The secret glance they shared was enough to make Chameleon burn inside. She wanted Winter to look at her like that. She wanted to be queen. "What? Why?" Darren snarled. "We know them well. The ones who fight against us are too soft-hearted to leave behind those in need of their help." Winter chuckled lightly. "Before they arrived, we ensured that each of the prisoners in the cells below were unknowingly infected with the Night Death. When the White Griffin set them loose, she led them directly to her homeland. The diseased prisoners are infecting Southwild's ranks as we speak." Pumpkin and Martin squeaked against the floor. Chameleon kicked them to the side and said, "That was very clever, sire." "Yes, but we need magic to summon the nightmares," Winter said. "Nineveh could easily do it from here, but it is time Darren earned his keep." "Hold on," Darren said slowly. "If Malachi Shaman was the one who summoned the nightmares in the Varanian forest 11 years ago, and you need magic to bring them to life—" "I thought Malachi chased Nineveh out of the Varanian when he discovered she had power," Chameleon said, casting a quick glance at the witch. Nineveh was cold. "Malachi Shaman was a liar. He had his own magic all along, but it was weak, and he feared my own. He wasn't afraid of the magic I held, only terrified of the witch that I'd become. I convinced Malachi to release the Night Death so I could get my hands on a certain item of his without leaving any traces behind," Winter said. "I knew the fairy wasn't able to control the plague and it would eventually kill him." Chameleon tilted her head and asked, "Your plan to kill Southwild with the Night Death is foolproof. Why do we need a backup?" "Our enemies are incredibly meddlesome. I'm sure they will find a way to wriggle out of this before they're all dead, one way or another," Winter stated. "That's where your powers come in, Chameleon. And his." Winter snapped his fingers. Chameleon wrinkled her nose with distaste when Murok emerged from a darkened corner of the room. His hair was long and stringy. It hung in front of his face as the professor raised his head meekly. "Yes, master?" "Pay attention, Murok. I won't have you mucking this one up as you've managed to do with everything else," Winter said sharply. "Get them out of here," Nineveh said abruptly, pointing at Pumpkin and Martin. "Only those directly involved in the plan should be in this room. They are my changes. I see no reason why they should go," Chameleon said snottily. "This isn't something changers should hear," Nineveh snapped. "They are our servants and slaves. There's no need to have them in a war meeting." Chameleon hated doing anything Nineveh said, yet Winter was giving her a calm, chilling look, telling her to agree. Stubbornly, Chameleon jutted out her chin and gave the slowest, most insulting courtesy possible, looking Nineveh in the eye while doing it. "Very well, my queen." Chameleon stomped to the door. She wrenched it open, making a jerking motion with her head. "Go. I expect you to wait for me in my room until I'm back." "But—" Pumpkin peeped. "Now!" Chameleon pointed to the door, and the two changers scampered out quickly. When they had gone, she slammed the door, tossing her hair over her shoulder. "Okay," she said, glaring at Nineveh. "This better be worth my time." "Watch what you say to me, girl. Your little darkness trick is nothing compared to what I can do," Nineveh hissed. "My dear," Winter started. "Don't!" That one syllable, the single word, was more wounding than anything Chameleon had ever heard. Nineveh wouldn't look at her husband. "She was more powerful than any of us, Nineveh. We had no choice," Winter said softly. He reached out to caress Nineveh's fingers with his own, but his wife pulled sharply away. Behind her hand, Chameleon suppressed a satisfied smirk. Angel felt like a ghost as she prowled through the palace's corridors. The moonlight bounced off the griffin's pearly feathers and reflected onto the stone, creating an otherworldly halo around her form that glowed brightly even in the dark. People always said she looked like an angel sent from heaven above. Angel had never felt like that. She'd spent her whole life wanting to be just like everyone else. She never wanted to be different. She heard coughing coming from one of the rooms. Angel stopped to listen for a moment, then moved on. She'd been patrolling the hallways ever since they'd returned from Nesting's Haven. She didn't know why, but Angel felt a certain obligation to protect these creatures that had been freed from Azazel and the Colosseum. Since they'd walked through the palace doors, she'd taken them into her heart as her own personal responsibility. Angel knew she owed nothing to these changers and companies. However, after spending a lifetime alone, Angel knew what it felt like to be downtrodden and defeated. Her friends had saved her from a meaningless, miserable existence. It was her duty to do the same for others. The coughing was getting louder, yet it wasn't coming from the same door. It was emerging from several rooms, from multiple creatures. Unable to satisfy her curiosity, Angel poked her head into one room. She gasped when she saw the tapir she'd saved days ago, lying upon the bed, foaming at the mouth and gasping for air. Her company kneeled at her side, asking her feverish questions. The changer couldn't respond, only cough excessively in reply. Angel fled, peering into the next doorway and the next. In room after room, each of the changers inside was desperately sick, all with the same symptoms the tapir had. Angel whirled around and galloped down the hallway at full speed, trying to find her way in the dark. She didn't know where to find Ignis. Kia and Kyoto would have to do. She skidded to a halt outside their door. It was locked. She used her beak to pound upon it, shaking the wood with the strength of her knocks. She scratched at the door, creating gashes with her talons, but no one answered. Angel knew it was past midnight, but this was important. Finally, the door clicked open. Kyoto answered, rubbing his eyes. "What is it?" Angel danced upon the spot, jumping up and down on her back legs and spinning in place. She cursed herself for being unable to speak. Kyoto stared at her blankly, obviously not getting the message.
"Angel, what are you doing? We don't wish to be bothered right now," Kyoto said listlessly.
Angel shook her head furiously, stomping her feet. When would he understand? She needed him to follow. "What's wrong, Angel?" Kia, sleepy-eyed, peered around her husband's form. She put a hand on her growing stomach and raised an eyebrow at the griffin.
"It's nothing, Kia," Kyoto told her tiredly. "Go back to bed."
Angel opened her wings and batted them several times, begging them to listen. Kia pushed her husband out of the way.
"Angel's acting like something's not right," Kia said. "We should figure out what's wrong."
Kyoto groaned, but he obliged as Kia shuffled into the hallway with Angel in the lead. It took a painstakingly long time for them to follow. Angel knew Kia was pregnant, but she wished they'd hurry up. When they finally reached the room with the tapir, Kia only had to look once. The fairy gasped, raising a hand to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Angel realized that Kia knew what this strange disease was.
"Kyoto," Kia said, "do you remember?"
"Of course I remember." Kyoto grabbed his wife and pulled her away from the room. "How could this have happened again? How could the Night Death come here?"
"It doesn't matter. We have to hurry."
Kia looked at Angel.
"Angel, I need you to gather your friends and let them know about what's going on. Kyoto and I will find Ignis."
Angel wanted to scream in frustration when the adults hurried off the other way. How could she tell her friends what was going on if she didn't have a voice? Keanu could speak for her, but he was very ill and she didn't want to wake him up and drain what little strength he had left. She spun around. It didn't matter. She had to do something about this and find a way to communicate her plan, now. Soren was the first one she found in the hallways. He never slept these days. "Hey, Angel, what's up?" Angel shook her head furiously and grabbed the front of Soren's shirt, dragging him along with her. Baffled, Soren allowed her to pull him down the hallway until she stopped, shoving him in front of a door. When Soren saw what horrors lay inside, he ran to the bridge spanning the waterfall and called for Zorna. The Phoenix was at his side in seconds, appearing frightened.
"What is it, Soren?"
"The Night Death is spreading throughout the palace," Soren said quickly.
"The Night Death?" Zorna gasped. "We have to let everyone know before they come into contact with anyone who's been infected."
The three of them began knocking on every door of the palace to notify those residing inside that the Night Death had arrived. Word spread that the disease was infecting Southwild more quickly than a plan could be made to contain it. The three friends found themselves in the middle of a riot. The hallways were swarming with changers and accompanies who were attempting to flee the palace. Those present were pushing themselves out of the way to get to the doors, carrying supplies and clothes haphazardly. "We can't lose these people. We need them to fight Winter," Angel thought. She flew to one of the large doors and blocked it with her wings, rearing up on her hind legs and batting the air. Some of those near the front tried to attack so she would move, but she lashed out with her beak, letting no one through. Desperate, Angel looked to Soren for help. A light came into the accompany's eyes as he realized what she wanted. "We need to make a quarantine," Soren shouted. He moved forward, shouting over the crowd in order to be Angel's voice. "Everybody who isn't sick, take your stuff and move to the entrance hall on the other side of the palace. Everyone who has already been infected must go to the infirmary immediately." Shouts and protests rose amongst the crowd. Zorna let out a great breath of flame. It sailed over the heads of those gathered around the door. The mob ducked to avoid the fire. "Do you think it's going to be safer out there where Winter's soldiers are hiding? This is what he wants," Soren shouted. "If we panic, we lose everything. Please stay together and stick to the plan." The crowd changed its plan. Some of them snuck around Angel and managed to leave, but most of them obeyed Soren's orders. They picked up their things and moved to the entrance hall on the first floor. The friends dispersed and began distributing these instructions to the other subjects in Southwild. Some didn't listen, but most, to their relief, did. With the help of her friends, Angel was able to guide those who were healthy to the other side of the palace and relocate those already infected to the infirmary. Ignis finally showed up a few hours later, wearing a dragon-sized nightcap and appearing very confused. He arrived in the entrance hall to find that most of the work had already been done for him. He raised his head proudly as Soren explained what they'd done.
"Excellent work, Angel," Ignis said, praising the griffin. "You'll be quite the leader yourself someday."
Angel said nothing, but her blue eyes sparkled. Ignis swept his tail around them and said,
"Come, there are things we must discuss."
Ignis led them to an adjacent room off the entrance hall, where Kia, Kyoto, and Ionan were already waiting. Zaya was there as well. His claws raked the marble floor as Soren shut the large doors behind them.
Midnight Star overheard Winter's plans through a changer within the palace. He planted the Night Death on those we took in from the trials. It was all a trap. Small jets of flame spurted out of Zaya's nose, but by the time we discovered this plan, the Night Death was already here.
Soren, Angel and Zorna shared a glance. They knew this must be Pumpkin and Martin's work. If only they had gotten the news sooner.
We have time, don't we? Soren asked. It took 3 months for the plague to spread through the Varanian. Things were different back then. Malachi was waiting for the entire forest to be infected, so he had a better chance of defeating me, Kia said. Winter won't wait that long. Changers are already dying. Once there's enough of them to pose a threat, he'll summon the nightmares. I know he will.
Can't we do something? Burn the corpses?
Zorna asked. Ionan shook his head. The nightmares and night terrors come from the bodies of the dead sick, but they are summoned from their spirits. Even if we were to dispose of the bodies, Winter would still be able to make them rise once more.
Unicorn horns? Soren asked. Won't work. My forest was cured because the animals were magically attached to the land the unicorn horn was planted on, and attached to me. Winter infected each of these creatures individually, Kia said firmly. We could cure each individual case with a unicorn horn, but they're rare, and we'd need a lot of them.
Puts us in a really compromising situation, Kyoto grumbled.
So what do we do? What can we do? Soren asked.
Only what we've already done. Section off those who are sick and hope that no one else falls ill, Ignis said. We must prepare ourselves for battle once more. If only a few are infected, Southwild will be able to take these nightmares down without sustaining heavy losses.
Soren dropped his head. Kia put a hand on his shoulder.
You three need to get some rest, Kia said quietly. It's going to be a long couple of days.
Soren nodded. Kia leaned over and kissed Angel's cheek, saying,
Thank you, Angel. You've bought us some time to get ready. I'm sure many more would have gotten sick if not for your help.
Angel gave a happy coo. The three of them proceeded into the entrance hall, where they waited in line to receive pillows and blankets from an accompany who was passing them out. Soren stood at the foot of the staircase and looked up.
Should we go wake the others? They should be down here with everyone else,
Zorna added.
That's just what I was thinking, Soren said. They piled their blankets in a corner they'd claimed, and Zorna changed into a griffin so Soren could ride on his back. The three of them flew up to the main chambers where all their bedrooms were.
What's the big idea?
Reagan complained, rubbing her eyes when they'd pounded on her door for 5 minutes straight.
I need my beauty sleep, you know. There's a plague in the palace. We have to relocate everyone downstairs, Soren said. Can't you people go just one day without having some sort of catastrophe?
Reagan grumbled, grabbing her pillow and blanket. She shoved past them on her way to the stairs, complaining all the way about obnoxious, overdramatic fairy tales that didn't make any sense. Soren paused at Vivienna's old room, unsure of whether to knock. Zorna did it for him, to inform Melody and Federin what was going on. Once notified, Melody and Federin walked past their friends without looking at them. Soren swallowed and tried to keep his composure. Before Soren could knock on Keanu's door, Ali's high-pitched scream echoed throughout the chamber. Zorna didn't wait. He body-slammed through the entrance, breaking the door open. They rushed to Ali's side to see that Keanu had collapsed at the foot of his bed, unable to get back up. Chapter 13. Nightmares and Daydreams. So this is what it felt like to be pleading for the end, yet your body stubbornly hung on anyway. Keanu stared out the balcony as he laid upon his bed, watching the orange sun sink beneath the leafy jungle. His room was encompassed with tender heat, yet he struggled to stay warm, even underneath the blanket. It felt like winter itself had settled into his bones. He wondered if this would be the last time he ever saw the sun. He watched it fervently, soaking up each of the rays that caressed the golden earth. He couldn't move. He was too weak. Keanu knew he wasn't going to rise from his bed. Not this time. Not ever again. It had been too much work to move him down to the entrance hall, and he wouldn't be comfortable there. Ignis had stationed guards outside of Keanu's bedroom, so if any nightmares came by, he'd be protected. Keanu thought it was a waste of resources. He figured if he only had days left, they might as well leave the door open so the monsters could finish him off quicker. They could use him as bait to trap the nightmares. He didn't know. He wanted to do something useful besides lie around and wait for the stillness of death. Ali was always right beside him. She waited at the end of his bed as a lynx, lying over his feet, so she could keep them warm. They didn't speak, but she was doing something. She was listening to the sound of his irregular heartbeat. Sometimes it would go too fast, and sometimes too slow. Here and there it would miss a beat, and when it did, both of them would wince. Keanu could feel it inside his chest, beating weakly. Sometimes Keanu wondered what it would be like when it stopped pumping at all. At those moments, Ali had to remind him to breathe. Never before had Keanu wished that he could become one with his changer. He wished to mould himself into Ali, spreading throughout her body until they became one and the same and never had to be parted. He desired for them to be forged together in a powerful, ever-free being of muscle and sinew and bone. His thoughts would be her thoughts, and her thoughts would be his, until they didn't realize who ended and who began. But that wasn't possible. He was stuck in a body that had betrayed him, a prison he felt didn't belong to him. He was trapped. He and Ali had just found each other again. It wasn't fair they had to be separated. He thought about how lost and absent he felt when he believed Ali was gone forever. The reality that she would have to endure the same in a world that wouldn't change was the most painful part of his experience. Angel popped in and out throughout the day. She wanted to be at his side, but Keanu had asked her to help with the calamity in the castle. He knew she was needed in the entrance hall. She'd become a beacon of hope in the days after the night death was discovered, and with Soren speaking for her, she was transformed into a voice of reason. His parents rarely left his room. His mother slept in the bed next to him, and his father on the armchair. They were unable to be away from their son even in small, precious minutes that were currently more valuable than gold. They were gone at the moment because they needed to make a plan with Ignis to defeat the nightmares. Kia would be safe inside the entrance hall when the monsters came, but his father would be leading the fight against them. Keanu worried about them. The door creaked open. Little Lyrica peered around the edge of it, Mirabelle perched on her shoulder as a canary. "Hey," Keanu said, forcing a smile. "You should be downstairs." "I don't want to be downstairs. I want to be with you." Lyrica's braids bounced up and down on her back as she scurried to Keanu's bed, plopping herself next to him. "Everyone's so scared." "Oh, there's nothing to worry about," he said. "Our parents have handled the nightmares before. It's not a problem for them to do it again." Lyrica nestled against him. Mirabelle flew off her shoulder to perch on Ali's head. "I love you, Keanu." "I love you too." "It's not fair," Lyrica protested. 2 tears grew at the corners of her eyes. She turned so her head was lying on his shoulder. "I know." Lyrica started crying. Not knowing what else to do to comfort her, Keanu started singing. "When the wind whispers through the plains, and the sky is dark and grey, don't be afraid, just remember, I'll be with you always." Mirabelle joined in. Ali did too, their voices humming behind Keanu's in low tones. As the song continued, Lyrica joined in, her hiccups subsiding as she sang. "I have never vanished, I'll always be there. You'll feel my hand upon your face, and my kisses in your hair. You may feel you're all alone, that I cannot be found. These thoughts are little more than lies, I promise I'm around. You may weep at all the things that I have left behind, but although you cannot see me, I will never leave your side." Lyrica finished the song and wept openly into Keanu's shirt. Keanu closed his eyes and kissed Lyrica's hair, shuddering. Ali and Mirabelle dropped their heads. After a little while,
Keanu nudged Lyrica. "Your dad is probably looking for you," he said softly. "It's not right to make him worry. You need to be down in the entrance hall where it's safe." Lyrica raised her head. "I don't want to go." "I'll be right here," Keanu said. "I promise." Mirabelle hopped off Ali's head. She changed into a dragon and grabbed the back of Lyrica's dress with her teeth. The dragon pulled Lyrica away as her arms were still outstretched for Keanu. Ali sighed as the sounds of Lyrica's sobs dissolved into the highway. "Ali," Keanu said. His changer looked at him. "Yes, Keanu?" "I don't want my funeral to be sad. It sounds weird, but I want it to be happy. As happy as you can make it." "I'll get Ignis to help. He sure knows how to throw a party." They smiled at each other. "Ali, please, make sure my little sibling knows about me. Tell them about us and everything we did together." "I promise, Keanu. Forever I'll tell them, so they'll never forget." "One last thing." He paused. "Though I know you will, I'm going to ask you anyway. Please don't cry for me." "I will, Keanu. So very much. But not today." He reached out a hand to stroke her fur. "When it's over, at least you'll know Winter didn't win." "Oh, Keanu, listen to me." He placed his hands gently on either side of her face. "Once I go down, I don't want you trying to save me. We both know it's no use. I'm ready to go. This is the one and only order that I will ever give you. I'm begging you to obey. Understand?" She nodded. Keanu closed his eyes and said, "I love you, Ali." "And forever and always will I love you." They hadn't noticed that Reagan had come in unannounced. She clasped her hands together and sat in a chair next to Keanu's bedside. Her lip was wobbled as she struggled to keep it together. Out of everyone, she was the last person unwilling to give up. "Listen, Keanu," Reagan started. "I've been up all night researching in the library, and I think there's a way to stop this, if you can just hold on." "Reagan, we've been through this before," Keanu said in a calm voice. "This disease is unique to me. If Vixen couldn't help me, nobody can. There's no cure for this. It's time to let me go." Reagan shook her head. "No, I don't want to let you go. I treated you so terribly in the little time we had together. I didn't mean to do those horrible things. I wasted so much precious time that it's okay. I forgive you." Keanu struggled to look at her. "I promise." Reagan finally broke down. "I've lost so many people in my life." Her hair created a curtain over her face as the tears dripped off her chin. "If I had a choice, I would never leave you," Keanu said. Ali put her wing around the human girl and drew her close. "You know that." Reagan nodded. Keanu moved his hand to the edge of the bed, extending it. "Please, just hold my hand." Reagan grasped his fingers. She held onto him tightly as the irreplaceable minutes ticked by. Eventually, Keanu forced her to leave, to join the others in the safety of the entrance hall. Keanu didn't want her to leave, but he cared for her life far more than his own, and so he let her go. "Are you nervous?" Kyoto fastened a long plate of armor onto Soren's right arm, tightening the leather straps. They were gathered in the hallway that led to the dungeons with hundreds of other warriors, all wearing thick armor. They'd taken the bodies of those who had died from the night death and placed them in the dungeons below the palace, locking them inside the cells and crowding the staircase with furniture, boarding up the only exit. But it wouldn't be enough to hold the monsters. Sooner or later, they'd get out. Their job was to stop the nightmares before they reached the residents barricaded inside the entrance hall. Ignis, Ionan, and Sunset stood by the door, the first line of defense should the boards not hold. "No," Soren said truthfully. "I want them to come." Usually before a battle he let his anger carry him away, but Soren couldn't muster any fury this time. All he felt was a cool, calm sense of revenge. He wanted to take his grief out on something that desired to hurt what little he had left. Kasif was holding a spear, staring at the door to the dungeons like he couldn't wait for the nightmares to come charging out of it. Soren hadn't seen him since Vixen had died.
He thought the ferry looked like someone who had lost all sense of who he was. Without Vixen, Kasif was simply orbiting. He appeared as if he hoped he would die in this battle. Soren knew how he felt.
"Just take as many down as you can," Kyoto said, pressing a long knife into the boy's hand. "There's only 40 of them. We have the numbers."
Soren knew that, but he also knew the nightmares were far more powerful than most of the people gathered in this hallway. That wasn't even counting the night terrors who had enough strength to take down dragons. Soren felt they were doomed. Zona, fitted with his own armor, swooped above Soren's head as a phoenix.
"We'll burn them all,"
Zona promised. Soren nodded. He was ready. It was time for someone else to feel the desperate, gnawing pain that clawed inside his chest. The morning lengthened, stretching into the afternoon. Soren knew that Winter would most likely summon the monsters today, as there were few who still had the night death. The disease hadn't spread due to the quarantine, so there weren't many left to die. The boy wondered what his merciless father was waiting for. Then, somewhat suddenly, something changed. From below the palace emerged a wretched, screeching sound, the song of those being resurrected from the grave.
"It's happened," Ionan said breathlessly. "Winter summoned them."
"Finally," Soren muttered, taking a crouched stance and preparing himself. There was no Great One to save them this time. If they lost, Southwild would fall. He'd join his sister in death before he let that happen. The great doors to the dungeon shuttered, then lurched back and forth as the nightmares slammed into them. Dust from the ceiling crumbled to the floor, but the dragons near the exit held their ground. There was a loud noise as the doors burst off their hinges and crashed to the floor. The 3 dragons lunged, mouths wide open to grasp whatever was below them. Many shadows skittered out of the way of their jaws. Soren let out a gasp as he stared at the monsters who had haunted his darkest dreams. They appeared as the stories his aunt and uncle had told. The nightmares were various animals of all sorts who appeared to be made of thick black smoke. Yet Soren knew they were solid, so he gripped the hilt of his knife and focused his attention on a smoky stallion. Yelling in a deranged manner, Soren raised the knife high and charged toward the beast. The horse rose up and struck Soren on the shoulder, slamming him to the floor. The knife skidded out of his hand. Soren clenched his throbbing shoulder as he rolled out of the way of the stallion, who was trying to stomp him to death. There was a screech from above. The stallion screamed as a ball of flame crashed into its side. Zona circled overhead, blasting fire at any nightmare who dared to get too close to his company. Soren scrambled for his knife and got to his feet, lashing the blade into the side of a nightmare that lurked nearby. Soren spun out of the way as the beast lunged at his leg. Soren had to stab it several times before the nightmare finally succumbed. The monsters were unlike anything he'd ever fought before. Soren struggled to keep up his energy as he fought against 3 nightmares and only killed 1. A loud roar echoed throughout the hall. Soren looked over his shoulder and found Ionan dueling with a hideous black bird, large as a dragon and even more fearsome, a night terror. The great bird grabbed onto Ionan and tossed him into the wall, causing several stones to break. Ignis and Sunset lunged at him simultaneously, but the night terror successfully parlayed both of their blows. Soren realized that most of his companions were down. The few dozen nightmares that had escaped had managed to kill nearly all the soldiers trying to stop them.
"Fall back to the entrance hall,"
Kyoto cried over the massacre. Soren abandoned the fight, turning his back and running in the opposite direction. The rest of the fighters followed him. Kyoto barely made it inside the entrance hall before Ionan and Sunset shut the massive doors. The dragons leaned themselves up against it, but the strength of the night terrors and the nightmares banging on the other side made it difficult for them to hold the barricade. Knowing it wouldn't do any good, but with nothing left to do, Soren pushed himself up against the door to lend a hand. The residents of Southwild screamed, backing up against the farthest wall with nowhere to go. It wouldn't be long before the night terrors broke through the barricades and killed everyone inside. They were trapped. Chapter 14. The Great One. Though the entrance hall was several flights below, Keanu could hear the screams. His father and the Southwild fighters obviously hadn't been able to keep the nightmares back. He shifted on his bed uneasily.
worried for his family and friends. There was the sound of a scuffle outside and a few isolated shouts. Ali's ears perked up at the sound.
"What was that?" Keanu asked.
Ali jumped off the bed and transformed into a griffin. "I'm going to see what's going on."
"Be careful."
Ali slunk out into the hallway. When she returned, there was blood on her feet. "Damn it, the guards are dead," Ali said. "We have to leave, now."
"I don't think I can ride, Ali."
"I'm not leaving you here." Ali wouldn't abandon him, but he was certain that if she stayed, the nightmares would kill her. He reached out his arms for her. She used her neck to sling him onto her back. His whole form sagged against her, his legs burning with pain. She maneuvered out of the room and proceeded quickly down the hall into the staircase. "We have to get to the entrance hall. There's strength in numbers," Ali said quickly. Keanu moaned. Ali slowed her pace to a crawl, a concerned glint in her eye. When they'd reached the 3rd floor, they were no longer alone. The residents of Southwild were scattered throughout the palace, running in circles. Keanu gasped as he saw the freakish nightmares chase his allies, intent full of malice and bloodlust. Ali clawed at one who came near, critically wounding it in a single strike. She looked from side to side, no longer knowing what to do or where to go.
"Ali, there," Keanu said weakly, pointing to a window that had been left open.
Changers were flying out of it in order to get away from the nightmares. "I can't fly, you'll fall off," Ali protested.
"Ali, do what I say and save yourself, please," Keanu begged.
Ali made an aggravated, miserable noise, kicking a nightmare in the side with her back legs. She then flung herself toward the window and sailed out of it, flying toward the gardens as fast as possible. Keanu closed his eyes and held on as tightly as his body would allow, fighting off a bout of nausea and the threat of another seizure. When she landed, Keanu wavered. He'd stayed on as a matter of sheer luck. The nightmares were out here too, and so were the night terrors. They'd slain animals and warriors alike, and there was no stop to the carnage. Southwild was being slaughtered. A shrill scream caught Keanu's attention. Ali turned on the spot, and Keanu's breath hitched at what he saw. Mirabelle was wrapped protectively around Lyrica, her fangs displayed as she glared at a gargantuan night terror who towered over them. Lyrica was crouched on the ground, her hands over her head as she screamed as loudly as she could. The beast bore inward to devour her.
"Lyrica!"
Keanu cried. As he raised his hand, the gardens were enveloped in a great burst of beaming golden light. The night terror screeched, turning from Lyrica and covering his face with a large black wing, cowering away. The nightmares within the gardens were suspended in time. They squealed as the great light encompassed the gardens, closing their milky white eyes and backing away from the blinding beacon. The light changed, transforming into animals that were made of the same golden rays. Griffins, dragons, unicorns, and other creatures made of sunlight stampeded toward the nightmares and night terrors. As the light spirits touched the monsters, they dissolved, disappearing instantaneously at the brush of the golden sun against their smoky forms. All the patrons of Southwild stopped panicking and looked around. Kia and Kyoto were there, clutching to each other and appearing stunned. Reagan, Angel, Soren, and Zorna gazed around in surprise, unsure as to what had happened. Ionan, Ignis, and Sunset were gathered at the edge of the gardens, bowing to something that had risen in the sky. Ali looked behind her to make sure Keanu was still there. She found him missing from her back. She began to panic, spinning around in circles to see where he had gone. "Keanu! Keanu, where is my Keanu?" "Ali, look!" Soren pointed. Ali's beak dropped open as she gazed upward. She saw a boy with golden eyes hovering in the clouds, suspended upon wings made of starlight, surrounded by the sun. The boy waited there for a moment before he slowly trailed to the ground, an ecstatic grin upon his face. He had 2 golden griffin ears poking out of his messy green hair, and a long lion's tail that twirled behind him. His face was no longer sunken and sallow, but round and full, and he did not appear bony or sickly. His arms and chest showed muscle, pale skin replaced by a healthy complexion. When the young man landed on the ground, he laughed. The booming sound echoed just like a changer's voice.
"The Great One has come again,"
Ionan said, his head still lowered. The residents of Southwild copied his movements, bowing lowly to the ground and averting their eyes. The Great One looked back and forth. Angel lost her senses and barreled toward him, her silver eyes shining in glee.
She collided against him in a loving embrace, and the boy stroked her feathered head.
"Hello, Angel."
The light faded away completely, but the young man's griffin ears and lion's tail stayed. Angel pushed her head against him, and the fairy cradled it in his grasp. Kyoto and Kia were on the ground. They had collapsed and were sobbing in delirious relief. Soren grinned immensely, while Zorna danced back and forth, cheering,
"He's alive! The Great One is alive!"
"I told you." Regan was the only one who didn't seem shocked at what had just happened, only excited. She hopped up and down, pointing at the boy.
"I told you we could save him."
Lyrica had gotten off the ground. She ran at the Great One full speed, embracing him tightly. He spun her around, and Lyrica said,
"You saved me, Keanu."
"I would never let anything happen to you, Lyrica," he said. "You will always be safe with me."
The dragons rose to their full height, and everyone began cheering. The residents of Southwild swarmed around the new Great One, roaring with applause and whooping in celebration. They fell upon the young prince in a giant hug, encompassing him on all sides. Ionan scooped the Great One onto his head, raising him high above the congregation.
"3 cheers for the Great One,"
he cried, and those who had been saved by the fairy above gave a holler of appreciation. The Great One's smile got even wider. There was one, however, who didn't join in on the celebration. Ali's ears were flat against her head as she stood a ways off from the group, observing the group with a nervous eye. Her tail was tucked between her legs, wings glued to her body in a defensive position. No one had ever seen her so scared or so submissive. The Great One noticed, and he cocked his head. He swung his leg over Ionan's head and slid down the dragon's neck, strolling over to the golden griffin with a casual amble. He didn't stumble or struggle to move or wince in pain. Each of his movements was made with ease and grace. He was completely well. Ali backed away when he came too close. The Great One paused. Then he extended his hand. She looked at it curiously. "Is that you? Are you still my Keanu?" Ali asked. The Great One smiled. "Yes, Ali, it's me." The griffin gave a joyful cry and jumped on Keanu, tackling him to the ground. Keanu circled his arms around her neck and squeezed, saying, "Now nothing is going to separate us." No, not ever again. Large tears were pouring out of Ali's eyes for everyone to see. "Keanu, are you better, completely?" "Yes, I'm absolutely sure," Keanu said, nodding furiously as emotion began to overtake him. "I'm not in any pain whatsoever. My heart is beating normally. I can feel it. I'll never have another seizure again. I'm finally free of them." "Free of those damn things forever," Ali cried in relief. "This is the happiest day of my life." Keanu got to his feet, observing his new body with a bewildered look of astonishment. "Ali, I can run again." Tears muddled the young prince's wavering, grateful smile. "I don't need help anymore. I can do everything by myself, whatever I want." Just to experiment, Keanu took off at a sprint. Ali followed him, and the two of them raced throughout the gardens, entering into the jungle. Keanu leapt over fallen trees that were in his way, laughing exuberantly as he did so. Ali watched him carefully, but Keanu never stumbled or stopped to rest. He moved throughout the jungle as if his body had always been athletic and strong. It was a new feeling to him. His entire life he'd always had to be so careful. He could never do what everyone else could. He never had the ability to be as active and unrestrained as his friends. Now, those precious things so many took for granted were his. Keanu threw back his shoulders and held his head high. The feeling of heavy chains slinking off his shoulders got lighter with each step, until he was unbound completely. He bolted up a hill with a carefree feeling, coming to the top of a cliff that overlooked the entirety of Southwild and the palace below. Keanu gave another laugh of exultation, running a hand through his hair in astonishment, unable to believe it. No trace of illness remained within him. He was cured. He was free. "We're going to be okay, Keanu," Ali said breathlessly. Even she couldn't keep up with him. She'd come along after he'd reached the top of the hill. "No matter what happens now, everything is going to be all right." "Hey," Soren said, gasping for breath as he emerged from the trees with Angel and Zorna beside him. "We know you're better now and everything, but could you wait for us?" "No, not a chance," Keanu said, chuckling. "I have no restrictions now. I can literally do whatever I want. You're going to have to learn to keep up." "Great. Soren said, rolling his eyes and giving a lopsided grin. "This is going to be fun."
"Guys, do you realize what this means?" Zona said quickly. "We have a great one now. We can beat Winter."
Angel cooed happily, fluffing up her feathers. Keanu jerked his head toward the palace below and said, "Come on, everybody. It's time to celebrate. We won today." They flew back down to the palace. Ignis had somehow managed to arrange a party in the 15 minutes they'd been gone, and they walked right into it, the palace erupting when Keanu appeared. There were casualties from the fight with the nightmares, but the monsters had caused so little damage, the repairs were cleaned up within the hour. No one wished to grieve or mourn at the moment. They longed to celebrate something great in a war where so few victories had been claimed. Throughout the party, Keanu kept reminding himself that he had to conserve his energy because he only had so much of it. He kept thinking he needed to sit down for a while, that soon the time would come when he had to go to bed, simply because it was something he'd been forced to do all his life. Finally, he realized that whatever he did, his body wouldn't fail beyond the normal constraints of being a fairy. It was an alien, incomprehensible concept. He kept wondering when the dream was going to end and when he was going to wake up. It never happened. The party finally ended at dawn the next day. Keanu marveled that he'd stayed up all night, something he'd never done. Yet he didn't feel tired. While everyone else slunk to various parts of the palace to rest, he ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. He grabbed his drawing utensils and sketchbook. He slung his art bag over his shoulder, getting a sudden stroke of adventure. He crawled off the balcony. He scaled the roof of Ionia's palace, climbing down the sides of the structure until he reached the gardens. He expected his body to give out or to have a seizure as he scaled the rooftops. It was unimaginable to him that he would never have another one. They'd become such a fact of his life, he'd never believed in a cure. One of her own family, wings shining and a rare. Keanu thought of the prophecy's verse, smiling to himself. We thought it was Lyrica, but it was me all along. I can't believe it, Vixen. Keanu wondered if Vixen had known what he'd become. The fairy prince sat on a stone bench and brought out his sketchbook, tapping a piece of lead against the paper. In the past few weeks, he'd been so sick that he couldn't even hold up a piece of lead. The loss of his ability to create art had crushed him. Once he'd been unable to draw, he'd truly begun dying. His art had been one of the few things he'd continued to live for, and when it was ripped away from him, the loss of it hurt almost as much as losing Ali did. Now he could draw for hours without restrictions. He could sketch without getting tired and without developing cramped, hurting hands. Keanu started to doodle. As he did so, the griffin ears, his wings, and his tail finally faded away, until he looked like himself again. He sketched on into mid-morning. He finally finished the piece and held it up against the sun, observing his work. It was certainly the best drawing he'd ever done. The drawing seemed alive, blooming with colour and portraying characters that seemed to leap off the page and into reality. It didn't look like a drawing, but rather a fragile, square section of time. "What have you got there, Keanu?" Angel came up behind him, along with all of his friends. She tilted her head as she looked at his new creation. "It's all of us," Keanu said, holding it up for everyone to see. "I figure now that we're all together, what can stop us, right?" "Exactly," Soren said triumphantly. "Winter doesn't stand a chance." "No chance in hell," Ali added.
"He might as well give up now,"
Zona cheered, appearing as if he wanted to storm Winter's castle this very minute. Reagan laughed. "Whatever you say, Romeo. You know me, I'm just along for the ride." Reagan smiled at him, and he gave her a warm grin in return. For the first time since she'd arrived at Southwild, Keanu held her gaze and didn't look away. Chameleon gazed at herself in the mirror of her vanity, the skirt of her long dress trailing off the bench where she sat. Her pink curly locks morphed into the long red tendrils she was used to wearing with Winter, before she changed the style into a short blonde cut, and then a multicoloured braid. She scowled, lengthening her nose and then shortening it, plumping her lips and raising her cheekbones. When she couldn't get a good result, she sneered at the mirror. Whatever she did, it just wasn't enough. She hated how she looked. Winter had grown tired of her former transformations, she was sure of it. She needed to change into something even more beautiful to keep his attention. She kept changing her features, trying to bloom into something different. She'd never felt ugly before, because she could always modify her features to look like someone else. Whatever sort of fashion was in, Chameleon would become. But now, it just wasn't good enough. Nothing was. She wanted more. She desired to be absolutely perfect, like a goddess descended from above.
Chameleon, you've been at it for hours, Martin protested from his spot on the floor. Give it a rest.
I must be perfect for the king, she responded, as if it were an obligation of hers to be the most attractive woman Winter had ever seen.
Soren never cared how you looked, Martin said. He always liked you as you were.
I told you to never mention his name again, Chameleon hissed, throwing a hairbrush at him. The ferret scattered out of the way, and the hairbrush clattered against the floor. Useless thing, she muttered, going back to messing with her face. She started changing her eye colour. She changed them from pink to brown to blue and back again. Winter had been furious when the nightmares had failed to destroy Southwild. He'd practically had a meltdown when he learned that the new Great One was the son of Kia and Kyoto. He'd lashed out and killed the 3 people standing closest to him once he'd been delivered the news. Several servants had died that night as a result of being in Winter's way. The entire North Wing was destroyed and was currently being rebuilt due to Winter's endless rampage. Nineveh had watched the entire tantrum with cold, emotionless eyes. Pumpkin limped away under the bed, avoiding her accompanier's gaze. Chameleon had been even more upset that Keanu had transformed into the Great One than Winter. As a result, she'd grabbed Pumpkin and thrown her across the room while the ferret was trying to comfort her and hurt Pumpkin's leg. Chameleon didn't feel sorry for the incident. Pumpkin should have known when to leave her alone. She didn't attempt to conceal the rage burning inside her chest. Keanu didn't deserve to have ultimate power. The spineless weakling was too scared to use it. He'd broken her heart, left her with nothing, and he was the one fate had chosen to bestow greatness upon. A moan sounded from the other room. Chameleon paused, listening, before she went back to what she was doing. When Darren had summoned the nightmares, it had nearly killed him. Once the magic had escaped his fingers, the boy collapsed. He'd grasped at his chest and poured sweat, screaming in pain. He wasn't able to break off the spell, so all he could do was writhe on the floor and cry as if being tortured until the magic finally broke free. He'd been carried off to his bedroom and hadn't been right since. She'd barely seen him exit his room. When he did, he appeared ghostly. She thought of going to comfort him, but the notion was so awkward. Darren had broken her out of prison, but Chameleon didn't feel she owed him anything. It wasn't such a terrible idea to go to him in his time of need, but she had bigger issues at the moment. Winter wanted to put the next step of their plan in motion as soon as possible, before Keanu could figure out how to use his powers as the Great One to their fullest extent. Darren would have to heal without her there, or die. Neither was of any concern to her. Chameleon finally became satisfied with her appearance as her fair locks turned rich brunette. The curls rippled behind her shoulders and complemented her new pale blue eyes. Destiny meant nothing to Chameleon. She despised Keanu, hated him with everything she had. She'd had enough of his meddling. When she next saw him, she'd kill him herself. Nobody left her broken-hearted and received such a hefty reward for it. By her hands, the Great One would die.